discussion has completely turned upside down now. But okay, um, you want to start? I guess would be definitely good for me.
Yeah, sure. Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna
Yeah, yeah,
turn
no,
this off
I'll
and
go for
everything.
I'll go for a smoke as well. We still have 12. I want to
But yeah,
understand this
hey,
matchup a little bit
before
better.
you go, I'm happy to start and do like the analysis, like the hosting stuff. But
Yeah,
since it's just the two of us, if you want to do more of the play-by-play role today,
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah,
think that would
sure,
work well.
that's fine. Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Cool.
11 matches. That's a lot. I think we have never had that many matches in the past before.
Yeah, would we should figure out a way when each of us needs a break as well, just to maybe do one match by ourselves or something. We'll
Yeah,
figure it out.
that's fine. Yeah, I mean that's a good idea. That's definitely doable. Yeah, let's try to somewhere in the middle. Um, you, let's just say that you decide when you want to have a break, and then you tell me on chat, and then I'll take the break the match after, for example. But okay, I'll be back soon. Just yeah, a couple minutes.
I don't recall us saying that, guys, about ducks. Hello, everybody. Welcome to FSL Season 5, the second tournament of the season, live from Gamescom. We're live, but we're not at Gamescom, and I have cast my copter with me. Maddie, how you been? It's been a minute since we've seen each other.
Yeah, it's been a couple of months from FarmCon almost. So, I mean, it was definitely a lovely event in Germany just a couple of months ago. And now we are at the second tournament. Meanwhile, of course, I mean, we have been enjoying from the summer. The summer has been pretty hot, and I'm pretty sure that it's going to be pretty hot on this tournament as well.
Yeah, and of course we saw Helm now under a new name, but same result back at FarmCon. You and Alex called that one. Shout out to Alex right now. Couldn't be with us this weekend. He's out of town, so you've got the two of us. We were told we have 11 games today on the broadcast, so buckle up. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be a long ride. We're just getting started today.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I said that it's gonna be pretty hot today as well. Because 11 matches, we're gonna see some blood, we're gonna see some sweat, and maybe some tears as well. As the well, hopefully the teams are gonna be successful, of course. But yeah, 11 matches is a lot of content, so it's not gonna be just the usual 3, 4 matches to what is it, like a 3.5 hours usually the length of the broadcast. We're gonna be broadcasting about 6 hours of farming simulator content today, so it's gonna be a lot of enjoyment, hopefully, for the viewers for today.
Yeah, lots of matches to come up. There has been a change this year in the length of the rounds. How did you and Alex feel like with the first tournament back at FarmCon that you guys did with the changes that have come?
I mean, the changes. I mean, it was very exciting to get started with because I mean, nobody knew what it's going to be, and when we went to the first game, maybe I expect that it's going to be affecting more, maybe a little bit, but then in the end, I think that the core elements of the game they are still definitely there. We're just like you know, building up speed a little bit faster at the start of every game. And I think the changes are good. It's kind of like the slack time between, let's say, the drops has now changed, and there's like, let's say, it's more like tighter match in all of the distances.
Okay, yeah, it's interesting to see the evolution through the different years of the Farming Simulator League. Of course, now in season 5, but really, season 5 is it still feels like the FSL has only been around for like a couple of years, just because it's been one season after another. Still trying to figure out, each season as it goes on, what works well, what doesn't. So it's interesting to see these changes, the drops and super drops drop at different times in the round now. I think 8.5 minutes, 5.5 minutes, and the third minute for the super drop. So yeah, it's a very interesting and new season as we take a look at the standings after that FarmCon tournament. So Helm on top of the standings, the team that has 3-time champions in a row under a new name. Just in case this is your first tournament of the season, My Insanity had a great showing at the FarmCon tournament, making it all the way to the final and coming really close, Maddie. At the end of that round, it went to a tiebreaker, or they
Mm.
could have come out on top.
Yeah, true. I mean, it was. I really enjoyed the matches at FarmCon, and yeah, my Insanity definitely did very well. I guess everybody was expecting that we're gonna have New Holland and now Helm on the final, as it was quite often last season. But I mean, my Insanity they really showed that they have been preparing for this season. There was a couple of months of an off time before the season started, between the Easter event which we had in Cactus, and I think they really did their homework. So it was really exciting to see, and I'm of course very excited to see how it's gonna be, how they're gonna be performing here. Can they keep the same? Was it just like a one hit wonder? Well, last season they also did a couple of times. Going all the way to the last matches of the tournament, so maybe not a one hit wonder, but I mean that if they can actually keep the same level of performance, because if we watch the last season, I think Helm and of course Trelleborg at the time, they were the only two who was like consistently getting to the finals. I want to see if this season is going to be more like the other teams. Maybe we'll find like a very clear second team that's going to make to the finals all the time as well.
Right. Yeah, we've had that. We didn't really have that at the beginning of last season. And of course, New Holland, as they're now known, started to become that, team at the top competing with the likes of the team now called Helm. So, but My Insanity, you're right. Like they've consistently, I've been doing the FSL now for 3 seasons overall. And they've been one of those teams. They're always around. They're always in the conversation. They don't quite get over that final hill, if you will. But they have played some great games and they have won some huge games as we now have a look at the bracket. So just in case you're confused, there is now a Trelleborg Tires team. That is not the same team that you're used to after the over the last few seasons. So we have My Insanity and Trelleborg in game one. We have Farming Friends against New Holland in game two. So right away, like My Insanity's already actually won that game against Trelleborg Tires. So if New Holland wins, Maddie, we're going to be in for that game three, a very early matchup between two of the top teams. As we do have a losers bracket today, it won't mean elimination for either team, but that's going to be potentially, assuming New Holland wins, and a very exciting early matchup.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, we saw the bracket actually there. It was for a short time visible. So we do have a quite different bracket. We do have the losers bracket as well. So it's not just single elimination as it has been before. So we have the playings, we have the My Insanity versus Trelleborg Tires. Then we have the Farming Friends and versus New Holland. And then we have the winner play-ins. And then we also have the loser play-ins. And of course, you didn't see all the teams there. So you might have been wondering that why there's only 4 teams visible on the bracket because, Gamescom is a pretty big event, so we do have so many teams that we actually needed to change the whole bracket. And from these play-ins, then we have the quarterfinals, and we have some teams already qualified for the quarterfinals. And then in the end of the day, we have a quarterfinal winner today. And then we have a completely separate bracket where we have Hell, Mastergun, Valtra, Lindner playing, and they will kind of like play a similar kind of a bracket. And these matches are going to be divided for today and for tomorrow. And then in the end, from these 2 different brackets, which both actually include the losers bracket as well, we will in the end find the final teams for tomorrow. So yes, it is the same that tomorrow, in the end of the day, we know who's going to win it, but we had just way too many more matches, between that. So a lot of content today. We said 11 matches, and if I calculate it right, tomorrow we have something about 10 as well. So it's a lot of farming simulator content for both of the days, not just for today.
Yeah, it's always a busy time for us this time of year. All of most of my colleagues are at Gamescom right now, live on site. In case you're wondering, you'll see the players live on stage at times today. So that's always exciting when we can do these in person events. It's nice to see the FSL back to that. But yeah, lots of games, as you said, Maddie, coming up the next couple of days. And then as soon as Gamescom is wrapped up and the FSL tournament's done this weekend, I'll be at PAX next week. So the work keeps on rolling for us in events. Klaus, I think our head of events and FSL, is on site right now in Cologne, and he'll be in Seattle with me by Monday evening. So it's going to be a wild time as we now have a look at New Holland now on stage preparing. Maybe look, the selfie maybe coming on. Oh, he might be filming the crowd, actually getting that sweet shot of the crowd for some social media there. But yeah, these in-person events, Maddie, there's just something extra special about them. I'm really glad that they're back now, being able to have the players together in person, reacting live on camera. It just adds that extra little bit of something special, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, every time when you're actually at the venue, not just, of course, for the players, they see each other. It's also like a very social aspect for the players, because after the matches, they'll go for a dinner. They talk about it. Sometimes they may even talk about the actual game and the strategies. Of course, need to be a little bit careful what do you want to expose to your enemies. But then, just like FarmCon, I mean, I was there, you were there, Alex was there, and of course, a lot of like core figures of the community in general. Just like brings people together. And the same goes with the casting as well. When you're actually sitting next to the guy, the synergies and everything are so much different. And of course, sometimes we also have these issues when we do remotely that we might be talking over each other's. But I mean, it was very easy in FarmCon. If Alex started talking, I just punched him.
Look at that sweet John Deere tractor at the booth. Gamescom always always a big draw for the Farming Simulator booth. It's always like from people that I talk to, they're like, "Have you been to Gamescom?" And unfortunately, because I work in North America, that's not an event that I go to. Part of the reason they opened the U.S. office was to have someone here to do the events on this continent, and then of course they have the staff long running now for a while in Europe to go to those events. But Gamescom looks like a lot of fun. There's always a nice big crowd at the booth. They were doing bale stacking all weekend. They give out the straw hats. I've had people at events in North America that have seen the Gamescom footage like, do you have straw hats? Unfortunately, we don't have those over here yet, but those are super popular when they give those out at
Mm.
Gamescom. So it seems like everyone's been having fun again. There's been some news coming out from us as well about the game. So make sure if you want to follow along with that news, you go to the Farming Simulator website as we've got more to come this year. Going back to the FSL though, like, do you expect after just way too early predictions now, Copter, after the FarmCon tournament, do you expect that dominance by Helm to continue? I mean, 3 time in a row now, champions of the FSL. Doesn't seem like they're slowing down, but maybe some other teams are going to make it more competitive at the top.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, of course, at FarmCon, I had the pleasure of talking with the guys quite a bit as well about the game and about the changes. My expectations for FarmCon, as they still won it, but it wasn't that easy. It wasn't like a clear victory. They actually lost some ratches as well, so it wasn't just 2-0 every game and then they will come out with a trophy. They actually needed to work with it, and then we also had a bit of a discussion about the strategies with them, and and they came up with, well, I'm not going to expose it here, of course, but the general picture was that this is just one way of playing what they are currently doing. That they have came up with the different strategies for the season, for the shorter time frame and the changes for this season, and this is just one way of playing it. And what I really paid attention was when they said that for sure this strategy we are using today, so that was in FarmCon, is not going to be the strategy that will win the matches at the end of the season. So there's going to be changes during the season, and I still think that they're definitely a favorite for me. I mean, they are. I mean, I have been speaking with them, and they are very smart players. They think the game maybe a bit different way than some of the others. So I think in the end, that shall we see somebody rising and challenging them like very consistently. I think it's all about the work that they will put in. Have they been able to come up with the understand the way how they play the game?
Yeah, they do. They seem to think about things that other teams don't. And I think you're right as well. They are also very calculated in that they don't give too much of their overall strategy for the season away too early. So they kind of have this track record of getting stronger as the season goes on. You know, last year they were on that incredible streak of straight tournament wins. New Holland finally found a way, and a very exciting way, to upset them. And we've talked about this a lot in Virtual Farmer as well, about the best teams in the FSL are the ones that know how to disrupt what their opponent is doing. It can't always be about what you're doing if you want to be able to compete at the very top. You've got to also find a way to take your strategy and kind of mix it in with disrupting what your opponent is trying to do. That's what really sets the best teams apart at the top. So, by the way, we're just, of course, with any live event, and this one being the first game of the weekend, we're just dealing with some behind the scenes technical stuff right now. So we should be getting underway as soon as possible. As you see New Holland there, rocking the sunglasses. I like it.
Yeah, it looks
uh,
it looks good, definitely.
and there we have Martin Bossencool from Giants trying to sort out these issues. Very smart guy on the technical side, helping out with the broadcast. Thanks to everyone helping us out today. And we'll be underway in just a moment. But it's cool to see everyone in chat. We're live on YouTube and Twitch. And Yas Modding in Twitch says shorter games means less time listening to those beautiful voices. It's too kind of you. Too kind of you. Yes.
I mean, that's kind of you can take that in two different ways. So,
Right.
um, but I mean, okay, you mentioned the farming simulator sunglasses, and I'm just like imagining myself, the player, those sunglasses on. You walk in an alley. Psst, psst, you want to buy some farming simulator codes? Mm,
Oh, I like where
but
your
about
brain
the
goes sometimes, Maddie.
mm, well, we have time. We have time here. Um, but yeah, talking about the teams and the strategies that we kind of like opened a little bit, and you mentioned that New Holland they found a way of kind of like being able to beat Trelleborg or Helm last season, and I mean that is the point. Like usually, and okay, somebody will correct me. Maybe I'm completely mistaken. But how I have felt it is that Helm has been very good coming with the strategies, and then um, they are also very good at executing the strategy. So it's not just about the strategy; they are very good executing it. And then when they come up with a strategy, then of course I think they are kind of like the leader on that scene. So you know. New Holland, yes, they found a way of beating them, but then I think that all the other teams, more or less, they have been, in a way, like following the same strategy. So when Helm comes with something new, then the other team are going to try it on the next tournament. And if Helm hasn't came up with anything else, then they will play the same strategies. And then it comes down to the executing it when there is no really differences in strategies that much. And Helm has
Look at
been
that
very,
crowd.
very good on that. So those couple losses which they had last season, if we don't count New Holland, but we had some other teams like taking a match here and there, they were usually about using the same strategies and then Helm making a mistake. So they were, the execution was the difference.
Right. I mean, you're right. It's really fun. I was just at an event in Iowa this past weekend, a week ago on Saturday, where they did bail stacking. It was for the Dubuque Esports League, a new nonprofit in that area of Iowa, trying to reach kids through esports. And being from the Midwest and being surrounded by a lot of farmland, they of course naturally gravitated to reaching out to us once they learned about our esports modes and the Farming Simulator League. So we did the bale stacking, but then people were also curious about what the actual esport mode looks like. And so it's really fun to explain to someone for the first time how the Farming Simulator League works, because usually the first thing that someone has to say is, how in the world do you turn Farming Simulator into an esport? And so I always try to explain it in a simple way, and that you harvest your field, you bale the straw, you score points by delivering the bales, you increase the amount of points you get per bale by delivering the grain. But like, that is such a simple way of putting how the arena mode in Farming Simulator 22, and of course that's the same mode we're using for the Farming Simulator League, like how it works, because there's so many other layers of strategy that comes into it, with the team perks, the player perks, even the pick and ban phase, and then you add in the drops, the super drops. And going back to what you said about execution, being able to execute all of those things into a round at the same time is really something special to see, I think. And that's why Helm has been able to dominate over the past few seasons, is because they more often than not do all of those things really well and don't make a whole lot of mistakes. So you can't bring your B game, you can't bring even maybe your A game most of the time to beat them. You have to bring your A plus game, and you got to find a way to disrupt them, make them a little bit uncomfortable, and that's easier said than done. So again, I think that's what sets the teams at the top apart, and it's been really cool to see New Holland, the rise that they had last season, representing France and making all of their fans proud, and my insanity as well, like one of those teams that keeps improving. And now, of course, like, you get the teams that are there from previous seasons, and then some new teams in as well. So it's still, I think, too early to tell, of course, after just one tournament of the season, and still trying to work out the kinks and everything going on with it. But I'm curious, like, Maddie, did they have the rule at the FarmCon tournament where you can't use the same team perk within a matchup?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, so that's an interesting one to me, a change for this season, that you can't pick the same team perk within a best of three matchup.
Mm,
I think this is a good move, Because of course we've seen the last couple of seasons just one team perk becoming the dominant one. So how do you feel about that parity now? A little bit more variety because of that rule change.
Um, I mean, it was good. I mean, of course, teams will end up using unstoppable, bottleneck, and big haul in the end, more or less, if it goes down to the three series. But of course, unstoppable and bottleneck are the ones which they are like favoring. I mean, those are the ones we saw last season being used most as well, at least based on my stats. But I mean, now when they are, they need to have a different one. Um, so yeah, then I don't think, if I remember correctly, we didn't see herbicide at all last tournament. So it was then, if it went to the third game on the series, then it was big haul, and every time it was the teams choosing the same perk against the other. So it wasn't that we had like other picking unstable and the other picking bottleneck, and then the vice versa on the next game. It was usually always like the same perk versus on both of the teams. So in the end, yes, three different perks, but then uh, on my mind, I kind of categorized, okay, this is going to be the bottleneck game, this is going to be the unstoppable game, and so on. So teams kind of like had an understanding on that one that they want to play the same.
That's interesting that that's the way they've gone. You know, trying to match each other like for like. It kind of makes sense, and I wonder if that's how things will continue to play out this season. Again, like you said, and I think I've said already, like it's still way too early, I think, to figure out exactly what the strategies are going to be throughout the entire tournament, or through the entire season, rather. But it's really cool to see those things start to take shape, and it looks like we're taking shape here for the tournament
Mm.
because both teams now getting their headsets on as we're having to look at the players for Farming Friends. They're about to take on New Holland, last place, last season's runner-up, New Holland, earning that awesome sponsorship from New Holland, and I think that they're the favorites here early on, as we've seen Farming Friends in the past, but we're not quite sure what to expect from them still. So it's anyone's game, of course, when we're kicking things off, and we're just about to get underway now. We're getting the word from our producer behind the scenes. So thanks for the patience, everyone. Uh, it's given us just more time to talk, which I think Maddie and I are both happy with. Both
Yeah, it's
guys that like to chat, aren't we?
yeah, it's a lot of talking today anyway. So let's hope that um, I mean, of course, there's always some kind of a technical glitches, especially on the first game. And we saw Martin go in there. We saw Klaas go in there as well. So then we know that usually there's definitely something wrong. But okay, now we go. We have the first game starting, just like Terminator said. So Farming Friends versus New Holland. And we're going to be, of course, going for the ban phase. So we'll see what's going to be banned. And this is what I noticed on the last tournament as well. We have these sounds enabled for these bans. So it makes it more kind of like, somehow reminds me of the Hunger Games.
Yeah, it's got some cool sounds in there for sure. I think that a little bit is lost if you're playing the arena mode. Of course, this game mode that they're playing in the official tournament is available in Farming Simulator 22 on all platforms. But make sure you're listening to the audio because you're missing out if you're not. And a lot of the really good players use the audio cues within a game to be able to succeed really well. The things like listening to the baler, it makes a different kind of sound when a bale is ready. So teams always know when they have the maximum amount of bales that they can carry. So this time, New Holland going with bottleneck and Farming Friends going with big haul. So going back to what you said about teams matching each other, a little bit different here in this first matchup of the day. Same harvester going with the Kloss, same baler. Believe that was the Massey Ferguson baler that each team has reserved, and now we are into the player pick phase.
Yeah. Well, we didn't see much of a surprises here on the last tournament, but of course, good to understand that there has been 2 months between the tournaments. And I mean, I said earlier that after the Cactus event and before the FarmCon, there was a lot of time for the teams to kind of come up with the strategies. And now we saw the first tournament with the rules. So, if you watch motorsports like Formula Ones, you know that you go to the first race and then you'll see what you have, and then on the second race, a lot of things usually have changed. So I'm very eager to see how these matches are going to play out. But okay, no surprises really here for the moment. And the first rush hour to deliver the first bale is going to start. So let's see how this goes. The pads are ready, and there we go. We can see farming friends, and then we can see Rose from New Holland. He's going to be heading towards the. He's going to go for the baler, and then of course they want to get the first bale fast. We can see that they are okay. Actually heading down. We can see not really any challenges much going on here, so they will just get the. It seems to me that teams have claimed what they wanted to claim as well, which usually means that the first bale delivery is going to be pretty tight. As if somebody loses the battle, then he's going to be kind of quite late from the first bale. But now when they went on their own ways, this is looking good, and we can see Rhodes just bailing the first one. And let's see what's happening with the farming friends. I think they are a little bit later, as they are just now starting to press the first bale. Elrode's going to be already disengaging behind Cygnus. And you know what I have really missed, Terminator? The safer route set by you. So you got to use that today. But the first bale from Elrode's coming in. He's going to toss that, and it's going to be 143. So that is a decent start. We actually saw quite many first bales being failed on the first tournament. The tosses actually. So a lot of people were actually reversing it in all the time, as we can see Mtron doing this time. It's going to be 128, so that is a 15 point of a difference. And as Alex, because I just miss him so much, that's like a 75% of one bale.
Yeah, very good first bale of the first match of today. 143 is definitely a pretty good number, especially that gap between the teams. As now I mentioned, the change in the amount of time for a round means a change in the time of when the drops occur. So now at 8.5 minutes, you get your first drop, and we'll see if either teams are ready to take advantage of them. Have you noticed anything so far, Maddie, with the changes with the drops from that first tournament, the changes of the timing?
I mean, of course of course there's a change. I have noticed that. Thank you for reminding me. But in general, I kind of like that the first drops comes like almost immediately after the first bale. So in a way, it really, I think it's very good for the viewers, and I think that the players are liking it as well. So kind of like the grinding on the field that is not happening as much as before. What actually comes to the drops, like the bridges lowered and raised, the how they impact the gameplay is pretty much the same as the last season. That we haven't seen that some teams suddenly starts to favor some drop which wasn't used that often the last season. So yeah, bridges lowered or raised doesn't make that much of a difference, to be honest. And they're not going to be picked, as we can see. The teams are not going to go for it. But the timing you mentioned, the one thing is that the strategies which we saw last season with the kind of like the grain game, as I mentioned that multiple times, or we mentioned that is a bit different. So you have to make the decision faster, and kind of like you need to commit to the strategy earlier, as you don't have those extra minutes that you can just wait for it, because the Elrode's coming for the silo and just starting to deliver the grain. Most probably he's not going to wait for it, because yes, there are drops, but if that drop goes off, the time between this moment and the drop is going to be so much shorter that you cannot really have those options that much on the table anymore.
That's interesting. It adds those extra layers, I think, to the strategy. These changes, of course, not only have the technical side of things changed, also visually, and in some ways, the map has changed. Of course, now running on Farming Simulator 22 this season, where previously we had been running on Farming Simulator 19. So that's a big change as well, in and of itself, for season 5. So you can see a slightly different setup there around the silo. Buildings in different spots looks a little bit different than what we're used to. The silo is on the other side of where the grate is to dump into, as we see now. Farming friends unloading and taking advantage of that big haul. They're going to take all their grain in at once.
Well, more drops are coming in, and of course the kind of like I think the importance of the first bale is of course more significant because you don't get that much points overall, and the amount of points from okay, the silo closed, and that's a pretty good one for this moment because we can see that there's a belt being stopped as well. So yeah, we'll see. I mean, if New Holland goes for that, like they need to go right now, and if they have the time to pick that up before Krieger's going to be able to deliver that grain. But remember, this big hole is like super fast with the grain delivery. And by the way, regarding the perks, now we can see that the teams are actually playing with different perks. So what I said at the starting of the show, I was just once again completely wrong. Don't mind about me. But yeah, they're gonna wait for the last minute, and yeah, I said that the first bail is gonna be more significant because kind of like the ratio between the overall points and the first bail points, it's definitely bigger. So the first bail means more, and then regarding these early deliveries of grain, so this moment, if New Holland can now start delivering the bales, get those 30 points per bale, those are also more significant as well, and then kind of like recovering from the strategy that doesn't work is also more difficult as you don't have so much time. So when something goes wrong, I think like yeah, getting back from that is going to be way more complicated.
That's a good point. I hadn't really thought of it that way either. Like less time means less time to fix your mistakes too. So teams are going to have to really clean up parts of their games, especially against the tougher opponents. Both teams went with silo closed there, so that is not the best of news at the moment for farming friends, just because they are behind 3-1 right now on the grain. They have their big haul sitting at the silo waiting.
Yeah, sorry, I was just
Were you
so
hoping for a
excited when I
toss?
saw. Yeah, when I saw like there is somebody approaching the belt with 2 bales in front, and exactly on that trajectory that you can actually toss them in. We didn't see any tosses, by the way, on the except for that one very lucky one. I guess you saw it on the replays where there was this mistake and the bale just went in from the almost from the bridge.
Yeah.
But kind of like intentional tosses, we didn't see those. And now finally, farming friends, they can deliver the grain. And what we can see that New Holland, they got a couple bales on the belt, so I think they got like 2-3 bales in with a good multiplier. Now they're gonna be losing some points. So yeah, I would say that New Holland, they played this well because they had that huge 3.0 multiplier. Of course, the belt was like, what it was, but still, I think they played exactly this moment very well. Before the grain delivery came from farming friends. So now we have a gap of 90 points instead of the 15 points. And if you look at the other stats, well, we don't have them visible right now, so you can't look them right now. But when you can see them, I don't think there's that much of a difference, on the stats. So I think that they're pretty even. So that gap is solid, I would say.
Yeah, bottom boost, meanwhile, the super drop at 3.5 minutes picked up by farming friends. They need to get as many of these in as they can. I can't believe he's taking this approach right now with the tractor. Could have swung around and grabbed more of those, not quite taking full advantage of it. I think they got 3 or 4 bales into the bottom during that bottom boost. It looks like as well, though, for the rest of the way, New Holland is going to have the multiplier advantage. So that's not good news for farming friends who are currently trailing.
Yeah, but I mean, if you look at the points now, I just said that the gap is solid, but in the end it's not, because I mean, farming friends with that bottom boost, they actually did kind of like close the gap more or less. And they have more bales as well. So I think that they played that actually, it was a damn good recovery from the difficult situation they faced after the first drop. So now they are just, actually leading by 7 points. Have a look at that. So that is definitely, yeah, you said that they could have done it differently, maybe put some more bales at once. But I mean, the result still is pretty good. More bells coming on the belt from New Holland. Just 3 points of a difference. This is like actually getting very close because I can't really tell what's going to happen here. We have 1 minute something remaining. We can see that New Holland is maybe a little bit like lacking on the amount of bales next to the belt. And that first bale just scares me a little bit. Probably it's going to go.
Yeah, how is that holding on?
Yeah, but I mean, there's a chance with that kind of a bale that it's going to like stuck the belt. It's getting stuck on the doorway or something, and then the bales behind is going to be failing as well. So yeah, it was definitely a moment that could have gone more wrong than it went. And this very slight multiplier difference, it's just 2 bales of 2 points per bale difference. So 19 for the farming friends, 20 21 for New Holland. So that's why we see these very small changes coming, as the teams are pretty much even on the amount of delivered bales currently. So they are just doing the job. And now, as we see that New Holland, they don't have any more bales available. They
Yeah.
are coming, of course, they are delivering those, but if farming friends, if they have now bales next to the belt and they put them on the belt, they will gain a slight lead here. So I think that farming friends are actually having a decent chance of winning this one, because we can see that there's actually score all the time coming in. So they actually had the bales, and now it's just 10 seconds to go,
Wow.
and they are leading by 24 points. And we can see that there's no bales for New Holland. Oh, they're coming with the baler, but is it gonna be enough? Is it gonna be enough? No, it's not gonna be enough. It's gonna be farming friends in the end. So they did recover from it, and look at these guys. They are just happy.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I think that it came down to the execution, like you were saying earlier. They had the multiplier, and it was a disadvantage for them farming friends. They didn't have the first set of drops go their way. They had to wait to deliver their grain. But yeah, I think bottom boost helped them, cut in that lead early, and I think that helped them later on. Look at that same amount of bales, one
Mm.
extra into the top is the difference. So that shows the importance, Maddie, of getting as many bales as possible into the top of the barn. And I feel like maybe you can shed some insight on this, having done the first tournament of the season. With these shorter round times now, the scores aren't going to be as high, but it feels like that, you know, every single bale that you can get into the top in this shorter time frame is going to be really important.
Yeah, I mean, the importance of every aspect of the game is now more important. So exactly what we spoke during the game, because the time is shorter, then everything has like a greater importance during the game. And I think farming friends, they had like a pretty amazing recovery, to be honest, because I really thought that New Holland, they have like a solid lead, kind of like after the first grain game. But in the end, a farming friend, they made a good recovery, and it was the bottom boost. I mean, the difference was that one bale in the end. But it's good to remember that how farming friends actually closed the gap was that they did deliver, I can't remember the exact amount, but maybe 4 or 5 bales on the lower door while having the boost. So that kind of like closed the gap. So in a way, even though the stats were pretty much the same, still the bottom boost kind of like shows that um, so they got more points from the bales which were going on the first floor.
Yeah, and I think also important to their victory in that first round was that Farming Friends had all of their bales near the belt at the end of the round, whereas New Holland was struggling to get those last few in, and they had to throw a bunch at the end into the bottom. So we saw, I think it was 6 into the bottom for New Holland, 5 into the bottom for Farming Friends. But remember that bottom boost accounted for the majority of the ones into the bottom for farming friends. So, again, you got to be, I think, more prepared. The strategies are shifting with the timing being different now, the shorter rounds. You have to get your bales in earlier. If you're rushing to bring those bales in at the last second, then you're going to be struggling if your opponent already has them up on the belt. I think Farming Friends just executed really well there, making sure that they made it easier on themselves.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, I can call that not having the bales there ready. It's a mistake in a way. Something went wrong along the way, but then they just didn't have the time to fix it anymore. But yeah, definitely, it's really nice to see farming friends actually coming back from that initial situation, because this kind of a comebacks on this shorter time frame which we have now, or the shorter round length, they don't happen that often, to be honest. And it's really nice to see that it's still doable. So they kind of like every time when somebody proves me wrong, it means that I'm learning something, and that's something that I really like with the teams, that they can actually teach me.
Yeah, it's
Anyways,
fun to always be learning, isn't it? For sure. And we're still learning exactly how this season's going to shape up. So it's fun to be here for the second tournament on this broadcast, as the teams are going to flip now. Their team perks, going back to the new rule, you can't use the same one within a 3-round matchup. So teams having to switch their team perk here. Same harvester, same baler though.
yeah, bottleneck versus big haul, and I like that we see big hole. It's just not just a perk that we use on the last game of the series if it goes to 1-1 situation on the best of three. So in a way, I do like it that we actually see it being now used already on the first game, on the second game, and of course the big hole as an item on the game looks really nice on this Farming Simulator 22 as well. So it's a I really like it when I see it every time. So it's a very nice, very cool piece of hardware on the field. But there we go. The big and fans are done. We're gonna be loading into the game, and now I want to see how this is gonna be played because they switched the sides with the perk, so we'll see if something similar will happen. Of course, the drops are playing a role as well. Silo closed. If we have that, yeah, let's say if it would be on the first drop, then that's going to be a completely different game. But it's not going to be guaranteed to be on any of the drops as well. So we'll just have to wait and see. So that is the kind of like the random. Well, yeah, it's a random factor in a way. But it also like shows the capabilities of teams just reacting what is happening. I guess that's like the farming in real life as well. Oh, now we have herbicide on the fields. We gotta do something else than we planned for today. But anyways, the first bale is being done and being pressed, and to me it seems that New Holland again. I think they are having this better start for the round. As they are already collecting the grain, we can see our roads being behind it. Gonna be pressing the bale, and it's just a matter of seconds. It's gonna be disengaging, which is happening, I think, right now. So he's gonna be getting there, and as we can see on the scenery, that we are not that far away. It's not gonna be 140. It's gonna be less than 140. So just a slightly slower first bale, but still it's gonna be a decent one. If he's gonna toss that in, it's gonna be like 136 maybe or something like that. Well, there we go.
Wow, Maddie. Look at you.
Is this the time? Is this the time when I can flex a little bit? But yeah, my Excel sheet is once again doing something. And 127 for Krieger, so the gap is now just 9 points instead of the 50 which we had on the last round.
You might as well just pack it in and call it a day after that. I don't think it's going to get any better than that with your first bail point predictions. We'll see if you can keep up the consistency, getting that one spot on. Herbicide and direct delivery here early on. It looks like Krieger thought about it for a second. He was just heading that way. So unfortunately, I think for me with these changes, I was hoping that these first set of drops would be utilized a little bit more by the teams, but it seems like it almost comes even earlier in the round now, and teams still just don't show a whole lot of interest in it. At this point of a round, you've got way too much work to do to worry about, the minor benefits that a drop might give you. Now, Tita maybe can jump out, still not really showing any interest. Again, like you've got to get that straw out of the chaff of the back of the harvester. You've got to get that grain ready to be delivered. So both teams just ignoring those drops for now.
And I mentioned the truck. I said how much I like it, and there's some childhood memories associated with this one. And it's not that I have been farming on the fields, and I said this on the last tournament as well. So the usual viewers probably know this already, but Terminator, I named that. It's Optimus Prime. I mean, it's gotta be. I mean, of course, the kind of like the wagon is a bit different, but still, I mean, there's it just reminds me immediately the good old '80s when I was watching Transformers from Sky Channel, which was very rare in Finland, but the good old times.
I love it. I like how your brain works, and it is a really cool looking piece of kit. And I quite enjoy that they're using the American style truck here in the Farming Simulator League with that Mac pulling it. It looks very nice in the FSL, in my opinion. We used to have, I think it was the man truck in the FSL, and then of course Big Haul just wasn't really used as much. Teams never really saw it as viable as you saw the weight there, like just sitting in the grain. Interesting to leave that there, but yeah, it's really cool this year. The Farming Simulator League, I quite like this rule change of not allowing teams to use the same perk more than once. It's going to give us more variety. It's going to force teams to be more adaptable, I think, as the season goes on too.
What's going on with the weight? I mean, you said it that it was laying there, and we just saw Cygnus dropping his one as well. So they have an idea.
Yeah, I've seen
Well,
it happen a lot. It happened in the first round too. I think it's a part of the strategy by teams to leave these weights behind. Sometimes they're useful and sometimes they aren't. Of course, Cygnus
mm,
having a tough time getting connected to the Baylor there. Finally getting it.
there we go. And now we can see a Lucky Looker coming for the silo. Drops are coming in, speed limit and speed up. So I think something's got to be picked, and the other team is going to pick the same as the other one, more or less. So, you know, I mean, of course, by slowing down the gameplay a little bit, yes, if you have like a huge advantage, you can, try to keep that better. But as the gap wasn't really that big, just that 9 points still there. Nobody has been delivering any bales before the 5 minute mark, by the way, and they are definitely pressing it. We can see grain being poured down by farming friends. So, yeah. Now we can see that the multipliers and the belt speeds, of course, we can see a broken belt for New Holland. Let's see how they can recover from this one. I mean, the strategy, in a way, this is something which New Holland did to farming friends, and there was no silo close, so they should be fixed pretty fast because, just look how fastly the grain is going to go to that silo. And, I mean, the American-style truck, as Terminator said, it's delivering the grain so fast that you really can't match that. Also, it's very easy to make a mistake. So if you want to deliver some certain amount of grain, then you might overdo it as well. We saw actually on the last tournament, we also saw a couple new ways of not really crossing the bridge, but cheating the bridge. Maybe that's the right term. So we'll see if there's gonna be anything new found out on this tournament, as there was a couple pretty impressive jumps to get on the other side. But now we do have farming friends actually delivering the bales. 4 minutes on the clock, and some points, 19 points per bale coming in there. So that is good. And New Holland, probably the same is going to happen pretty soon for them as well. They have a slight advantage on the multiplier, and of course when they had that first bale advantage as well, which was 9 points. So farming friends, they need at least one more bale than New Holland delivered in the
It's
end.
interesting to me that the team perks have flipped this round. So Farming Friends had Big Haul last round, and yet the difference in the multiplier is the same. So New Holland just in each round so far doing a little bit extra with the grain delivery. Of course, it didn't pay off for them last time, and they do have almost a 100-point gap to make up with 3 minutes to go here. And we're about to get our super drop now. A super drop last time was a big turning point for Farming Friends, and it looks like Krieger may get it for Farming Friends again. So Lord Baylor has scored a couple of bales automatically for Farming Friends, so that lead getting even bigger now.
What's going on here?
Oh, they've countered. They almost had a bale combo, and Lucky Looker messed it up and putting one into the bottom, got it stuck, and then New Holland got the counterpoints instead. So a little bit of a mistake there by Farming Friends. I'm not sure that they knew they were close to a combo, as one now falls off the belt. But yeah, that would have been a huge moment. And instead, we've ended up with a slight point difference. It would have been 50 points for Farming Friends. Instead, it's 30 for New Holland.
Yeah, it seems to me that, of course, this bale, I mean, I haven't thought about this aspect before, but now when you said it, kind of like, when somebody tries to make a combo that is distracting, of course, the other team from their makings, and then we saw immediately Farming Friends, I mean, they are almost tied with the points now. They had a slight lead before that. So New Holland, I mean, making a combo, and with this new shorter time frame, which we have available for the players, I think, like, trying to make a combo, that's also a disruption for the gameplay of the opponent more than before, because you're gonna lose some important time when you have to put that bale in, and then you have to like drop everything you have going on at the moment. And now, as we look at the amount of bales here, it's easy to me that New Holland is not going to be doing the same mistake, which they, well, in a way,
Yeah.
mistake that they don't have bales available, because I think that you can just give some for your friends as well, easily. One thing about the grain, which we spoke during the first gaming a little bit about the differences, but then the other thing, which is I think is definitely worth of noticing, is the fact that the grain game when it's done, it's done. Last season we saw that they are collecting like a second batch of grain and kind of like trying to still like slightly adjust the situation, but that is at least something which we haven't seen this season because I don't think that there's enough time to allow to do that. So we haven't seen that. So I'm expecting every time when they have that, whatever the load is, that's it. There's not gonna be more.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. I do think Farming Friends got a little bit extra. I think teams will have to be ready to deliver it twice if their opponents have Big Haul and they haven't selected Big Haul for themselves, because otherwise you will be at a rather large disadvantage with one delivery apiece because it's 23,500 extra liters of grain, and the difference there as Tita trying to get up the belt to push that one over the line, but it looks like New Holland are good for the victory and are going to force the third of the best of three. And a lot better performance there. Very solid round by New Holland to force this third game.
Yeah, I mean when they put the well, not the last bale, but I mean there was only one bale remaining for Farming Friends. So when they had that one bale like 10 seconds before the end on the belt, there was nothing for Farming Friends to do anymore because they just didn't have the bales. So we did not really question, but we mentioned that New Holland had a problem on the last game that they didn't have bales next to the belt. They didn't do that mistake this time, and in the end, Farming Friends ended up not having bales next to the belt as they didn't have anything to deliver. So it wasn't that they're not next to the belt; they just didn't have them anyway. So yeah, it's gonna be 1-1. We gotta go for the third game. I mean, I like this. Because quite often we see this 2-0 score lines. And one thing, of course, what is good to notice as well, that even if whoever, Farming Friends or New Holland, who's going to lose, they're not going to drop out of the tournament. We do have the double elimination bracket, which includes the lower bracket as well. So from this game, the winner is going to go to the winner play-ins next game. And then from the next one on the bracket. And then the next match, which we have, I think we have My Insanity versus Trelleborg Tires next one. So the winner of that is going to face the winner of this. And then the losers of both of the matches, they're going to be facing each others as well. So they can like have a second chance. So it's a double elimination. You have to lose 2 matches to be dropped out of the tournament.
Yeah, I think that adds, a little extra layer into it. We've only really in the past season seen double elimination in the finals. So to see that format, in a regular season tournament is rather interesting as getting away from the crowd to the crowd, the fans at home there. If we go back to that second round, Farming Friends were just a half a second, if that, away from getting the Bale-tastic combo. That would have flipped the game in their favor and they would have been advancing in the winner's bracket. But they didn't pull it off, hitting the side of the barn with the bales, and New Holland able to get the counter. And that ended up being the difference at the end. So, again, it comes down to those smaller details when the teams are, playing really solid rounds and are evenly matched. Lucky Lucker there for Farming Friends, the captain for his team. Wondering what the strategy might be from them now, as we're about to start now this third of the best of three.
Hmm. So this is the one that's going to be deciding. But yeah, I think it's good that we have a double elimination bracket. Yes, it means that we have a lot of matches to commentate, but well, I definitely enjoy from this. So let's just have some fun. And maybe some of you guys heard at the start of the broadcast because the microphones were open at some point when we haven't yet started the broadcast. So at some point we are gonna have not a break, but Kermin is gonna take a break, so I'm gonna be doing solo, and then we're gonna do it vice versa as well because it's a long day. And at least I don't know, Terminator, of course, he's still like waking up because what is like at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning on your area. I'm like past midday already. At least I need to eat at something at some point, but Terminator probably just doesn't eat and has these bags which they put on the hospital just to get the vitamins in. But he needs coffee.
Let's hope not.
Yeah, or pancakes. Who knows?
Yeah, I should have made an iced coffee though. I am drinking coffee, but it's already warm in here, and
Mm,
the coffee is making it even warmer. Both teams going with unstoppable. We're seeing the same combine, the same baler each round reserved by each team. They do tend to deviate a little bit when it comes to the player picks. But yeah, this time it's going to be interesting because the first two rounds, they've gone with a different team perk than their opponents. This time, both teams going with Unstoppable. So it's going to come down to who plays the better round here, who can get the most bales into the top and maximize the amount of points they're scoring.
true. But yeah, this is the first game of the series where they actually have the same perk. So this might come more up to the execution actually. Just wondering, of course, the strategy is gonna make a lot more of a difference here because it's not about the default perk, but the yeah. Let's see how this goes. But anyways, we're gonna be starting up, so 5 seconds, and then we have the last game of the first best of three series. So we'll see how this is gonna play out from here. But yeah, we didn't see any of the challenges happening at the pads. We can see that the farming friends, at least, they should be getting that harvester without much of an issue. But how wrong am I?
Oh,
Make a mistake immediately crashing on the side of the pad, and that's gonna be actually getting the baler as well. So this is definitely a better start for New Holland because they are already on the field. And at the same time, we can see that farming friends, they are struggling a little bit. They're now just getting the harvester in, and that's gonna take a while. We can see that there's a Krieger already ready, just waiting. That I need to start making the bale. Come on! So you need to come out on the fields. So I'm expecting that New Holland will get a better first bale, to be honest. But the we'll see. And there we can see already on the X-rays. I mean, okay, the difference is actually not that big. I love these X-rays when you can actually compare what is happening there. But Elro's gonna be earlier getting away. I mean, he's gonna toss that in. It's like a 139-ish or something like that. There we
oh my
go.
goodness, Maddie,
Uh,
stop it.
well, I mean, it is an easy calculation in the end. I mean, 9 minutes is exactly 140. So you just calculate it from there. And then it's more about estimating the speed, how fast it's going to be getting there. So there's like, I know, magical crystal ball on my desk. I mean, if I would have that, I mean, or maybe an 8 ball that I could shake and just see if I'm going to be right or wrong. But it's just in the end, just trying to understand the kind of like the velocity of the vehicle and the slinging trajectory of the bale and how long that's going to take. It's maybe something which they do on NASA when they are calculating kind of like the circulation of the rockets around the moon.
I'm not going to lie to you. You said it's an easy calculation. An easy calculation for me at nearly 4:30 in the morning, I don't think exists. You could ask me what is 1+1 right now, and I might
No,
get it
no.
wrong.
The easy calculation for you in the morning is like how many cups of coffee.
How many cups of
So
coffee
that,
do I
that you can
need?
count. Hopefully, that should be easy enough. If you can't do that, then just take as long as you need. I mean, the amount of coffee. I made a huge mistake, by the way. I made a huge mistake when I got to the studio. I forgot to buy coffee for milk for the coffee. So I haven't made any coffee, but I will do it at some point. And when I have my break, I'll just go to the store. It's like 5 minutes away, and I'll get some coffee and milk.
See,
Not a
there's your
problem.
problem, though, Maddie. Good coffee doesn't need milk.
Yeah, that's
So,
there's a lot of different opinions about this one. I mean, we have spoken about how people want to eat their pancakes. Do they want to have like honey on it or whipped cream or whatever? I'm actually really sad that because I mean the viewers. I'm not sure if this was mentioned, but I promised that I will make pancakes at FarmCon if we just find a suitable oven that we can actually do it. But we didn't. Of course, there was like no oven on the hotel room, so just didn't do it. But yeah. Anyways, that's a different discussion. But anyways, so yeah, there's a different opinions about the coffee and different opinions about the pancakes, and I can respect both of them. But I usually do drink my coffee with milk. Just been that way like 20 years.
I mean, we can't, none of us are perfect, so it's okay.
Mm. But okay, while we spoke about the pancakes and coffee, it seems that we are already 6.5 minutes remaining on the game. The first bell difference was 9 points, exactly the same difference, by the way, which we had on the previous match as well. And now we can see that New Holland's going to be starting to once again pouring down the grain. No big holes here, so about the same amount is going to be collected by both of the sides. So when you combine the combine and the harvest, sorry, the wagon together, so then we can see that about 55,000. And I'm expecting that New Holland had about the same. So now is the moment. Now New Holland needs to get some bales in if they want to get any kind of an advantage. They might want to wait for the drop, but as we know, it might be a bit of a risky strategy if there's no silo close or grain multiplier or anything like that. And the grain multiplier can actually hurt pretty much New Holland if Farming Friends gonna be getting hold of that one.
Yeah, bale multiplier could be useful if you're ready to deliver the bales at this point. I haven't really seen either team ready to deliver bales at this point. Like you said in the last round, no one's really delivering them before the 5th minute. As we see now, the multiplier evening up and maybe a slight advantage. So for the first time, the advantage in the grain is going to be in the multiplier is in the favor of Farming Friends. It'll be interesting to see if New Holland are going to counter that or if that's how we're going to play out the rest of the round.
I mean, they only have 6 bales being pressed. So I don't honestly think that they have the time. I think it's a mistake if they will go for more grain. I mean, they have something still like 32,000 though remaining. So where is that located? Is it next to the silos already? Can they just go in and just put that in? I think that's the question. So they just have to think about the factor, how much time and how much grain and bales they still need to work.
More grain.
I don't honestly think that they're gonna do much of Farming Friends are gonna be pouring down some more. So it's gonna be 2.6 now, and I think they're kind of like forcing New Holland to do something about it.
Yeah, it's a good moment there too. I
doing.
think that Farming Friends scored 1 bale with the multiplier and the bale multiplier drop and the regular multiplier in their favor. So getting a nice little lead here. As now it's back to what it's been the first 2 rounds, 2.1 to 1.9 in the favor of New Holland. Will that be enough, though? Just 2 points per bale difference, and they're trailing here.
Yeah, and Farming Friends, they actually have more bales pressed as well. But New Holland, they still have the multiplier for 20 seconds. And so I would say, Farming Friends, they have a multiplier as well. But now it's going to be wearing out. And it seems that it's going to stay there around. Oh, they still got to get some more bales because I can't see it from here. But I think that at least 1 bale came in. If they got a second one on the last second, no, they don't. So that's about 34 points. And not just about, it's exactly 34 points. Bottom boost, and that's going to make a lot of a difference. So that's going to help New Holland. If they now just press the bales and get the bottom boost, and then they actually have a chance of getting some last minute bales on the first floor. So because I think that they lost a bit of a time there, that while they were still undecided or struggling with the multiplier a little bit, they just didn't press the bales, and that's why they are lacking, I think, like 4 to 5 bales currently compared to Farming Friends. About that is just a rough estimate. So they need to do something that they can actually close the gap. And if you have less bale and if you're still trailing on the points, of course that you can do the math. Maybe even in the morning in the US, that it's a difficult combination.
This bottom boost is lasting for a minute. So New Holland just now going to be able to score. Looks like 6 bales if they can get all of these in. There's 5 of the 6, and now the 6. That is a huge moment, grabbing that super drop. And I think Farming Friends had to just kind of resign themselves to not getting that because they hadn't brought really any bales in. Now, of course, they've got 2 going in and bringing more in, but they didn't have any sitting at the barn, so it wouldn't have really done them much good to pick up that drop. It would have distracted them from being able to press more. 3-point lead for Farming Friends, Maddie. 1.5 minutes to go, and this is going to be a close in the third of the best of 3. This is too early to call.
Yeah, I was actually a bit of a worried about the bottom boost. I was expecting that New Holland they almost like out of bales completely after using the bottom boost and just like putting that many bales on the first floor. But that's not the case. They actually had about the same amount of bales. Now we can see that New Holland's actually leading on the bales, but Farming Friends did score a couple meanwhile. So they are once again like building the gap. So the bale situation is about the same. But the last minute is gonna start. That one bale is not gonna go inside, which Tita just put on the belt on the right side. It's gonna drop down for sure. And the other ones, I think they're going to go inside, even though they are just a little bit sideways, but that's fine. Oh, that bottom bale, sorry, the top bale on that two stack was wiggling a little bit. You never know when the bale is moving a little bit on that belt. It's kind of like start of the moment, and then you never know if it's going to drop or not. But it's getting very close. Farming Friends
Very
leading by
close.
60 points. Last 30 seconds. We can see Krieger already lining up to do something on the first floor as well because they realize that they don't have the time to put all of them on the second floor. Tita just not really struggling. The last bale on the belt is going to be just a little bit sideways, but it's going to go inside. We can see Lucky Luker putting the bales on the first floor as well. There's 3 bales remaining for New Holland. They don't have the bales. They don't have the. Oh, maybe they actually have. They do. The final bale. They're gonna get it by 3 points. And look at those guys. They are having a blast.
Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? I mean, you even went, they don't have the bales, but then they just had that
They had
one
it.
that's, oh man. And like, you got to feel for Farming Friends. They played 3 really good rounds and like, they looked good for the win there and moving on. But New Holland, 3 points was the difference. And, getting 2 points extra per bale was probably helpful in that. They had that every single round, but man, what a matchup. And as you see now, my insanity off the stage, I think they're probably getting ready to play the next one. I think one of the cool things about the FSL is that these teams love these in-person events because, of course, they're competitive. They want to beat each other. They want to be, the reigning team, the team supreme at the top of the standings. But they all seem to enjoy each other's company as well and get along. So
Mhm.
the smile there from Lucky Lucker. Farming Friends, their battle is not done here today yet, as they'll drop into the bottom part of the bracket in the double elimination format. So we've got 10 more to go today, Maddie. And if that first matchup is anything to go by, you're going to be out of voice by the end, and I'm going to like drink all the coffee in the house at
Nah.
this point. So,
Yeah,
oh
I
man,
think I'm gonna
yeah.
be fine with the voice. I don't think it's gonna be a problem. I mean, well, I have said that maybe during the last season, I have my history on commentating is on the motorsports events, and they go for the whole weekend. And then you're there on the side of the track where you actually have some dust, coming from the cars as well. So that's a whole lot more consuming for my voice. So I'm not really worried. But the final moments, I mean, there's one bale. I was really counting that they don't have the bales, but they had it once because sometimes you just don't realize it. But we're gonna be going for a short break. We have the second match coming after the break, so that's gonna be then. My Insanity versus Trailer Park Tires. Enjoy. We'll see you guys soon.
We're back. Hello, everyone. Wow, what a first matchup we had between Farming Friends and New Holland. They definitely are setting the bar at the level of competition pretty high here early on. Maddie, we saw Farming Friends win the first one. That was a close one. We saw New Holland bounce back really well in the second round. And then that third round, I mean, we were just seconds away from crowning Farming Friends as the winner and Tita getting up on the belt and getting that last bail in to make the difference.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the gap was so small, and just there was like no bails remaining for Farming Friends, only one bail remaining for New Holland. But I really thought that it was the bail which was already on the belt that I thought, but it was actually not. And yeah, they managed to win by 3 points. So yeah, at that point, I mean, they you saw the reactions from the players, how happy they were after getting that bail in, and they just drove that in as well. Just didn't put it on the belt. They had the time. They still had like 10 seconds on that point. But one small mistake could have had a huge impact actually on the whole situation if they would have not been able to successfully climb on the belt, because then they would have only got like 10 points, from the first floor. Maybe we can see these very nice deliveries on the replays, which we saw the tosses in. A bit of a problem for Optimus Prime there, but he's going to be able to straighten that out. Of course, these are, of course, from the first game of the series. So yeah, I really enjoyed the first series as a whole. I mean, there wasn't like we didn't see any huge mistakes. We didn't see anybody flipping. We saw some tossing of the weights. Well, not tossing, but just leaving them on the fields. And situations like this when they were not able to completely attach the utility which they want to use. But nothing that major, to be honest. Or maybe we'll see something here on the off screen which we didn't see. But this is the moment when they countered the combo, and I think they kind of like had an idea that they're gonna put that in, but they realized it's gonna be countered, so that's why they dropped it there. Okay, we're gonna get some more points later when we actually deliver it on the second floor.
Not only did New Holland win 2 out of 3 rounds, Maddie, but you were 2 out of 3 for your first bail predictions on the points too. Very nicely done by you as well on the broadcast. So yeah, New Holland taking that first matchup of the day. They've moved on at the top of the bracket, and Farming Friends will drop into the bottom part of the bracket. But New Holland winning means that they're just going to stay right up on stage, and now they're going to take on My Insanity. We talked about this probably being the matchup. Farming Friends made it closer than I thought they would, but we are now going to see New Holland against My Insanity. If my memory serves me correctly, the number 2 and number 3 teams from season 4. So early on, of course, this is the top part of the bracket. So whichever team loses is still in the tournament this weekend in the double elimination format. But this is a huge early matchup between two really good teams.
And of course, the same applies as we had on the first game as well. So the winner's going to go on the winners bracket, and then the losing team still have the second chance. So they're not going to be dropping out of the tournament yet. So as this is the double elimination bracket, but still, definitely very exciting how this is going to play out in the end. And what I'm really eager to see. Well, I'm looking My Insanity definitely here, because they showed on the last tournament that they had what it takes to be on the final, and I just I mentioned that like one hit wonder at the start of the show because we had a lot of time to talk. So I want to see, does their gameplay seem that that they are on the same level, and how that's gonna go. So that is definitely something that I want to see. But then we can see the bans coming in. So we can see Manito, so telehandlers. I mean, they didn't ban the telehandlers on the first matches, if I remember correctly. I mean, on the Farming Friends versus New Holland, but they didn't use them either. So and we didn't see the telehandlers being used on the previous tournament, if I remember correctly. I don't think that I saw them being used at once. Of course, we had some changes on the actual tractors that you can get those 3 bales easier on the fork, and that might affect how much you want to use the Manito now or any other telehandler in that situation. But we have the other telehandler in play, as we can see that not all of them are being banned.
Yeah, that's interesting to ban one and not ban the other. Still, these strategies taking shape, and I'm very intrigued by that fact. It's something that I didn't realize not covering last tournament, that not a single time was a telehandler used, because we saw them really used quite a bit last season, especially for that running toss into the top of the barn. We've seen New Holland do that toss in the past. Maybe that's what my insanity were thinking at first, but they've left one in play as now the team's into the player pick phase. And New Holland's going with Big Hall. Bottleneck for my insanity for their team perks. Still, that Kloss Combine and that Massey Ferguson Baylor are the preferred ones to reserve for each team. I'm wondering, what it is about these two that are making teams want to pick them. Of course, the Kloss Harvester has the widest header with 13.8 meters, and it also has the biggest grain tank. So basically, the Kloss Lexion 8900 is replacing the ideal from Agco that we saw picked almost every time last season. We're about to get underway, Maddie, and you've gone with my insanity based off their performance last month, but a huge early matchup here between these two teams.
Yeah. Let's see. I mean, we didn't see any challenges on the last game at all, or the last series. So, and do we see something happening here? But of course, I want to continue my first bell prediction streak. So let's see how that's gonna go. Or is it gonna be a disappointment? Is it gonna be a disappointment? But yeah, we can see Manchester struggling a little bit getting the Baylor, and that's gonna cause a lot of importance. It's now he finally got it. That I think they lost something like 7 seconds, maybe. Maybe I'm like overestimating it because of the weight being tossed away as well. Harvesters on the field, and we can see my insanity on the other side. So let's see. We can see that New Holland is a little bit late, so we can expect that that's going to be Trelleborg tires instead of New Holland. Oh, let's see how this is going to go. Okay, so we have.
Yeah, interesting. They were so far behind there, grabbing the Baylor.
Yeah.
They didn't even have the Baylor ready.
But okay, so this is going to be 130 something, and I'm not going to be okay. It's going to be reversing it in. It's going to be 128 maybe. 126. Okay, so that's my fault. That's on me.
How dare you?
Okay. Sorry, I'm just just a little bit now trying to understand like what's going on here. That's the door. Yeah, I'm not struggling with the door. El Rhodes probably knows that as well. So, but yeah, that's gonna take a lot of time. They're just trying to reverse that in, and that's gonna be a very, very, very small amount of points. It's gonna be 98. So that's more than one of a bale. That's almost 1.5 bales, to be honest. And yeah, let's see, direct delivery, which is raised. So yeah, straight after the first bells, especially when it takes a bit more time, then the first bells are immediately there. So kind of like the content just keeps on coming.
Not a good start at all by New Holland. We saw them win the first bale battle in all 3 of the rounds against Farming Friend in the matchup that just broadcast before this one. And I think the lowest that they got in all of those rounds was 136, if I remember correctly, and quite a ways off of that. I think luckily for them, my insanity didn't, get closer to the 140 mark, but still not the greatest of starts for New Holland, as we've seen them struggle mid-round at times in that first matchup. But now, having this mistake early on, they're going to have to bounce back from that.
7 minutes to go. But yeah, my insanity, they have a good start here. New Holland. So I'm just making an assumption here that I guess meanwhile we were watching the other game, I think the series what I was waiting, mine it was Trelleborg tires. It was probably played off stream, and if I'm understanding the bracket right, then my insanity won it, and this is actually kind of like the winners play-ins game. So the winners from the first play-in round, so the winning teams are now playing each other's, and the winner from here goes to actually the quarterfinals, and the losing team is going to go to the losers play-ins match a little bit later, if I'm getting this all right. So sorry if I'm struggling a little bit with the bracket, but the just new format, we all need to understand it.
Yeah, it's always with these live in-person events too. There's always that room for things to go wrong and for technical difficulties to set in. So we're really thankful for everyone in chat helping us out. As we get through those kinks. Of course, we're also like Maddie's in Finland. I'm in the U.S. and the broadcast is happening in Germany across multiple internet connections. So we're glad to be able to bring this broadcast to you all today as we're about 14 seconds away from the 5.5 minute drop. So far, only the first bail points are the difference. And it's going to be interesting to see how this one continues to shape up. My Insanity setting themselves up well with that early first bail advantage. A huge mistake by New Holland as we have Crazy Tool and Bail Drop. They've spawned near the barn. So I'm not sure. It'll be interesting to see if teams want to take the time to get over there and grab it. Maybe if they're coming in to bring bales already, they'll be in a better spot as we have a traffic jam here at My Insanity's silo as Hannes is trying to back that harvester up into the right position. Going to start unloading some grain now.
It's rush hour next to the silo, definitely. As we saw so many vehicles being parked ready to deliver the grain, we can see the big haul being almost loaded as well. So yeah, my sand is definitely loading it. They're gonna be getting the multiplier meanwhile. And regarding the drops, by the way, so this is something which we speculated. Maybe that's the right term with Alex on FarmCon as kind of like the crazy tool in a way. When we talk about this time, so with the crazy tool you can do so much more work in a smaller amount of time. So in a way it's actually super effective when we have like less time to play. But then already last season we noticed that people don't go for the crazy tool if they are not really positioned to use it. So it's really difficult on these 10-minute rounds to actually use it. So yeah, if you have like a perfect timing, then it's super helpful. But then if you need to, move and be away from something else for 30 seconds to travel on the other side of the field or something like that, then it's not worth it. So in a way, the same aspects as last season, because we spoke this last season as well, that people don't want to go for it because that disrupts too much from whatever you're doing at the moment. So that is still there, but then kind of like if you can use it, then most probably kind of like the benefit is going to be bigger than last season. But we didn't see it being used at all on the last tournament, so we'll see when we'll see it being used for the first time, and then we can actually maybe put some more actually some facts behind the words, unless just speculating. As I mean, the matches already today have kind of like showed us that the assumptions, at least what I made from the first tournament, they were a little bit wrong on some point about the pegs especially. But it is, the gameplay is evolving, and that's always good. So now My Insanity, they did deliver 2 bales, while not the biggest advantage. So the kind of like the lead has been extended a little bit, but nothing major. But New Holland has been doing a lot of bales. They have 14 bales, and we can see that they
look at those
can
bales
open up
sitting
the
there.
shop here. Yeah, so they will. I guess now will come the time when they will start delivering it. And does he have 4 bales there?
Bail points picked up by My Insanity as well,
3.
so the super drop giving them some free extra points.
This is
My Insanity into a nice lead, but like you said, come get your bales. Lots available right now at New Holland's barn, and My Insanity just now bringing some in. Going to be an interesting final 2 minutes here of the first of the best of 3. I want to go back to what you said about Crazy Tool, because I do think it could be a very beneficial perk. But you're right; it has to be the right scenario. Like if you don't have someone in the area, you have to think, is it worth the time? Of course, you don't want your baler to be the one to go get the perk because it only lasts for 30 seconds, and ideally you would have 1, if not 2 people running a baler when you pick it up. So it's got to be that right mix of being at the right place at the right time, I think, as PB now bringing 3 bales in on the front of the tractor and probably going to get all 3 of these on. That one's falling off now, though. Commentator's curse.
exactly. They have about the same amount of bales. So New Holland actually did a good job by closing the gap. They were like something like 70 points behind at some point, and now it looks pretty even. And last time when I saw New Holland kind of like being pretty even, they won the game by 3 points. So let's see if this is going to be one of those,
Right.
because it is completely doable. We have the last minutes rolling out, we have the bales going in. New Holland 7 bales, so they have a couple on the belt. 8 bales now, so maybe they can still get like a last minute delivery. So this is actually getting very close. So if My Insanity can deliver all those 9 bales, but okay, 35 seconds to go, and especially on the belt on the second floor, then I think they will take this. But to me, somehow it just looks that they don't have the time to deliver all the bales on the second floor. So it's gonna be the ratio between the second and the first floor that's gonna be a factor on the overall result. That's what I'm wondering currently. And now 14 seconds. Hannes is coming in. That bale is not going to go on the second floor. There's going to be still four more bales
It's gonna be
going on the
close.
belt, and they will
Into the
actually get
lead.
them inside. It's going to be 540 maybe. After that one, New Holland, and it's
Ooh,
going to be in the
nice.
end My Insanity. They will get it. So, and these guys once again pretty excited. So, yeah, good job.
What was the difference in the points? Does it come down to the first bail? It's wild to see. Of course, you have to execute in between the beginning and the end. You can't
Mm,
just go off of the first bail points or go off of the points you're scoring at the end of a round. You have to combine them all together. But oftentimes, it's just one or two moments again, between teams like this that come down to make the difference. And New Holland, I find it interesting that every single round they've played so far, they have had a
mm,
2.1 to 1.9 advantage in the grain, but they've only won two and lost two of the 4 rounds we've seen them play today with that advantage. So it hasn't always worked out in their favor. And yeah, it was just 39 points was the difference. So
yeah.
partially that first bail and also the super drop, the free bail points when My Insanity already had a nice lead, and you could see the puff of breath there from My Insanity. That was an intense first round. Getting hydrated now as well, and they're one win away now from moving on at the top part of the bracket. That's where you want to be.
Mm. Yeah, I think the gap, on the difference on the first bail was like 28 points, maybe. I think it was 98 to 126. So 28 points from that. And so that alone wasn't the only factor. They would have still won it, even if they would have had an even first bail. But then, of course, the you mentioned the bail points. So that combined the bail points and the first bail, that was the biggest difference. Otherwise, the stats they looked pretty much the same for both of the sides, more or less. So, but yeah, I still think that in a way, New Holland they made a good comeback on the middle game, but then they just run out of bales in the end, which we have seen happening today now twice that they run out of bales. But I guess it's part of the strategy as well, and especially if there's some kind of a disruption, you can lose some time and so on. So then, I mean, of course, if you lose time somewhere, it doesn't matter where. It doesn't matter where you lose the time, but if you lose the time, then in the end, the end result is that you have less bales in the end, because you have been doing something else. Well, yeah, the next game of the series. So My Insanity 1-0 for them. So New Holland, second time actually today, and the second match in a row. Their backs against the wall. So they are now they need to if they want to win this series, and of course now is the time that they have to tie it first and then go for the third game of the series. But New Holland and I mean both of the teams that are playing on this match, they have won their first match, so they haven't lost one. So even if they're gonna lose, they will drop on the losers bracket, so they still have a chance of surviving from there, as far as I know. So not really having their backs against the wall, but backs against the wall on this series. Didn't see the first telehandler or the second telehandler being banned now, so that was the strange ban on the first match of the series, and yeah, didn't much kind of like serve purpose there. And now this is gonna be interesting. So Big Hole versus Unstoppable, as on the first game of the tournament today, we had in the end like both Unstoppables from the both sides against each other. So this is the first time we see Big Hall versus Unstoppable today.
I think that an unstoppable, is a good counter to Big Hall, because you can't go over a certain amount or you're shutting your own belt down. So you've got to kind of be careful with the delivery of your grain and how much you're putting in there. So that'll be interesting to see how My Insanity reacts to that. So maybe a chance for New Holland early on here to cause a little bit of disruption and be able to force that third of the best of three. Neither of these teams are going to be out, which is good, depending on the result of this. But one team is going to have, an easier journey. They're going to go straight into the quarterfinals, the winner of this one. The other team will have to play a couple more matches to be able to, fight to move on in the losers bracket of the double elimination. So 10 minutes separating My Insanity from moving on to the quarterfinal for New Holland. They need to be a lot better from the jump here. We saw them late to get their baler. We saw them struggling at the barn as well to get that first bale delivered, and we're on our way. Look at New Holland, all three of them setting out the same direction, and now they're going their separate ways to grab equipment off the pods. As you see, My Insanity grabbing the Kloss Combine as well. So they're going to have two of the Kloss Combines.
Yeah, see New Holland there, like you said, it like moving as a pack. You almost felt that, somebody has unleashed the herd to move on the fields. Oh, we're finally getting away from this place. Let's run for it. And then they just go for the pads. But we'll see if this is going to be anything else. And I just got an explanation, by the way, why we didn't see the My Insanity versus Trelleborg tires was the fact that Trelleborg tires didn't show up on the event. So just got the answer from the venue, like why we actually see My Insanity versus New Holland. So My Insanity actually got a forfeit win from the first game, and that's why we are seeing them to play against New Holland, because New Holland, they had the setup, and now we're going to have, 130, 129, maybe? No, it's gonna take more time. So I'm not gonna take responsibility from these mistakes. I mean, I can calculate it when it goes actually according to the plan. But when they're gonna be getting stuck, which is a bit unusual, it's already, by the way, the second time in a row for New Holland that they have a problem with the first bale. They got 98, and there we can see that 112 versus 113. So this is gonna be getting very close. So also My Insanity, they had some problems with the first bale as well.
Yeah, we're going to see a replay here. Crashing into the starting gate, and the weight goes flying. Both teams making mistakes on the first bale there, but it's not going to really make too much of a difference as there's only 1 point in it. New Holland in the lead. They're actually going to go for speed limit here as well. You would expect My Insanity to answer back. Yeah, going back, I think that that forfeit is part of why we were delayed at the start of the broadcast, because we were expecting that matchup to take place, and we skipped straight to New Holland versus Farming Friends. So for My Insanity, if they are able to move on here, that means they've only had to play one round today. They'll be nice and rested going into the quarterfinals, and not having to play so many matchups here. As now, speed limit still hasn't been picked up, and they ran out of time to get that drop, did My Insanity. So they're going to be slowed down and at a slight disadvantage here for another 43 seconds.
Well, Optimus back on the field. And now we'll just see how this is going to be starting to form. I mean, grain, of course, being collected. I'm actually, by the way, when you said at the start that the Unstoppable is a good perk versus the Big Hall, I'm actually really happy that you said it. That is something that I have been, over the last season, I was like, of course you take Unstoppable versus the Big Hall, because otherwise you're just going to have your belt like completely broken in a matter of seconds. But then in a way I have been like a bit scared to say that, because, I'm not the strategical mastermind of this game. So I'm really happy that you said it instead of me. So now
well, I'm glad I can indicate your thoughts.
Because they're like, if I would have said it like last season, then somebody like, oh, Copter knows nothing about this game. And okay, now I'm fine with it. But it is something that I have been wondering for a long time that I want to say, but then I have been a bit scared to say it. That even if somebody's like, "Oh, that's so wrong what he's saying," so when it's coming out of your mouth, the good old farming simulator veteran who knows pretty much everything. So I'm really happy.
Yeah, don't oversell me though. I think the thing about Farming Simulator, of course, we're doing the esport here, but if you want to like talk about the whole game altogether, it's one of those games that you're constantly learning. So I think that people assume that I am an expert at everything in the game because I work for Giants and I'm a fan of the game, but man, there's always something new to learn. And with the Farming Simulator League and it being, more and more variety now, it's really, I feel like for this season, it's a learning process for all of us again, right? Because we're trying to figure out what are the perks, what are the pieces of equipment that teams prefer. So yeah, it's a game that has multiple layers of strategy. So when people ask me things like how does an esport and farming simulator even work, I think that is part of what helps it shine as an esport. Is that of course at the core, I explained it earlier. It's a rather simple way to explain it: harvest, bale, deliver. But there's so many other layers that come into the conversation with the strategy. It starts with the pick and ban phase. It then continues with how the drops go in your favor or against you, and of course how you're countering your opponent. As we see, Bale multiplier very likely going to be
Mhm.
picked by L Rhodes. He's just waiting until the last second to grab it, literally at the last second. Bridges raised picked up by My Insanity. Bale multiplier picked up by New Holland. And they do have the grain multiplier against them, but with that Bale multiplier, that'll make up for it as Tita crashes into. You can hear the audible gasp from Copter. Nearly a
Mhm.
mistake again there by New Holland.
Yeah, I was just I was just waiting that you will see that he has a problem at the safer route. But okay, yeah, the thing with the drops. So clearly, New Holland. I mean, they were ready to deliver bales with the multiplier, and actually, they are putting them on the first floor as well. They came with the bale
There's a
tastic
Bale-tastic.
at the same time as well. So that is, I mean, what more can you wait anymore? I mean, or ask for? I mean, you get a combo, and then you get a multiplier from the bales at the same time as well. So they had a pretty good timing, and that is a hard one for mines to come back because I mean you can see their belt is pretty much done, and they have the multiplier, yes, but it's gonna take a bit of a time to get those in, and last season we saw that if your belt is not moving, it's not really a problem, especially if you are you know maybe playing for Helm because you can just master the belt and toss them in with the famous toss from the bridge as well. But it also takes more time. So even if you had the bales last season and you don't have the belt and you want to deliver them, if you toss them or if you just drive them all the way there, it's going to take more time. And this season,
I
you
love
don't
that.
have the time. So I would say that, closing the belt is like more significant. It doesn't affect because on the final bales, which you can still drive inside, but I think once again, it has a greater impact if it's there for a longer time. So if you think about that, then you're gonna understand the power of big hole in the end, and also the power of unstoppable. So all these kind of the balances in power, which is something which you usually hear when you're watching a Star Wars movie, like, oh, the Force has the balance is broken, but that is pretty much what we see here. And now we just have a new force, which is the the Darth Terminator or something like that.
I love that standoff that we had at the silos, and Cygnus was just daring My Insanity to go ahead and dump their grain, and so My Insanity ended up leaving the silo. So a good bit of disruption by New Holland, and if I were them, I would just keep this belt shut down because they have a nice little lead. Yeah, they're going to have the multiplier against them, but PB is struggling to even get up
Struggling.
the belt here. And this is just not looking good so far for My Insanity. They're going to have to just put these into the bottom at this point. So smart move by New Holland, keeping that belt broken for My Insanity. And it goes back to the strategy we talked about at the beginning.
Now it's moving.
Unstoppable against Big Hall. is a really good disruption if you can time it right.
But if you count the Bales, they have 16, they get 24. Yeah, I mean,
Do they
it
have
is
time in a
doable.
minute though?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
time is the problem this time. The time is definitely going to be a problem. And yeah, the Bale, yeah, I don't know. Somehow I just don't see it that my insanity can come back from this one. And this is a new gameplay in a way from New Holland. I mean, getting the belt broken so well. I mean, when you have big hole, you expect that the big hole is gonna break the belt of the other side. And New Holland, okay, they had the unstoppable, so it is actually pretty rare when we see that the side who has the big hole actually has their belt being broken. I don't think that I have actually seen that before.
Yeah, it was a very good play there by New Holland, and I think like the gap is being closed now, but My Insanity having to push their bales into the bottom, and it's just not going to be enough points scored
Yeah.
at the end. You know that old saying in like regular sports, defense wins championships, and how about New Holland forcing the third of the best of three by playing a very defensive strategy, and they're kind of laughing about it now. They're looking over at My Insanity, giving them a cheeky little wave, but I mean that standoff at the silo and Cygnus, that has to be the most comfortable round of Farming Simulator League that he's ever played, because he just got to sit at the silo for about 3 or 4 minutes at the end there, just daring My Insanity to deliver more grain, and just, had an absolute easy time. Kick back a little bit, just sit and wait and see your team move on into the third of the best of three. I think that this is showing, Maddie, already how good of a change in the rules it is to force teams to have to pick a different
Mm,
perk for each round.
mm,
Because if we had gone back to last season, we're probably talking about teams picking the same perk, and it coming down to just who can get the most bales delivered. Now you have to
mm,
consider strategies like that, a team disrupting your team with a strategy to counter yours. And My Insanity, after a really strong first round, now kind of looking stunned after that second round. And it'll be winner takes all here. One team will move on directly to the quarterfinals, the other team into the losers bracket, not eliminated quite yet, but we'll have a longer path to get to the
mm.
quarterfinals.
Looking at the players, I mean, we saw New Holland definitely having a laugh and enjoying it. I don't know. Oh, it actually worked, or what was the? I don't know. What was the like the topic of the laugh, or maybe just the DLCs he was selling behind the corner are just so good. That's the other option. But we can see My Insanity just being preparing here. These guys are having fun, so they are pretty done. But My Insanity, I think they had a discussion. Maybe it was a coach or maybe an analyst of the team. I don't know who they were talking with. So they are definitely, they are now really waiting, like what they should do on the next game. So they are really wanting to, make sure that they will guarantee the victory on the next one. So we'll see what's going to happen.
Yeah,
And if
at
you're
least they don't
wondering
have to
about
worry about Unstoppable again, Maddie. That's what I was going to say. At least they don't have to worry about that coming up against them again.
Yeah, and if any of the viewers are wondering about the headphone setup, so it's pretty common on the LAN events that you actually have your headphones and then you have like a noise cancellation um, headset on top of it. So then you have like the earbuds, which already have some kind of an isolation, and then you still have the active noise cancellation on the other ones, and that is usually giving you a pretty good, like a comfortable silence from the crowds and everything. And of course, as they do have a German commentary on site, probably coming from the loudspeakers as well. So they want to make sure that there's no advantage for the players. So they want to make sure that they don't really hear what's happening, on the commentating, for example, because that can sometimes, give out some things which they wouldn't otherwise notice. But the ban
Well,
phase is here, and this time, yeah, the same thing. No telehandlers are being banned. We have seen the John Deere 8R being banned all the time, at least on this series, and I think Deutsche Fahr as well. Which, by the way, had a lovely factory at FarmCon, and I really still, every
oh,
now
that
and
was
then,
so much fun.
yeah, and every now and then, I still hear the Deutsche Fahr song on my head as well. Deutsche Fahr, Deutsche Fahr.
Wow. I mean, well sung My Insanity got beat by Unstoppable last round. They're picking it now in this third of the best of three bottleneck for New Holland. Yeah, I was stunned at the Deutz Fahr party during FarmCon. I was like, wait, is this a song for Deutz
Yeah,
Fahr? And like their staff went absolutely nuts when that song came on. Go look
yeah.
it up if you haven't heard it. You'll be quite surprised. But yeah, what a fun FarmCon it was for us. Just man, it seems like ages ago, but it was only what, like 6 to 8 weeks ago or so, something like that. So
Mhm.
not really that long ago. What a fun time it was, though. Deutsfahr were great hosts, and that factory tour was really cool to be
Mm.
able to see like how they do each of their tractors bespoke, and definitely living the dream and being able to go to these events and do things like that. Last year, I got to tour the John Deere Museum in Mannheim. So it's cool to be able to do these things when we're at these events. And yeah, glad to be a part of Gamescom in a way. We're not there in person, but we're here with all of you awesome people watching us out there on the internet. Yeah, here we go. Third of best of three. One team moving on to the quarterfinals. The other team will have to face off in the double elimination bracket for their right to move on. As My Insanity, again, looks like they're going to claim the second Kloss Combine. So nice early move by them, as we're going to see now how the first bale shapes up.
Yeah, I think there was a plan for My Insanity to get that as well, but in the end, New Holland will snatch that. Sorry, My Insanity will snatch that in front of New Holland. But anyways, it is done. We can see New Holland. I mean, yeah, they might have lost that battle, but this first battle is actually looking pretty good. So L Rhodes is now. I mean, and L Rhodes haven't been. Well, now he has, but yeah, on the first series he didn't miss single toss. This can be actually pretty huge. It can be this 140 something for sure. If that's gonna go in, it's gonna be 145.
Ooh,
That's a
nice.
good one, because every time when you have the first bell, which is like above 4 minutes, so that's always 140 something. We saw the 150 last season, if I remember correctly. I guess it was made by Helm. We're expecting nothing else, to be honest. Um, but we haven't seen that high. And actually, on the first tournament, I think that the first bells were actually pretty low all the time. They were like 120 something. And in general, I think we have seen like more mistakes with the first bells than what we saw during the last season. And then, okay, bridges lowered, direct delivery. Okay, New Holland can maybe go for a direct delivery. My Insanity, they don't have a bale to deliver, so they don't probably pick anything unless they want to take the bridges lower, which is not going to make much of a difference at this point of the game, as the bales are not really yet moving towards the barn. But yeah, the Deutsch Fahr song. So I'm not gonna sing it again. Sorry,
Oh.
but the thing that I wanted to mention is that I actually noticed that yeah, they had the song, but they actually have a whole album on Spotify. They have a whole album, Deutsch Fahr album. It's not just a one single song. They have like 10 songs or something like that, and I can easily imagine, like, if I would be a farmer, if I would be, having a tractor and driving on the fields, and I can imagine that somebody might be listening that. So I guess that's like comes preloaded on all of the MP3 players or the Deutsche Fahr tractors or something like that, because uh, it's clearly a local, pride, Deutsche Fahr as a brand.
Yeah, you could see like even the surrounding community, because we were there in person and Lowingen, and it's mainly dominated by Deutz Fahr. That town isn't, as far as like the industry goes, and then everything's kind of been built up around it. My last day actually in Lowingen, we went to one of the smaller like inn type hotels that some of our community members were staying in, and they had a little adult barley juice garden, we'll call it, that was part of the hotel, and even the hotel owner was at FarmCon because Deutz Fahr invited him. So it kind of shows you, I think, like how much Deutz means to the people in that area and how much it means to the economy. So yeah, it was neat to kind of see that perspective. It's cool to talk about these things because farming is something that I think, even though it looks different in different parts of the world, it's something that almost anyone anywhere can relate to if you live in farming land or near farming land of your country. So yeah, they took a lot of pride in it, which was cool to see. So the belt shut down right now for New Holland with 6 minutes to go in this third of the best of three. They have that first Bale lead at the moment. No other points scored yet, of course. Too early in the round for more points. And 145 to 121. 5 minutes, 45 seconds separates one of these teams from moving on to the quarterfinals.
And I mean, New Holland, I don't think that they had delivered any grain. But what really worries me is that by sanity, they still have like 49k of grain. So even if New Holland now goes there and unloads it, bridges raised, bale drop. Well, not that much of a difference, to be honest. I mean, bale drop, yeah, somebody can go for it. Bridges, I mean, they haven't been that popular to be used, so I have noticed that they will just will not go for those usually at all if there's like a clear reason for it. But yeah, this is what worries me because now we can see my insanity that they are starting to unload this, and they have the unstoppable. So I want to see what's happening to New Holland at this situation. Do they actually want to keep that on 2.0? No, they want to get a slight advantage. And we can see actually Bridges race being picked by my insanity just when I said that it's not really usually worth it. But okay, we are coming on 4.5 minutes. So yeah, the time might be an essence here if they want to start delivering the bales. New Holland, they have 7 bales pressed, but there's no guarantees that they're going to be right next to the barn. So we'll see. I think this is a bit of a different kind of a strategy what we see here. This is building like nobody has tried to deliver like that. Well, like a couple mid bales with the multiplier. I think the grain game is definitely open than usually. I mean, around 5 minute marks and teams are down with the grain with this sort of time frame. But now they are still like waiting their options with the grain, and there's no special multipliers going on, anything like that. So then I'm starting to really look what the bale counts are gonna be, because that in the end will be probably the biggest deciding factor after the grain has been, of course, delivered. But it's gonna be pretty much even, I would imagine. Maybe New Holland, as they're putting out the bales on the belt, they want to get a slight advantage, and they have the grain to put it about even. Maybe 2.2 is doable, 2.1, but nothing huge is going to happen with the multiplier. And yeah, it's going to be exactly actually 2.0. Yeah, it's not going to go all the way to 2.1. So
for the first time,
I think New Holland, they had an idea that they're gonna put the bales on the belt, and they're gonna just increase the multiplier when they have the bales going with the faster speed initially. But then we had a My Insanity loading the rest of it as well, and then they just end up with a tie. So New Holland had an idea, and it didn't fail, but they didn't get the advantage either.
Yeah, and this is the first time they won't have the 2.1 to 1.9 in all 6 of the rounds that we've seen them play so far this morning. New Holland playing in both of the broadcast matches so far this morning, as My Insanity's original opponent in the first play-in did not show up today, so they were able to get the automatic win for that. And hello to everyone in chat. I see Argsy Gaming and Yosmodding and Felden and everyone else. Thank you so much. Argsy said, I smelled the sweet aroma of pancakes, which meant only one thing. It's FSL time. Yeah, baby. It was really cool to see Argsy at FarmCon coming all the way from New Zealand and showing yet again that Farming Simulator is a very worldwide game, loved by so many people across the world, and being sold in more countries than ever before with Farming Simulator 22. And it just keeps getting more and more popular thanks to the love and support that the dedicated players of the community, the modders, and the FSL players, and everyone that takes part in the community does to help grow our game. And excited for everything ahead as well. For me, long term, hoping we'll see FSL in North America in the next couple of years at least. So we'll see how that plays out. It would be nice to start getting more and more teams and more areas of the world involved in our esport, because Farming Simulator been around for 15 years, but the esport in that scheme of things is just a relative newcomer to the scene. So still a long way to go to increase the awareness and interest in it. But I think that's starting now with getting the game built or getting the modes built into Farming Simulator 22. All right, 356 to 307, 1 minute, 4 seconds remaining. Still too close to call. My Insanity has 2 extra bales, which would help close that gap. But New Holland looking pretty good for moving on right now, barring any mistakes.
I did the calculations uh, while I was listening the other things. So yeah, actually the bail situation is pretty even. Yes, we have a gap with the points, and I calculated that if teams the bails which they had like available like a 1 minute to go, I think New Holland's gonna win by a couple of points. So so it's because it's 2.0 multiplier, so there's no really a gap. It's not changing anymore at this point. So if they're gonna
Ooh, that's
deliver all the
tough.
bails, I think New Holland's gonna win. And my Insanity, there needs to be something happening. So New Holland, they have a better situation. It's 10 seconds remaining, 50 points about between the teams, and my Insanity, they have 4 bails remaining, because New Holland's just showing the rest of the bails on the first floor. It's gonna be just a couple of seconds remaining, and it's gonna be in the end New Holland who will take this one. So
Man,
once again, a pretty close series, even though it's not 3 points, it's a little bit more than that, like 20 something points the gap, but still a very close series. And I don't know, there was something on this series. I mean, this last game that it was building up differently. Like I said, it that it was just like very slowly building up, and kind of like somehow the teams found a way to stretch the final game to play it more like they would have played last season. I don't know, just seemed to me like that.
yeah, there's a lot more, like, I think, layers to the strategy now. Having to pick a different team perk every round, having to switch things up. It's interesting to me that New Holland, now we've seen them play in both matches on the broadcast. They have lost the first of the best of three, and then won the final 2 rounds of each matchup to move on. So I almost wonder, Maddie, like, how did the teams decide? Like, I feel like each team, of course, has to have a team perk that they feel like is their strongest one, right?
Mm.
And then maybe some others that aren't as strong. So of course you have to consider what your opponent might pick, but also, like, is it worth it maybe to go with what you feel as a team is one of your weaker strategies in the first of the best of three, get it out of the way, maybe pick up the win using it, set yourself up with your stronger gameplay in the final 2 rounds. That seems, at least to me, what New Holland was doing. And they saved the best for last. That first bale right there is the highest one of the day in that third of the best of three. So New Holland, showing why they were at the top of the standings with the team formerly known as Trelleborg last season, now Helm, because you've got to be able to adapt. You've got to be able to also rise to the occasion when your back's against the wall. So well done, and a great matchup. And we'll be back shortly. Don't go anywhere. Heyo, we're back. Gamescom tournament, FSL Season 5 tournament number 2 of the season. We just saw New Holland knock off My Insanity. New Holland, first team today on the broadcast to move into the quarterfinals. My Insanity now will have to face off against Farming Friends, who we saw New Holland beat earlier for a right to move on. So, Maddie, I think that we started to see in that matchup between those two teams the differences in season 5 coming up. You know, the differences in having to pick a different team perk, especially that second round, the big haul against Unstoppable. The way that New Holland played it really threw My Insanity for a loop, I think.
Yeah. I mean, the gap was just so big at some point. So my insanity, I mean, it was very close. Very. I mean, they had some. They had a chance of coming back, but then in the end, I mean, it came down to the amount of bails. I mean, if they would have did with one more bail, then they would have lost by 9 points. So because it was 29 points. So yeah, two more bails. That's what would have been needed because they didn't show that much on the first floor either. It was more of a New Holland putting them there. And here we can see the replays. We had a bit of these issues with the getting the harvesters or the utilities in general being getting attached to the tractor. But in the end, they did manage to get it, but that cost some time. And this is maybe something that we actually see this on the stream. No, I was expecting to have a toss once again because when you have a guy like coming with a high speed from that bridge, you always expect maybe you need to tell a handler for it. You cannot toss it with that utility. And did we have another bang on the gate at the start? So when you're just a little bit too eager to start, then that might happen. The next match, yes, we're gonna see still the replays. Didn't have any major issues with the players. I mean, that was probably the biggest mistake we had with the moving the vehicles. We haven't seen a flipping vehicle there yet. But for the next game, which we're going to have, so it's good to understand that we didn't have the trailer box tires coming in. So that's why Farming Friends, they automatically moved to the losers bracket play-ins, and now they're going to play versus My Sanity, who lost like the winners bracket on that. So that's the one game we don't see is the first losers bracket because that team is still missing. So that's how the teams ended up on this game. And I'm pretty sure that you can find from the social media the bracket as well, hopefully, where's the whole diagram of the bracket, how it's going to work. We have had a glimpse of that on the broadcast as well. Maybe we'll see that later on, and we can maybe that will shed some light to the what is actually going on here. But it's good to understand that from the last game, which New Holland won, so they have already advanced to the quarterfinals, and then the winner from this one is going to go to the quarterfinals as well. But then the team who's going to lose this one is going to drop out of the tournament, as far as I can understand the logic on this bracket which we have.
Man, I tell you one thing. I'm jealous of Gamescom because I mean, look at that crowd, and it's always like this at our booth. I think it's like our crowd most crowded booth. Of course, we get a lot of people at FarmCon each year. The real diehards of the game come out to FarmCon, but Gamescom really seems to draw in the crowds from throughout the entire hall. I mean, having that big John Deere tractor this year, of course, that's always going to draw people in. But then also the excitement that other people are building up around the Farming Simulator League today will draw other people in. Maybe it's their first time seeing our esport. I think it's a really cool event for the exposure to Farming Simulator and the Farming Simulator League. All right, so Maddie, Farming Friends played really well against New Holland. They forced 3 games, winning the first one. The same thing that My Insanity did against them. So now for me, these two teams playing really well against New Holland, but coming up short. Now squaring off against each other. One of these teams will be eliminated after the best of 3 here. One will move on with a chance. I believe they have to win this one and another one if I'm looking at the bracket right before they get into the quarterfinals. We'll see how that shapes up. But I'm really excited to see this matchup because Farming Friends has surprised me so far today.
Yeah, they did really well on the first game, as you said, versus New Holland. They forced it to three, and the one which they won it was, I mean, the first game we had is like a vice versa thing with the perks. So what I really want to see how they're gonna play the perks here, because they were really successful on certain perks. So Big Hall, for example, was a pretty good one for them. So let's see how this is gonna go. And we don't see the Unstoppable on the other side, so then there's definitely a possibility of breaking the belt from the other side. And now we just have to wait. We saw, by the way, for the first time that both telehandlers were being banned, if I saw it correctly. So that should be those shouldn't be a thing here once again, as we haven't seen it happening this season. But yeah, this is I mean, my insanity. Of course, the thing is that Farming Friends, they had a bit of a time since they played the last game, so they have time to think. They didn't have to play kind of like the first round of the losers bracket, because once again, Trelleborg tires didn't show up. So they have a break of a couple of matches now. So which means that they have had
Yeah,
a
that
bit of a
makes
time to
sense.
prepare for this one. And my insanity, they come in hot. They have been playing, so that might be a factor as well. But of course, as they have like a loss from the previous game, so it might affect the mental state a little bit. What's the atmosphere, the feeling on the team? But that's something we have to wait and see. And you said that you envy the guys being at the Gamescom. Yeah, it looks really nice, and they were also sharing out those hats, which I don't have. So so now I'm being jealous about the hat as well.
Hey, I don't even have
Um,
one of those hats,
yeah, I
man.
mean,
So don't
the
feel
thing
too
is that
bad.
when we were on FarmCon, and there was so a lot of swag, but as I was going to a different event for a week after that, I actually had packed for 1.5 weeks, and my luggage was so full that I wasn't able to fill that with the swag. But okay, that's a different thing. Okay, the first bale is coming up. We can see Farming Friends leading slightly, as we can see that's a very minor thing. This is going to be very close, as we can see from the X-ray. They're just leaving exactly at the same time. They're going to use the same bridge as well. Of course, Farming Friends, this I mean, you can't afford mistakes. Is there going to be anything coming out of Jan's rear end? He's
Oh,
going to
he
reverse
crashed
that
into.
in. They are both going to reverse that in, actually. And it's going to be in the end, who is it? Krieger, yeah, 140. And that's a super good bail. I mean, not a bad bail for my insanity, but you very rarely see 140 bails which are actually reversed in instead of tossing. So that's a very good one.
Yeah, solid by both teams. I think my insanity could have come out on top, but just coming in way too fast, kind of crashing into the doorway a bit, and then going a little bit too far has put them off a bit. But really close nonetheless as we get our 8.5 minute drops. Looks like we have bail drop and speed limit kind of on the far side near the silo. So unless teams are going over that direction, I don't see either of these being picked up by either team here, but still could happen. You have a minute to pick the drop up, so still time for each team to go over and grab it. But yeah, that was I think, our closest fought contest for first bail so far today. So a good start by both teams.
As you Kermit, as you work for Giant Software and you know the guys pretty well on the company, I have a question. Like, who should I contact and pay to get a small like Autobots logo on that big hall?
Yeah, I don't see that happening. It'd probably be one of those. It's one of those situations where maybe we should call them like, uh, I don't know, those like really generic toys that are like totally not the toy, with the name. They go with something slightly
Yeah,
different, like
I know
Foba
what you
Bet
mean.
or something like that. When you're talking about like this, like a generic knockoff toy, I don't see us getting the license for Transformers. Uh, but man, that would be a crossover that no one ever expected.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah, the one thing that I have to mention is that as we can see that the big haul truck is Mack, which is a manufacturer, and the original Optimus Prime that is actually a Western Star model. So it is not the same. But okay, I'll just leave it there. Uh, but you can always hope. I was actually at FarmCon. I was like hanging out quite a bit with with the landscaping team who does all the models for these buildings, as they had some members from the different countries. So the kind of like the general language was English, because a lot of people are talking German, as there's a lot of German giant employees. So it made a lot of sense for me to hang with those guys. And then we spoke about all these details on the buildings and the textures and stuff like that, which they put in place. So it was definitely a nice connection. If they would be responsible from that truck as well, then I would know who to contact. But okay, that's a different discussion. So the first bail, as we saw it earlier, 3 points of a difference. So I mean, the multiplayer game is interesting, as we have seen that the multiplayer, even the smallest changes on the multiplayer, just 1.9, 2.1, it will make a difference when you deliver 10 bales, which is definitely more than 3 points. So I want to see how the multiplayer game is going to go, the grain game, and then we'll see how it's going to go. The first drops we saw, there was nothing that significant. There was the bell drop. Now we have the second line of drops, and we haven't seen anything really disruptive since the first series, actually. So I want to see that we have the first game of the first series, actually. So I want to see a little bit. Well, I want to, but I don't. More disruptive. Bridges lowered, direct delivery. Yeah, somebody can go and snatch that down. But now, as we have the bridges lowered being picked, I don't know what's going to be. Yeah, it's going to be chosen by both sides the same, actually. And now the belt is stopped, by the way, for farming friends. But they are already unloading it. So okay, never mind. It's going to be fixed. I just hope that, when I would have a technical problem like that somebody could actually fix that in 10 seconds instead of just waiting for the service guy for 2 hours.
Yeah, this one is going to be tough to call, I think, with 4.5 to go. My Insanity now delivering their grain and presumably going to even things up in the multiplier. All of the grain delivered so far for Farming Friends from the big haul. My Insanity having to deliver twice, and actually they're going to end up just short. So a 2.1 to 1.9, we've seen that in almost every single round today. And like you said, it's not a huge difference when you're talking about a couple of bales, but for 10 bales, you're basically scoring an extra bale. So that can be the difference at the end of a round between two really close teams.
Yeah, it definitely can. And the other thing I think you have to take into consideration is, again, the time. So if you take a higher multiplier, you have a slower belt. So then the time will become a problem on delivering the actual bale. So I think that's another thing that might be having a bit of an effect on the why they want to settle down with 2.1, or a very slight difference on that one. At the same time, on the chat, I can see that there's some questions about Trelleborg. So just like Feldon explained already, Trelleborg tires is not the same Trelleborg as we had last season. We have Helm, which is the same team as Trelleborg last season. And what we didn't go through all these brackets was that we have a different kind of a format. So we kind of have 2 different brackets here. And then we have the final tomorrow, and Helm they haven't yet played, so they are still playing today. So we can play this first bracket where we have a team going for the semifinals for tomorrow, and then we can have this second bracket where we have Helm, Astragon, Walter, and Lindner, and they're gonna start playing after we have finished with these teams. So those teams are still coming, and we should still today have 3 matches from them on the stream as the last 3 matches where we have these teams playing in, and of course more than tomorrow who's going to be advancing and where. So just to let you know that yes, Helm is still going to be there. But the 2.5 minutes to go. Farming Friends, I mean, they are leading by 100 points now, and when you look at the bales, it's about the same. Okay, not the same in numbers, but when you take those bales which My Insanity has over Farming Friends, then they would be about tied with the points. So we haven't seen anything huge happening here. But then in the end, of course, I mean, Farming Friends, they have made a better job by delivering the bales as well. So 2 minutes, and I think there was 20 bales for My Insanity. So that's a lot of bales to deliver in 2 minutes. So once again, the efficiency, which we mentioned, especially last season, multiple times, I think that will come an issue. PB 400 though, usually doesn't have much of a problem. I think I said it last tournament, was it?
Oh
Oh,
no!
and that's not good. That's the mistake you don't want to have because I mean you need the efficiency. You don't need to be
Oh
crashing,
dear.
and that's I mean that could be a deal breaker if they have undelivered bales when the time runs out. That's the reason.
Yeah, crashing into each other there, flipping himself over. Luckily, able to react rather well to it and save it from being an even bigger disaster, bouncing right back. But a couple of bales fell off, and every second counts at this point because you don't want to be forced to put any of these bales into the bottom because that could end up costing you. It looks like actually Hannes is going to put these into the bottom because he knows they're running short on time and they don't really have a choice. As now we're looking at Lucky Lucker for Farming Friends, grabbing a couple. This is going to be interesting because one is laying down, one is standing up. Krieger now very gingerly going across the bridge. And we've got 30 seconds left to go. 30-point lead for Farming Friends.
Yeah, the last, I mean, the standing bale was a wiggling a little bit, but it looks good. I mean, Farming Friends, they have a comfortable lead and only 4 bales remaining for My Insanity. 15 seconds, they have 2 bales on the belt. They're going to put a third one as well, so that's going to be about 60 points, 70 points more from those bales which they had remaining, and then we'll see what's going to come out of Farming Friends. One bale's going to drop from My Insanity, and that's going to be 20 points lost, at least 10. They will shove it there, but they still have 1 bale, and they don't have the time to put it in, and Farming Friends will once again take at least one round of the series, and this is how they started with New Holland as well. So I just, in a way, I hope that they could keep up the momentum. And what I have to say is, I mean, I said it that the team who's going to lose this one, they're not going to advance. So and My Insanity, we spoke them that okay they surprised us on the last tournament or the first tournament of the season, and I said that I'm watching them, so maybe the pressure is just too high.
Yeah, well, if you're watching them, you know that their opponents have been keeping an eye on them as well and how they played in that first tournament. So I think the thing that I'm feeling so far is that I feel like, of course, we've only seen 3 different teams now. This morning we saw New Holland play both of these teams already in the first 2 matchups on the broadcast. Now, in the double elimination part of the bracket, these 2 teams are squaring off, but all 3 of these teams seem really evenly matched in the rounds we've seen so far, and it's often come down to mistakes made that are making the difference, or a disruption of your opponent and being able to put them off of their game, making the difference. So it's very interesting to see how the season's shaping up. For me at FarmCon, you and Alex did the broadcast, and because I was on site and wasn't on the broadcast, I was doing other things. I was chatting with the community and doing things like that. So for me, this is really beyond just some highlights, my first experience with Farming Simulator in the Farming Simulator League in Season 5. So it's a learning experience as I'm going here. And Maddie, this may sound crazy to say because the rounds have been shortened this year, but I feel like even with less time, I feel like I expected the game to speed up because there's less time. It almost feels like the game is slowed down in the Farming Simulator League because you don't often see both teams delivering grain twice. You don't see the same mad dash early on to, put a bunch of straw down. We're not seeing, of course, less time means less points scored, but we're seeing less bales pressed as well because of less time. So the action seems to be kind of shaping up a
Mhm.
little bit slower. You have that early round where you're just focusing on getting grain delivered, getting straw baled, and then the last 4 minutes or so is where the action's taking place.
Mm.
Whereas it used to be the same. Like we used to have 15-minute rounds and most of the points scored in the last 4 or 5 minutes. It hasn't really changed when the bales are being delivered towards the end of a
Mm.
round. It just seems like overall, like to me, it seems like it's kind of slowed all the teams down. We haven't seen really any crazy fast-paced plays. We haven't seen anyone, jumping a moat yet. But maybe they're saving that for later on in the tournament. But so far, it's just been down to execution and if you can disrupt your opponents.
Mm. That is true. I spoke about the other teams, Helman, Astrogun, Valtra, and Lindner, so they're going to join in later. Also on the quarterfinal stage, we have Power Team Esport and Just the Track there joining in as well. So there is, teams joining a little bit later. So we're gonna see those teams today as well, and it's good to understand that from the teams who are playing on this bracket, we actually do have just one team, as far as I understand, joining in from no, three teams are two teams are joining in for the actual finals, and which are going to be played today. And then from the Hellmaster, Valtra, and Lindner, from four of those teams, we have two of them as well joining in, if I'm not completely mistaken. So these calculations are, I just have to figure this out. But yeah, we will have definitely more teams coming in, just to say that. But anyways, we are already on the Banland big phase, or we have been there for a while, and we have almost completed that one. We can see that the perks are gonna go the opposite way. So it seems that the both teams are saving the unstoppable as the last one. So we have bottleneck and big hole, and then so kind of like the perks will go vice versa. And this is something which we saw happening with the New Holland versus Farming Friends. Is exactly the same. And when the perks changed, then actually the other team was winning. So we'll see if Farming Friends can actually somehow break that pattern and maybe take the series 2-0, and that would be definitely pretty amazing, comparing that you are fighting against a team that actually placed second on the last tournament.
Yeah, it's interesting to me as well that like Bottleneck doesn't seem to quite have the same level of disruption as I've seen it have in the past. So far, we've seen it used a few times today, of course, with the new rule that you have to pick a different team perk each round. It's forcing teams to kind of use a variety of team perks. But Bottleneck, I think, isn't quite as effective as it used to be. Of course, we don't have Transport Company anymore after having the Bale trailer removed from the game. And that used to be, early on when I started doing FSL commentary, it was all about that Bale trailer. Removing that from the game last season switched up the strategy quite a bit. But it also, I feel like Bottleneck just isn't all that useful, raising those two bridges for your opponent. They still have two other routes that they can get to the barn from, and I don't know how disruptive it really is anymore.
And that's another good bail by reversing it in 135. Not as high as we had on the last match, but yeah, it's still a pretty decent one. And it's, again, Farming Friends will win the first bail, so Jan is going to be a bit late. He's going to reverse that in as well, and the difference is going to be about 15 points, so almost one bail. That's what Alex would say, because he always likes to he thinks that one bail is some kind of a measuring unit. And
yeah, that would be about 0.75 bales.
Yeah. My car. What is your car? The trunk fits like in Europe we talk liters about the trunk size usually in a car. So I'm pretty sure that Alex talks about bales. Okay, it can fit like a 2.5 bales.
Yeah, it depends on the size of the bale as well, right? If we're talking about Farming Simulator standard bales, I think I could fit. I could fit 4.5, maybe 5 bales, in the back.
But then if it's somebody asks like, what's your age, and then he starts like thinking about the how long did it actually take time to grow, grow everything needed for the bale, and okay, one bale takes about, well, that depends. The Finland is not the greatest farming place because we only have like one season, and we can only harvest like once per year. So one bale takes about a year. So then Alex might be like 35 bales old. Or if you compare the actual time of putting it together, then one bale takes about 3 seconds, and then you just calculate that on a yearly basis. Okay.
I'm actually afraid of. I just had a birthday this week. I'm afraid of how old I'd be in bale years. I feel like I must be at least 1,000 bales old at this point. Yeah. So it doesn't sound that good, does it?
Well, then
135 to 127 minutes to go.
It can be like a universal unit. So that it fits for everything. So then it can be also like, okay, it's gonna take Okay, I had an idea, but then I thought it was a good one. But then, okay, at least I thought so. But I got like I had the idea, and then like I like lost it from the tip of my toe. But it also included pancakes. Okay, let's go back to the game for a while, and we'll come back to this later if I somehow remember it. But the 6.5 minutes to go, and the gap is like 3/4 of a bale. Um, and nothing has happened with the multipliers. We can see that farming friends they actually have a lot of grain, and both sides have a lot of grain. And I mean, the big hole definitely can do a lot of it. What we saw earlier on one of the matches that actually the team who didn't have the big hole was able to stop the belt of the team that had a big hole. So in a way, I'm slightly hoping that actually we will see that again because I want to understand it better.
Yeah, I think I really like that big haul is used again. More often. I quite like this rule change of making teams switch up the team perks because I think that played in the right way now, big haul can be really effective. You're forcing your opponent to deliver grain twice to the silo, or what you're seeing them do now, farming friends, where they have a full trailer load with the grain cart and they're bringing their combines over to empty more into it as well. So it doesn't really equal an advantage in the grain multiplier if your opponent's responding well to it, but it does, I think, give you extra time to go back out on the field and do other things while your opponent is having to waste time at the silo getting more grain delivered. So I think it's very disruptive and a good strategy in that way.
Okay. Meanwhile, unfortunately I haven't had the time to think about what I was supposed to say just before I ended my previous segment. So I was thinking about the bales as we already had that as a measurement unit for time. You know, the time, how much it makes, and then we know that it's also a unit that we can, measure some kind of a capacity. So then, what if I say that it takes about 57 bales to make 0.12 bales of pancakes?
Oh, man. Again, these math problems this early in the morning. Just the hamsters on the wheel in your brain are moving a lot faster than the ones in mine at the moment.
Yeah. But I mean, if somebody would deliver you one bale of pancakes, that would be a lot, right? Okay,
yeah.
I'll just let
one
that
bale
sit
of
for a while.
pancakes.
We'll maybe come back to that later, or maybe not. Maybe I'll just get a message that, okay, copter, please stop. 3.5 minutes to go, and I mean, a couple of bales delivered for farming friends, and the multiplier situation has definitely changed, and I don't think it's going to change anymore. So this is the 2.3 for my insanity instead of the usual 2.1. But of course, they still need to catch up with the points. The belt speed is still about the same. So I mean, okay, it's not the same, but it's still like reasonable speed with that one. Lord Baylor. I mean, for my insanity, that might make some sense to do it, but I don't think it's gonna be a game changer. The gap is pretty big, to be honest. And my insanity needs to be able to utilize the multiplier.
Lord Baylor will help.
Yeah, it will help.
Scoring a couple of bales for them.
Yeah, but still, the score situation, the gap is still like 70 points, and there's 2 more bales for farming friends. But then, if they deliver all the 9 bales, so they're gonna win about, what is that, like 30 points on that one compared to farming friends in the end. So I would say that still farming friends on my head at least seems to have a slight advantage. But I don't know. You never know how it's gonna go. We have seen those mistakes to happen as well. We can see Lucky Looker having a slight problem that's gonna be fixed, but maybe he cannot fit from that bridge anymore, and he wants to go for, I don't know. Maybe he just wants to try again.
The
or maybe
bridge
he
was
wants
starting to go up on him. Yeah, just bad timing. His teammate went over the bridge, and by the time he was ready to go across it, it had started to raise. So he made the right decision not attempting it, or that could have been disastrous. A minute and a half to go. My Insanity has to win this, or the runners up from the FarmCon tournament will be eliminated here early on in the play-ins. That would be a huge
Yeah,
result for Farming Friends.
yeah, and it's completely from the weekend. It's not that they can play tomorrow or anything like that because the tournament stretches over 2 days. So if Mainzen's gonna lose this one, they are out, and they will not play today. They will not play tomorrow, and that's just like Kermit said. It's huge actually. If that's gonna happen, the gap is now it's more than 100 points. It's what is it, 114 points. The bail difference is 3, but the last minute is going on, so for sure they cannot put all the bales on the second floor. They will have to start showing them on the first one. And I don't really see how Mines Sanity can come back from this one, but I have been wrong on the past as well. So now they have been closing the gap a little bit, 62 points. So maybe, who knows what's going to happen during the last 30 seconds, because the one bale is like hanging very loose there, very carefully. That's a lot of bales actually. We can see PB still having couple on the side, so he can still start continuing. Jan needs to put something right away next to PB that they can get those 20-point bales, and then he wants to get something on the first floor as well. And that's a decent amount of points, but it's not going to be enough. Farming Friends 550 already. The gap is like,
Wow.
it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. For sure, they cannot put all the 5-4 bales on the second floor. That's the last one that's going to go in. That's going to be 23 points, but we can see Farming Friends,
Wow.
they will actually
Wow.
claim it. And look at these guys. I mean, we have seen people celebrating like New Holland on the first series. And these guys, okay, I was expecting maybe that they will jump a little bit higher, but still, like, you can clearly see how they are feeling. Yeah, exactly. Just bring it on. Enjoy from the moment, because these guys, I think, if I'm honest, I don't think that they expected that they're gonna win it in the end. The series, of course, you have to believe in yourself, but still, I think that they surprised themselves. They overcome whatever they had on their mind.
Yeah, I think so. I think that even though they lost to New Holland, that how they played against New Holland gave them some confidence coming into this one. For my Insanity, like, I'm really surprised by this result. I think, it's a good result for Farming Friends, of course. I think it's a good result as well for the league at a whole, because it's showing, at least to me early on, that there's going to be a little bit more parity in those teams within the table. So my Insanity over the last few seasons, I said it at the beginning of the broadcast, they've been one of those like really consistent performers near the top, but they don't quite uh, get over the cusp of winning tournaments and things like that. But coming up runners up and just a tiebreaker away from winning the tournament at FarmCon, and now to come in and lose to both New Holland and Farming Friends. I think it's a big upset. A great win for Farming Friends. Congratulations to them for moving on to the quarterfinals. And now we're going to get ourselves set up for another matchup, as we're going to have Lindner here. And I believe they'll be facing off against Valtra.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm not. We'll see the graphic on the break. What's going to be the next match, because the order of the how these brackets are going to be played is not completely clear. But anyways, we will have definitely a next game coming up at some point. So we'll see. Is it going to be? Yeah, it could be Walter versus Linder. So the pairs will be definitely Walter versus Linder, and then we have Helm versus Astragon as well. That's the other pair. But we'll just have to wait for it. What's the order of it? Will they finish this bracket first? Will we go for the quarterfinals of the other bracket already? We'll figure that out at some point. So as soon as we know, you're gonna see it on the graphics on the break as well. And but yeah, still a lot of. I think we are about halfway, or at least getting towards that somehow. So I think that we have one, two, maybe 6 matches still remaining for today. So we have played 4, as one of them was a default victory for one of them. So now we'll just we'll see how it's gonna go. But yeah, a lot of farming simulator content. So whatever, we're gonna have a break up and coming pretty soon. Just don't go anywhere. Plenty of content. still up and coming, and me and Terminator will be here all day long with you guys as well. And if you don't have anything else to do, go and make those pancakes. See you soon. And we are back. Terminator's going to be taking a break, so that's why we have the black screen on the side. He said that he really needs to get some coffee and breakfast as well, because the time zones on the North America, of course, are something well, very different than here on the Europe. So that's very early in the morning. And as well as I just got information from the director as well, we have the camera team on the stage. They're doing some kind of shooting there. So this game is actually going to be delayed just a little bit, so we'll be waiting for this game to start, but it's not going to be probably a huge delay. But still, just to let you know that we're going to be starting a little bit later than usually. About the bracket, I would really love to show this bracket to you because I do have the graphics for it. But we're not going to play the upper quarterfinals from the same bracket. So as you saw on the break, we do have the winners so far. So we have New Holland versus Farming Friends coming up next. So that's, and then from those teams, the winner is going to go all the way to the final of this bracket. Okay, I know it's complicated, but I'll try to explain it. And then there's a pre-selected teams for the second quarterfinal. So teams who just got straight to the quarterfinals are Power Team Esports and Just Track the, and we're going to be taking a short break, about 5 minutes, I guess, pretty soon. So we'll just wait for that when the time is going to come. But the next game is going to be anyways, New Holland versus the Farming Friends. That's the next game, and then we have Power Team Esports, Just Attracty, and then we have the final of these games, and then we're going to be moving towards the next bracket. But meanwhile, as we're gonna have that short break, about 5 minutes, we're gonna be just enjoying the live footage, whatever we can see from the Gamescom, which is held in Germany in Cologne currently. So we're just gonna enjoy from these pictures, and as soon as it's gonna come the time to start the game, I guess I'm gonna be coming up online, and this is the game that I'm gonna be doing without Terminator, as he's gonna be having his break, and then probably gonna do it vice versa as well. So just wait for a while and I'll be shortly back. Okay, so it seems to me that the players are getting ready for the next game. So as mentioned, we do have Farming Friends versus New Holland. And the match is going to be starting in about 15 seconds. And we saw a bit of a, well, not an issue, but yeah, Lucky Luker was adjusting the seat on this noble chairs. You have these buttons that you have to press. He didn't find them, so you have to press the buttons on the front of the handrests, and then you can turn and just lower them and raise them as you wish. Also, we can see some farming simulator merchandise being given away, and that's gonna be the lucky owner of a new hat. We can see a bunch of those on the audience as well, and it's a really nice looking event, to be honest. I mean, that's just one of the halls. So Gamescom is a pretty big event. Every year it's gonna be arranged as well. But yeah, this time it's gonna be the German commentary on the actual stage, and we do the English commentary here from the studio remotely. So we're not going to be on site, and unfortunately, there was a question about the audio. So we tried to get the crowd audio from this venue actually to the broadcast, but unfortunately, we didn't get it. We'll maybe have that for tomorrow, but nothing I can really say about that one, as that is a production issue on the site. Anyways, as we can see, Farming Friends versus New Holland, so the other way around, we're going to be coming on the band phase. And if you're wondering where is the softer sounding guy, Terminator. So he's having a break, as mentioned earlier, because it's a long day, 11, 10 matches, so that's a long day. So he definitely needs his breakfast and morning coffee because it's very early, and I'll be probably having a break after him as well. So we're gonna do one series as a solo each, and then of course the rest of the matches once again as the usual duo cast, as we do call it. Anyways, we have the bands coming in. We can see Fend, John Deere, Case, and Deutschfahr seems to be banned. Nothing that special, to be honest. It's not going to change anything, I would say, more or less. We have seen a lot of these being banned on the past as well, and not the other ones that the teams are going to be using that much. Then we come to the captain's big phase, and the one thing that I have to notice here is the bottleneck. So we have two bottlenecks, so the both sides will choose bottleneck, and we really haven't seen today that the teams are playing these perks against each others, and it shouldn't make that much of a difference, to be honest. I mean, we have seen these kind of matches on the previous tournaments, so when the perk is the same, the strategy is, well, we'll see if they're gonna align more or less. But what I'm expecting that this is gonna be a game of actual execution. So kind of like the whole performance of the team, how well you get the job done is gonna be the key factor. Of course, the drops and every other let's say random events or small mistakes are gonna be, of course, playing a part. For the players' picks, nothing that special, to be honest, on that side. We usually see all the three same perks being chosen from time to time, so that's going to be the case this time as well. And we're going to be loading to the game. So this is the upper quarterfinal game, and the winner actually from this one is gonna go all the way to the. This is the upper quarterfinal, so we still have like one final, like a final of this bracket after this one. So of course the winner's gonna go there, and then the losing team is gonna drop down. Yeah. So the loser's gonna still continue if I'm not. Yeah, there's gonna be the losers round. But anyways, we're gonna be going for the first bale already. So the losing team is not gonna drop out. They're gonna go to the quarterfinals, if I'm not completely mistaken. Anyways, we'll talk about that later. But it seems that both teams still has a way of reaching the whole event finals that's gonna be held tomorrow. We can see M-Tron going, and this is actually looking pretty good first bale. It's we still have, this is actually gonna be damn good if he's gonna toss that in. It's coming out. I think he's gonna reverse that in. Yeah, he's gonna reverse that in. But it's gonna be, oh, he's gonna be jumping out of the vehicle by accident. What is that? But that's gonna be still 140, but he's gonna miss the bale. It's not gonna find the door. So close. I mean, it would have been, still a first good bale, 136 and 135, but I mean, he made two mistakes. So first of all, he jumped out of the vehicle, and then he kind of like reversed it to the door. I'm just saying that if he would have been able to toss that bale, it would have been probably like 145-ish or something like that. And even with that small mistake, if he would have reversed that in after that one, it would have been still 140. So that is so close. But anyways, I mean the battle is good still. Just 1 point of a difference, and we should be having the first drops already in place as well. So we'll see. There's nothing being picked by the teams, and it's bottleneck versus bottleneck, as I said earlier. I just got information from the actual venue that there's gonna be a little stage show after this game or after this series. That's what I'm expecting. So we'll probably have some more of a Gamescom content from the actual stage on the event, just to let you know. And we should be seeing that on the stream. We can see a couple of the drops being there further away on the fields, but nobody's going to be going to pick them up, at least not for the moment. So probably nothing that significant. I kind of missed, which the drops were, but yeah, I can expect that it's nothing that important because nobody has been really going for them. We can see just grain being collected. Of course, no big holes, no Optimus Primes on the field at all, and no bells being pressed yet. But of course, I mean, teams are going to be starting to deliver the grain pretty soon. So we can see already El Road's going to be heading towards the silos. And I guess we can expect that somebody from the Farming Friends will be doing the same at the same time as well. And we can actually see that from the map as well. So yeah, so the grain game is going to start pretty soon. Still the multipliers are the same, 2.0s for the both sides. And now we'll just have to wait and see. Is there going to be any differences? I mean, the utilities and the equipment is pretty much the same. Elro's going to be starting to pour it down, so he's going to start the grain game. They have no bales, so whatever multiplier they're going to be getting, they can't really use that for the moment. That's going to give time for Farming Friends to come up with their own grain delivery, probably earlier than New Holland can actually get the bales on the belt. And now we see the belt of the Farming Friends has been stopped. So that is the usual scenario, as we don't have the unstoppable currently in play on either of the sides. But what really interests me here is Farming Friends, they're getting the bales done. They still have if they can deliver the bales. So this is a chance for Farming Friends to get the early lead, I would say, and make a bit of a gap. 2.9 for New Holland. Farming Friends 1.1. So yeah, they still need to deliver more. We can see the drop spawning in as well. 5.5 minutes on the clock. And then we'll see what is there. The silo closed and grain multiplier, both of the very disruptive drops exactly at the same time. And now New Holland, they probably want to get the silo closed, and Farming Friends, they want to get the grain multiplier, but they're already on the job. So I don't know what's going to happen here. I mean, both of these, I mean, after the unloading has been done here, the significance of these drops is going to lower down pretty low, as the grain has already been delivered. So we haven't seen anybody to pick anything up, and now we can see Krieger going for it. He wants to get the silo closed, and that's actually pretty good because they just managed to unload, so they want to wait for the last minute when they have all the grain, whatever multiplier they want. 2.3 for the moment, and they're gonna pick that up. So now they can give the 2.3 multiplier, and I said about 2 minutes ago that they have a chance of using the grain and the multiplier to make that early lead, and that's gonna guarantee the early lead for them. Because now, I mean, 90 seconds for that drop. I mean, the silo's gonna be closed for 90 seconds. So that's pretty hard when you only have 4-something minutes remaining. So the clock is gonna be like 2 minutes and 40 seconds when you can actually deliver the grain for the next time. So this is going to be, I mean, I want to see what's happening. 50 seconds still remaining, and Farming Friends, they have a chance of getting some kind of a lead here. I want to see also the amount of bales for New Holland. There we can see it's just 4 for the moment, so they are lacking a little bit of bales. But yeah, let's see. But yeah, Farming Friends will be putting a couple of the bales on the belt, as we can see from the X-ray behind. So they are now taking those leadership points, as they get 23 points per bale. And there's more put on the belt. I think those 20 seconds to go. So yeah, I think those bales will definitely still go in. I'm not sure if they can put any more bales. We should have the super job coming in soon as well. Let's see what's gonna be there. But yeah, Farming Friends very comfortably getting still, I think, still like at 20 or 40 points more. That's what I was expecting. But no, they actually got those bales in already. So they're leading by 120 points. And now it's gonna be time for New Holland to put their bale points available. So this is something which probably the closest team is gonna be picking up, because that is definitely something that you want to take, as the gaps in the scores are pretty close by, and it's going to be Signis from New Holland who's going to pick that up. So that's going to be some 3 points for them, more or less. Okay, and but the gap is still 90 points, and now the multiplier has been changing. Both sides are actually doing the unloading, so we are still seeing the grain game going on in 2.5 minutes. And Lucky Looker at the same time going to be just focusing on delivering the bales, because that is something you don't want to forget while you are still playing the grain game. And New Holland, meanwhile, they have been able to kind of like close the gap a little bit. It's 40 points now, and they have a slight advantage on the multiplier as well. So it's going to be very hard to say how this is going to go. There's a nice stack of bales on the belt. Let's see if there's going to be still something more coming in. So yeah, to me it kind of like seems that Farming Friends, they have a slight lead. I mean, the advantage they gained by delivering those middle game bales is there still, and it hasn't really worn out or anything like that. So I think that the New Holland, they really have to work if they want to come over the situation. And of course, good to remember, these teams, they also faced on the first game of the day. And Farming Friends was able to get one round from New Holland, but then the perks were chosen differently. They didn't play these perks against each other, but they just played um, the big hall versus the bottleneck, as we see here, and then the vice versa, and then they played the unstoppables directly. So we haven't seen these perks playing each other on these teams. So that's why I'm saying it, that this probably doesn't follow the same pattern. And still, to me, what I can see here is that because the bale count is the same, the multiplier difference is just 4 bales per bale, 4 points per bale different. So even thinking about so if all the bales are going to be delivered, let's imagine that every bale is going to go on the second floor, then I think that it's going to be pretty tight. But still, I think it's still favoring Farming Friends. So yeah, a mistake is definitely needed from Farming Friends, but they are really showing up here, as they managed to get all the way here. They put New Holland close on the first series as well. And okay, there we can see more bales going in. So it's very close. I mean, just a couple of points for difference, but there is still more bales available. Oh, this is getting so close. Just 1 point of a difference. And now it seems that somehow the whole situation has changed. That New Holland, they actually do have a 1 point lead, but they're getting that 4 points per bale more out of this one. So can they actually get it? No, they can't. It's going to be in the end. It is going to be Farming Friends. Look at these guys. Let's go, boys. Let's bring the trophy home. And these guys are just surprising us time after time. They did take that one round from New Holland earlier, but now they will take a second one. They will take the 1-0 lead. And the second game of the series is going to be the one that is really going to be kind of like showing us what's going to come out of this. But the New Holland players, as we can see, they're not really worried about it at all. They are just, wondering it. But these are, ooh, we pulled that off. Ooh, we pulled that off. They are so happy, as we can see. And now they're focused, definitely. I'm not going to say, I mean, okay, I said it already on the last game. Maybe a little bit surprised. I mean, they beat the My Insanity, and now if they can beat New Holland, that's gonna be a huge gameplay from them. But okay, we still have 2 games to go on this series, and then we'll see who's gonna be advancing. But the yeah, from this one, the winner's gonna go all the way to the quarterfinals. Okay, this is the quarterfinal as well, but they gotta go till the to the end of this bracket. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. And then we have the second game. The winners and the losers are gonna play against each others. Okay, I'm not gonna go that far. I still have to read this bracket a little bit more. But yeah, but I can say that nobody from these teams is gonna be dropping off, as far as I have understood. So they will just go to a different bracket, and then they will still play tomorrow. So the winner's gonna play still today, and the loser's gonna play tomorrow. I think that's maybe. I think that's the idea. And of course, after these ones, we still have the Power Team Esports just to track the. Then we have the last game of this bracket, and then we're gonna go to Hellmaster, Gun, Vulture, and Lindner. So we're gonna start the other bracket, if I'm not completely mistaken. Anyways, we're gonna be waiting for the second game to start. But a really, really great start for New Holland for this series. Sorry for Farming Friends for this series to getting the win from the first match of the series. And now we just wait for the second game to start. It should be starting pretty soon. There was this information coming from the director. Okay, 10 seconds. I just got that. And after this series, there's going to be a bit of a stage show, something like that. So we'll see that later. But now we're going to be going for the second game of the series. New Holland versus Farming Friends. Happy people on the pictures, as we can see. Almost everybody smiling, or at least looking cool, if nothing else, having the esports pose. And then we come to the ban phase, and now I want to see the picks on the captain pick phase. So what are the perks? That is the most interesting thing. We saw the bottlenecks playing now against each other. So will we see the big hole, or will they just both choose the unstoppable, for example? So what's going to be the mixture of that? That is, I think it's going to be, well, it's definitely going to be one of the interesting factors here. And if I remember correctly, when New Holland had the big hole versus the bottleneck versus Farming Friends, they lost it, and then it went the other way around, was it? But okay, we'll see. Big hole. Okay, so now we have just the same perk against the other with the same perk. So big hole versus big hole. We have two Optimus Primes on the map, and we'll see how that will play in the end. But yeah, these are different kind of perk selections than what we had on the earlier games. So we haven't seen a big hole versus big hole, for example, today earlier. We just saw big hole versus the other perks, and of course we haven't seen a herbicide at all. And that probably might be a thing as well, that we don't see it unless it's going to be forced on the best of 5 series. But if I remember correctly, on FarmCon we had a best of 5 final. And then, was it that on a best of 5? The perks were, you can actually use them twice, because of course, I mean, there's only 4 perks, so you have to use them somehow. So maybe the herbicide is something that we don't still see. But we'll just have to wait for it. And now we have the picks and the bans are done. Pretty similar picks on the captain pick phase. There's no surprises really on the ban phase either, so this should be fine. And then we have the huge rush starting for the first fail, and we actually saw pretty decent attempts on the last one, almost 140 for both of the teams, so very eager to see. And of course you can't really afford, New Holland hasn't been so good on the first fails as they usually are, so I think that is maybe a possibility for Farming Friends. But anyways, we can see Klaas, Lexion being picked. We can see that the Harvester from New Holland is going to be picked as well. And then the kind of like the building the first bale is going to start. We can see Krieger heading out to the fields. And we can see Lucky Luker in front of him. They have a good position where to start doing it. And maybe we'll get that extra exactly. So New Holland is slightly behind again. So Farming Friends is doing a really great job with the kind of like the whole start of the round. They haven't made any mistakes, and now they're going to be already moving out, as we can see. So Krieger is going, and let's see how this bait is going to be delivered, because it's still a pretty good one. We still have 10 seconds to go. He's going to toss that in. He's going to reverse that in. Even if you reverse that in and just do the mistake, he's going to reverse. It's going to be still 140. I would say 141 maybe. 42, okay, close by, and El Rowe's going to try to swing that in. He's going to swing it, actually, he succeeds as well, and that's going to be a 3-point of a difference for Farming Friends, so they will take the first bail again. They won the previous first bail by 1 point. Both teams will improve now, and this time the gap is going to be 3 points. So then we'll see the next drop should be spawning in pretty soon as well, as we know it. So we'll see when they're gonna come out and what's gonna be there. But as we have seen, the amount of disruptive drops has been pretty low, and direct delivery versus bridge is lowered. Nothing that's gonna be really disrupting the gameplay here. So maybe somebody will go for something direct delivery. Okay, maybe New Holland can utilize that, but yeah, it's not gonna be a big thing at this point. So maybe the bridges lowered might be helping more, but we'll see. Or it also could be a fact that they will just choose nothing, to be honest. But they just want to continue doing it, because now when we have this kind of like a perk against the perk and it's big haul, I think you need the hands on the fields right now. So instead of going for a drop that is not so significant, you just might actually try to beat the other team on the grain game. We can see Emtron already leaving, so he doesn't full the big haul completely. So they want to play their normal strategy, and now he's gonna go and pick it up from here. Okay, so that's not the case. So they will just go and fill that on the other place, and of course that is the capabilities of the harvester needs to be, or the combine needs to be taken into account. So they just want to empty that up, and maybe meanwhile as the other is collecting, so then they can just circle to the next one and mingle in a little bit there as well. But yeah, so about 3 minutes has been played. Nothing has really happened to the multiplier, but it's going to be just a matter of, maybe not even minutes, maybe a matter of seconds when the multipliers are going to be changing, and the next drops are coming in about 1.5 2 minutes. So maybe they want to wait for it, because if you would have let's say a grain multiplier, for example, or the silo clause, which we had on the last game, by the way, on the second drop round, both of them coming at the same time, that really could change, this round. So if the other one is kind of like waiting and the other one is not, then there's definitely kind of like an element of surprise. Now, as they have so much grain collected and they have the big hall so full, I would kind of like love to see a silo closed and none of the teams able to deliver before that. And then we would have like a very, very late, huge grain drop coming in later. But that is just what I'm hoping for. So we'll just wait for it. And there's something on the chat. I'm not solo. Terminator is having a break because we have so many matches, so he's having a break. So we are doing this with the Terminator, and he's just having a break at the moment. So he's going to be away until the next series, and then I'm going to be having a break at the same time. At the same time when he comes back. So of course somebody will be here always. Not going to do a solo. So we have a duo, but it's a long day, so we do need a slight break between to eat something, as the breaks are 3 to 5 minutes usually, so you can't really eat anything without a decent break. Anyways, the drops are here. The grain has been collected. Both of the teams are pretty full. Grain multiplier definitely going to be chosen by New Holland, and they should start immediately. Well, okay. I think the multipliers are going to be pretty much the same. So 1.5 for New Holland. So when they will start delivering this, that is a timing issue. And they have nobody at the truck, so they just can't do it right now. Probably Farming Friends, they want to go for the same, because if they would not go for it, it's going to be a huge mistake, to be honest. If they will not go for it, they still have about 20 seconds time left, and Lucky Lucas will go and pick that up. Just going to wait for until the last second, because the Teats are going for the silo. And yeah, both sides are having the same drop, which is the grain multiplier, as Tita will just pour that in, and also we can see that the Farming Friends are doing exactly the same, so there's nothing. All the grain is gone. It's going to be 2.0 for the both sides, so yeah, they tried their best, but kind of like, both sides playing the same strategy, so then you should be ending up with 2.0 multiplier as well. And 4 minutes still on the clock. So I'm just wondering that if there any point to do any more deliveries, or will we just see like an even multiplier all the way till the end of the game. But yeah, Farming Friends, they have been able to at least deliver one bale, as we can see. So, and that's the second one just going in. So they will start the delivery, have 9 bales being pressed. And on the last series, it seemed that the actually Farming Friends was doing a better job by pressing the bales than New Holland. But then New Holland really kind of like stepped up the game at the end, and it actually went pretty close. So they came back from the kind of like the initial loss of the situation, which we can see now that the gap is already 100 points. So Farming Friends, they have established a slight lead. But then when you look at the amount of bales, so New Holland, they have about 20 almost. So that's a double amount, and that's 10 bales is about 200 points with that multiplier. So in a way, they have been more efficient on doing the bales. And now we'll just have to wait and see when they will start delivering. Do they have some tricks on their sleeves regarding that? As they, with those bales, they should be, if all the teams will just deliver and Lord Baylor for New Holland, and this is something which Farming Friends probably would have needed, because just the sheer amount of bales for New Holland is so high. And if all these bales are going to be delivered in, then I would say that New Holland should take a lead of about 100 points, actually. That first bale is not going to go in. More bales are being delivered here. Both sides having the bales right next to the belt. And yeah, that's going to go in. So that's going to go very close already. Just, trying to keep the same gap. One bale is going to go more for Farming Friends. And Tita is just trying to do the job as well as he can to put the bales on the belt. 2 minutes on the clock, and I think 12 bales is definitely a doable amount for Farming Friends, but then 17 bales inside of 2 minutes for New Holland to be able to deliver on the belt. I'm not sure if that's going to be happening at all, as the time will or might become an issue. So it could be that the big amount of bales for New Holland might also mean that they will have to put some of them on the first floor of the barn, and that's when they only get that 10 points per bale without the kind of like the multiplier. So that might affect. But still, at the moment, it seems that the Farming Friends, they have a slight lead. 1.5 minutes to go. And just more bales coming right next to the belt for Farming Friends. So they are just, trying to keep that lead. And of course, New Holland is trying to close that down all the time they can. And the time, once again, 15 bells in 1 minute. I don't think it's gonna be doable, to be honest, for New Holland. And we can see that there's still 6 more bells after these 2 on this area. So they should have 5 somewhere more. That's gonna be 3 more bells coming with the Baylor. And I would say that New Holland, they have the bales right next to the belt, but the question is that do they still have the time to actually put all of them in? And what is actually happening on the Farming Friends side of things? Maybe an X-ray vision at this point would be pretty nice. But yeah, we'll just have to wait for it, how that's going to go down. 40 seconds, those bales are awfully close, and I think the other one might go, but the other one, no, both will drop down. And that could be the crucial moment of this game. That could actually dictate this match of the series, to be honest. When you lose 2 bales, which are so far away on the belt, you're kind of hoping for the best, but then you're fearing for the worst. And the worst, of course, happens. And this is when New Holland takes the lead now as well. That the gap is just 27 points, but still it's a lead. And I said that they have a bigger amount of bales. So if all of them are going to be delivered on the second floor, they will have a slight advantage. And Farming Friends, they seems to be out of bales, to be honest, because they have nothing to deliver anymore. So they will lose this one. And it's going to be New Holland who will take the second round of the series, as far as I saw from the scores, and that means that we're also going to be going for the third round on the series. So we still have 1 match on this series remaining, and of course, the same things are still on the line. Who's going to be advancing to the finals of this bracket on the quarterfinal stage? New Holland and Farming Friends, they just wanted to try. Actually, all of the series so far, I guess, has been trees going for the third game. We have one maybe going 2-0, maybe the second one or the third one. But still, quite often we see the series that they will just go 2-0s. And when we have a lot of these 2-1s on the best of 3 series, it also means that the teams have been doing their homework and kind of stepped up the game a little bit as well. So 1-1, and then we are just waiting for the third game to start. And I mean, well, of course, we see the New Holland players' live pictures from the venue. And as always these days, everybody's just touching their smartphones a little bit, seeing if there's gonna be any messages. And Yeah, that's it. I guess they want to just like relax a little bit. Sometimes the teams they do have some notes on their phones as well that they want to see. Maybe some kind of a custom Excel sheet or something which does the calculation for the grain and so on, so they can just get the updated values of that straight away into their disposal as well. But yeah, farming friends, just waiting for the start, having a bit of a drink, and talking about drinking, I'll have a drink as well. So just a couple of seconds, and I'll be right back on the voice. And we are just about to start the third game of the series. Mm. So whoever's gonna win this one, they will go straight to the final of this bracket, and the team who's gonna be losing this one will drop on the losers bracket here on the quarterfinal stage. Maybe that's the right term. I saw that somebody was actually asking about the bracket on the chat, and I'm not sure. It should be on the social media, but I can't put the link on the chat. So if anybody has a link for the bracket, it would be like really helpful to put there. To be honest, so we'll just wait for it. You will see that. But anyway, so we're gonna have this game. So which is the third one from the series, and then with the winner's gonna go for the finals of this quarterfinal stage, and then the loser's gonna play next time tomorrow, and then we have another similar a lineup between the just the track day and Power Team Esports, and then they're gonna play against the winner from there is gonna play against the winner of here, and then the loser's gonna play the loser of this one as well, and then we're gonna be heading towards the bracket where we actually have Helm and Astragon and Valtra and Lindner, which are of course the very eagerly waited teams to play. But anyway, let's play this series first. I always go ahead of things and I want to explain what's going on. So, of course, as expected, we do have the unstoppable on the both sides on the team perks. That is, we saw that, they played the bottleneck first against, and they played the big hole. So, the unstoppable is kind of like the logical choice to have in your playbook. Next, and then nothing special about the bands, nothing really special about the picks either. So we'll just be heading straight towards the the race of the first bale, which is always the hectical point of view. And I gotta say that farming friends, they have been pretty fine with the first bale delivery. So even though they are not really swinging it, but they are still delivering bales with a good amount of points by reversing them in, and that is something they have been able to do all time in all of the games today as well. So it's not just something. Oh, there's a bit of an accident for New Holland, and that's gonna cost a lot of time, and that's gonna mean that they have a crash. So the two vehicles gonna be very late. So we can expect that New Holland, once again, they probably will be losing the first bale contest. As farming friends, they have been pretty flawless on the first bales, like I mentioned. And New Holland having that kind of an accident is not probably the best thing to do at this stage. And here we can see on the X-rays how much further already farming friends are. So they can definitely get faster on the fields, they can get the delivery done faster as well, unless of course something bad really happens at the bridges, for example. Well, let's just wait for it, because in New Holland that they are just very late, and I'm pretty sure that in 10 seconds or something we might have farming friends actually delivering something. And here's Mtron exactly when we speak about it. This might be something like a 130, 8, 7 maybe, depending if he's gonna toss that. No, he's not gonna toss it, so he's gonna reverse that in. So it's gonna be one like a 32 maybe or something like that. But it's 131, okay. So having a just slight jam before going there, but they will still win the first bale, as they have won in all the matches in this series before as well. L roads at the same time. This is actually a pretty slow. This is like a 100 maybe. 14, okay, so more than one was expecting, but still the gap is 17 points, so that's almost one bale. And then we have herbicide, drop bale. Oh yeah, maybe I go for drop bale. I mean, it's not gonna hurt to have that one drop. For example, if you need to counter a combo or something like that, so then you can use that one bale if it's like easily accessible right next to your bond, so you can try to use that as a like a strategy tool in a way. But the nothing that special otherwise. I mean, herbicide doesn't do much, and we haven't seen that being so popular lately. So it's not that commonly played. I think Helm played that once earlier, not today, but on the previous tournaments, like during the past couple of last tournaments, and I think they just played for fun. Maybe it was the Cactus tournament or something like that, which wasn't officially part of the FSL season. It was like a warm-up tournament or like a practice tournament before the season actually started. But meanwhile, of course, grain is going to be collected. Krieger, 40 something. Yeah, I think he's fine with the amount of gray. So he will just start moving towards the silo. And we still have about 1.5 minutes before we have the next drop, so there's plenty of time. Farming friends, they have a slight chance of using the well, kind of like increasing the gap. So yeah, they are now leading with the points, and they got the first bale. So I think they have a slight chance of extending that lead. Of course, depending like when they're gonna start pressing the bales. But as they are more waiting, and of course the guys are gonna be busy with some other stuff as well. Maybe the focus from the pressing the bales is gonna be moving elsewhere, and that is of course giving New Holland a way to actually kind of like counter the effects, to be honest. But anyways, New Holland is pouring it down. And yeah, they're gonna get that advantage. We have the unstoppable, so remember, you cannot break the belt at all, so it's gonna move all the time. So 3.0 versus 1.0. So New Holland, this is the time, this is the hammer time when you need to be trying to deliver those bales. And but they don't have the bales ready. We actually farming friends, they have the bales. So I think this is gonna go the other way around, unless of course something very crucial is gonna be on those drops. They want to deliver this grain before the drops come in. So if there's a silo close, then they would be properly in trouble. But yes, they're gonna start pouring it down right now. They should be fine with the timing of things. They're gonna be bringing something else. They have a lot of grain incoming, and that actually could be that because they have been pressing the bales. They have 6 of them. We have bridges lowered, and what was the other one? Bridges lowered and something else. I can't see. It's gonna be speed up. It's not gonna be silo close. It's not gonna be grain multiplier. So this should be fine. And I think this is gonna be working very nicely for the strategy of the farming friends, because they can now unload what they have, and then they will try to get those bales which they have been pressing already on the belt. But it's also good to know that New Holland, they do have some grain. But yeah, they're getting the multiplier as we speak, 2.2. Maybe they want to leave it there. And I'm pretty sure that at the same time, they are putting those 10 bales on the belt as well. So New Holland, they need to do something about the situation, as they are still kind of like not in the delivery phase. They only have 1 bale. We can see speed up being picked by Lucky Luker as well. Sorry, bridge is lowered actually. So they're going to pick that up. And we can see it actually being picked up by both of the sides. And now we can see Emtro coming in with those bales. They're going to be unloading more grain to get the multiplier. That's my boy. Get the bales on the belt. And that is actually looking pretty good for farming friends, to be honest, as they are having the perfect timing. So this is exactly the middle point bale delivery where you can actually get an advantage. And now we can see that they are forcing New Holland to go unloading. They're disrupting whatever they were doing on the fields with that grain. Unfortunately, farming friends, they cannot get that many bales with the multiplier. But on the other hand, New Holland, can they even get it on 2.1? Yes, they can. But still, you look at the points. They are leading by 100 points. Farming Friends. And when you look at the number of bales, the difference is not that big actually anymore. So what I'm trying to say is that even though they are now getting the points, yes, we know that New Holland can deliver, but there is this about 40 points or something between. 40 points maybe. And that is what they gained here by doing this. And somehow they did manage to start pressing the bales earlier than New Holland. So the points are not just somehow coming from somewhere. There is something that has been done on the fields. Meanwhile, so there's always a reason for it. But I think Farming Friends they did time this pretty perfectly. I mean, it doesn't seem like a huge deal that okay now they will get like 200 points or 2,000 points, but on this new schedule or the length of the round, gaining these like a small advantages, because otherwise teams are just doing pretty much the same job as they are performing. That one bale for sure is not going to go in. Let's hope that the other one is not going to be dropping out. But the Farming Friends, they did manage to build about a lead of like a 40 or 50 points. And it's good to remember that even though if Farming Friends are going to win this one, it's going to be still New Holland who's going to be still in the play. So they will not drop out from the tournament or whoever's going to be winning this one, the other team is not going to be dropping out. So they will continue. They will just go on the losers bracket here on the quarterfinal stage. Anyways, there we can see the bales more getting inside. The gap is about 80 points after these bales or something like that. So that is still fine for Farming Friends. 2 minutes to go. The multipliers are not going to be changing anymore. I think it's going to be staying exactly at this 2.1 and 1.9. And now we can see Lucky Luker heading for the belt. Still has plenty of bales to work with, but okay, plenty, 3. So when he gets these on the belt, then he still has that 1 delivery. So he definitely needs more bales right next to the belt, and this is the time when New Holland can actually try to do something about it. So this is their chance of, if they have the bales, they can try to get back on the speed a little bit maybe, to be closing. And yeah, here we can see that they are getting the bales, and that's going to be actually a 4 bales on the belt. So that's going to be a decent amount of points. 80 points in total should be coming from those, so 450 about after the 2, and these 2 actually will be the ones. It was just 1 bale, by the way. So those 2 bales would be catching up a little bit. So what we are seeing now is that New Holland is just getting, bales. They have this like a later schedule for the delivery on the barn. So this will be kind of like this one of these comeback games, and this is gonna go pretty close. I mean, now New Holland is in the lead, but they have a couple bales less. So if all the bales are going to be delivered, 7 bales for Farming Friends, and they still have about 40 seconds. I think it's doable. We'll see. But I think Farming Friends, that they have a chance of winning this one. That's going to be a huge move, by the way, if they can do it. I mean, they have been playing pretty well, but beating New Holland after you lost the first one, maybe it's a bit of a hard thing. And we can see one player just idling there. They have still 3 bales to go. 1 bale's going to drop down for Farming Friends. We can see more bales coming in, and it's going to be getting closer to 600 points. Those 2, that's just 1 bale. It's going to go in still with the multiplier. That's going to be 620 points maybe after they get their first bale in, and it's going to be Farming Friends. They will take the series. They will take the series, and once again, these guys, they gotta feel happy about it. They won my insanity. They won New Holland. And these guys, I would say that this is the, of course, it's a big thing that my insanity is out, but it's kind of like related to this whole fact that Farming Friends, they will just come and just slap these guys on their faces like just slap it and take that in. And they are actually going for the quarterfinal, final phase. I don't know what to call this thing on the bracket, because there's so many similar kind of names, but still they are taking the win from this one, and they are the first team that's going to be reaching out the kind of like the final phase of this bracket, and from there, I mean, if they win the next game, they're going to be going straight all the way to the semifinals of the whole event. So that's going to be like a super good if they can do it. But okay, we still do have a lot of matches to come. And of course, New Holland, they will play tomorrow next time on the losers quarterfinal bracket. Yeah. So that's going to be for them. So for the for New Holland, their job for today is gonna be done. But for Farming Friends, they're gonna still play one more game. But the next game we're gonna have is gonna be Power Team Esports versus Just Attractive, which is the other two teams who straight away qualified for this upper bracket final phase. Okay, so they're gonna play, and then the winner from there is gonna face the Farming Friends, and the loser's gonna be dropping out to face New Holland. So there's no easy opponents for the next series. As we can see on my side, it's pretty dark. Terminator hasn't put on the lights yet, but I know that he has came back from his breakfast because he has pinged me on Discord. So he will be there joining you on the next game for sure, which is going to be the Power Team Esports versus Just Attractive. But amazing play from the Farming Friends. Really happy for the guys. Really happy to see that we have this kind of a performance. On the first tournament, we had My Insanity, who was like surprising the others, and this time it's going to be definitely based on these matches so far. It's going to be Farming Friends, how well they have played and what they have brought to the table. But anyways, we're gonna have a short break, and we'll be back after the break as always. And we still do have about 6 matches as far as I know. So enjoy, and we'll be right back.
What's up, everybody? We're back. Now you see the back of Copter's chair, and don't you worry, guys. Tony, yeah, I've got the notes uh, ready and updated for season 5. So, um, actually, a lot more streamlined this year with the information at hand. So, an even easier setup with the notes with this year. So, yes, what a matchup, Farming Friends. So they lost. If you missed the beginning of the broadcast, we had the first play-in matchup on the broadcast was New Holland against Farming Friends. New Holland came out victorious in that one. Farming Friends dropped into the losers part of the upper bracket. They ended up knocking off My Insanity and then New Holland in back-to-back rounds. So now New Holland drops into the quarterfinals part of the upper losers bracket. And Farming Friends, I mean, they played New Holland really well in the first matchup, just coming up short. They played My Insanity really well and New Holland as well. So a team to watch out for as well, making shock waves early on in the Gamescom tournament. Great job by Cast by Copter in that last match. I was able to go get some breakfast, get some coffee. I'm good to go now. So we're going to check out the replays from that last matchup, Farming Friends against New Holland, here in just a moment as the upper part of the bracket is starting to take shape. So we're seeing the start now here for New Holland. Crashing into each other. Not a great start there. Not a whole lot of highlights played in that clip from that matchup, but the highlight has to be Farming Friends coming out on top. I mean, I don't think that anyone would have predicted that coming in, so full credit to them. In fact, at the beginning of the broadcast, Maddie and I were talking about how My Insanity, based off of their runners-up performance last month and how we've seen them perform last season and such, were a team to watch out for. They are completely out of this month's tournament, and we'll have to look forward to the third tournament of season 5. Here's the bracket. Farming Friends is waiting for the winner of our next game on the broadcast, Power Team Esport against Just Attracta coming up. The loser of that one will then face off against New Holland, whereas the winner will move on into the next phase. So things starting to take shape, but all the teams except My Insanity still alive in this upper bracket. It's going to be an interesting one here to see which team comes out on top. At stake, of course, the circuit points. Also, this season, if you're not aware, the prize money has doubled across the entire season. So now each individual tournament, first place gets 5,250 euros. They get a Noble Chair Hero TX. They get 3 150 euro Case King vouchers, 100 euro Nitrato voucher, and then the prize money is actually 4250. So the overall prize pool 5250 with those extras added in. Second place gets a total value of 4100. Third and fourth gets 3200. Fifth through eighth gets 2450. And then, of course, we're a long way away from the final, but someone at the end of the season, whoever wins the season final, will walk away with prize money and prizes worth 22,410 euros. I think it's kind of a sign of how the Farming Simulator League is growing now in its 5th season, that we have had a doubling of the prize money. New main sponsor in Helm as well. And of course, they now own the run and sponsor the best team in the league, our 3-time in a row champions, now known as Helm. We're yet to see them today. They are in the lower bracket, which we'll be seeing coming up later on. But for now, still in the upper bracket, Power Team Esport against Just Attracta. So, from this one, not sure what to expect. Power Team Esport, of course, we're used to seeing. Just Attracta, not as many times have I seen them on the broadcast. So I think the thing that I'm noticing already, this is my first tournament of season 5, is that it's harder to predict now in the FSL. I think that you still, of course, have Helm, who you have to take favorites no matter what. but I'm starting to see a whole lot more parity, a whole lot more variety, and of course, the strategies being deployed due to rule changes and such, and the shorter rounds, the limiting of only being able to pick a team perk once. The FSL looks quite different, I think, in season 5 than what we're used to today. So, in the past, I mean. So, we're just about to get started here. Not sure who would be the favorite in this one. In fact, we've gotten so much wrong already today that we should probably stop picking. It's definitely the curse of the commentator. It keeps roaring its ugly head today. All right, so here we go. We're in the ban phase. El Papito, Valo, and Obelix for Power Team Esport. Yunka, Hapax, and Just One Con for Just Attracta. And there is the John Deere 6120M band. Let's see what Power Team Esport is going to ban. It's nice to see these new manure forks on the majority of the machines, able to grab 3 bales pretty easily on the front of that fork. So you don't really see the telehandlers used much anymore, and you don't really see them banned all that often. We've had one banned earlier today. My Insanity banned the Manitou. But we used to see telehandlers used quite a bit, but they're not as useful as they used to be. So teams are kind of ignoring them at this point. Unstoppable for Power Team Esport. Bottleneck for Just Attracta. Still the Kloss and the Massey as far as the Harvester and Balers go. They are definitely the favorite machines for all the teams. That's about the only thing that you see that we've seen picked every single round. But there are reasons for that. That Kloss Combine, it does cost 4 points to pick, which is one more than the next highest. But 18,000 liters in the grain tank is nearly 1,000 more than the next largest capacity, and it has the largest header at 13.8 meters. So it's easy to see why that one is so sought after by the teams, and it's now replaced what we used to know with the Ideal as the preferred combine for teams. Now teams are battling it out to get that second Kloss Lexion 8900 on the pods. As let's see if one spawns here, and if it does, if both teams go for it. We're underway here. So for Power Team Esports, straight over to the reserved combine for Valo. Hopping in it right away. Apaxis, I'm guessing is actually how to say this. These names sometimes throw me for a loop, especially when I'm not used to them. But as we see now, JDT going for that first bale. Power Team Esports already on their way to the barn, and if they don't miss it here, they'll have the advantage. Obelix coming in. Will he attempt to drive by? He's not going to. He's not unloading yet. Just going to back up. Going to play things safe for now. Still a very respectable score at 140 for the first bale. So nice little advantage here. Going to be 11 points for Power Team Esports. So over half a bale, as Virtual Farmer would say. Shout out to Alex, who couldn't be here with us today. He's out of town. I think on a holiday with his family, if I remember correctly. So much love to him and his family. Hope they're having a good time. I think the giveaway is going on all day. I had a question in chat, so if you do ! giveaway, it should post a link in the chat. Shout out to the FSL team behind the scenes. We have Chalky, who is behind the scenes doing social media. We have Jonas doing sound and other things, switching of the scenes for our English broadcast, the rest of the team there on site in Cologne, making the show operate today. So the drops are right there near one of the teams, near that larger field, the top side of it, close to the barn. Let's see if he decides to go for it or not. Still not seeing these first 8.5-minute drops utilized very much. And in fact, they have ignored them, both teams deciding not to go with it. I'm intrigued why you wouldn't just grab direct delivery there as you're driving by it with the combine. These players seem to know better than us, though, right? They're the ones playing the mode all the time. They know the strategies. They know what it takes to get a victory, and they know when and when not to do certain things. We can only sit here and speculate, but if, in my mind, if I'm driving right by a drop, you might as well pick it up. Like, what would be the harm in picking it up? You know, at least you get a temporary buff or debuff your opponent of some sort. So Obelik's going to leave the grain cart at the silo for Power Team Esport for now. Hey, Beefy over on YouTube. Thanks, everyone, for joining us on the broadcast today. Always a pleasure to have you all along. It's great seeing familiar faces and new faces. There's always a mix of the two. People who have been watching for several seasons now. People that are falling in love with Farming Simulator League, Farm Sim Esports for the first time today. I've seen some of those comments in chat as well. I see Bruno in the chat, who I got to meet at FarmCon. Hi, Bruno. And hello to all the other French fans out there coming in to support their favorite French teams representing today in the Farming Simulator League. All right, bridges lowered and bridges raised are the 5.5-minute drops. I'm fine, thanks, Bruno. It's now daylight outside. It's 7:30 in the morning, so it feels normal to be up and doing this broadcast now. It only took 5 hours to get there. It's absolutely wild to me now, like with the 10-minute rounds instead of 15. That we still see so many bales scored at the end. Like at this point, only the first bale points are on the board. Just Attracta has 9 bales pressed. Power Team Esport has 6. And there's only 4.5 minutes to go to get bales pressed and in and delivered. It's a lot to do in 4 minutes. The super drops now happen at the 3rd minute instead of the 4th. It used to be the 12th minute, the 8th minute, the 4th minute for the super drop. Now it's 8.5, 5.5, and 3. And I'm curious, those of you in the chat who have watched a lot of Farming Simulator League over the years, I want to know your thoughts on the changes this season. Of course, we've got the change to where teams can only pick a team perk once. We have the 10-minute rounds now. The drops are in different areas. Not getting as high of scores, of course, because there's 5 minutes less in a round. Still not seeing a whole lot of combo points like we used to see when Transport Company was included in the FSL with the bale trailer. And now some points being put onto the board. 147 to 140. Now 165. You like the longer match, Tony. It's interesting to me. I said it earlier. even though the rounds are shorter, the gameplay seems like slower to me than it used to be. Like we used to see teams, I feel like, just frantically driving around the map, a whole lot more mistakes made, lots more equipment ending up in the moats. The bridges don't seem that dangerous anymore compared to how they used to feel. So it's an interesting dynamic for me for sure. The multiplayer switches out there that would be useful for just Attracta to grab. Only temporary, of course, but they would be able to get those 4 extra points per bale scored. And they have picked it up right as they were bringing some bales in, so it's going to last for 25 seconds overall. Right now, Power Team Esports scoring 18 points per bale, but look at that, the belt is going so slow that by the time they get up there, it's not going to matter. He needed to try to drive up onto the belt and push those in, so really not beneficial at all to flip that in their favor because of the speed of the belt. Yeah, I do like the team perks getting the shakeup, of course. Like I've been wanting that variety for a long time, and we've definitely seen like at least like each half season or a few tournaments in a row. 2 seasons ago, there was a really favorite perk early on, and then it kind of switched towards the latter part of the season. And then last season with Transport Company going away, we saw early on teams trying to figure out what was the best strategy. But again, by the end of the season, we ended up with one team perk being selected, I would say 95% of the time or more. So now getting that variety, I think, is a really good thing. But it is interesting to see the shorter matches and how they are changing the landscape. I almost feel like maybe the shorter matches as well are kind of evening things out a little bit. True, it did disrupt their opponent. So you're right about that, Felton, with the multiplier switch. It's kind of even things back out, but I just don't think that Just Attract to have the bales unless Power Team Esport makes a mistake here. Granted, they have 7 bales, but they only have 3 at the barn. But then Just Attracta has none ready to put into the top. So Power Team Esport looking really good here. And they are going to take the first round of this best of 3. So a good start for them, as you see the shot of the players now, fist bumps all around. And it's been wild though today. Like it almost feels like in most of the matchups, except that last one, the team to win the first round has gone on to lose the matchup. Farming Friends changed that in the last match on the broadcast that we saw. So for Just Attracta, they are looking at now facing, going out into the loser part of the bracket if they don't bounce back here. So they actually had 1 extra bale delivered, but they were quite a ways behind there in the points. So how will they bounce back? Nothing really has changed as far as like the perks, of course, this season. Team perks are all the same. We haven't seen herbicide used yet. We've seen a mixture of unstoppable, bottleneck, and big haul. You have to pick 3 different ones from the 4 available. And you actually can choose to pick no team perk if you want to do that. We've seen teams do that last season. I'm not sure if it'll be that beneficial here in this season. 90 circuit points for this weekend's tournament winner, 70 for the runner-up, 50 for third and fourth place, 30 points for the other teams that make the quarterfinal that don't move on, 5th through 8th place. some new pieces of equipment into the Farming Simulator League this year. We've already seen the Kloss Lexion 8900. Very impressive bit of machinery there, and the Combine Harvester, 780 horsepower, a work speed of 20 kilometers per hour. That 18,000 liter grain tank, 13.8 meter header. Quite an impressive machine. All right, we're just about to get underway for the second of the best of three. So, Power Team Esport, one round win away from moving on. All right, so the teams have to switch up their perks. Let's see what they're going to go with here. First in the ban phase, business as usual. So I was sitting here trying to figure out what it is about the Massey Ferguson 2370 UHG baler that's making it the sought after baler this season. I think there's a couple of factors. It is the lowest horsepower requirement, tied with the Kuhn baler at 150 horsepower. So you don't need a super powerful tractor. Almost everything in the game will run that, except for the Linder Lintrek 130 and the Steyr 8150. So the rest of the tractors can run that Massey. It has the highest work speed, tied with the Kloss Quadrant 5300 at 24 kilometers per hour. But the Kloss baler is double the horsepower requirement. It has a fill volume of 4,000. It has a width of 2.76, so the second highest width. And I think it's a good combination with the Kloss Harvester because it only costs 2 points. So you can kind of make the extra points you spend on the Harvester back by selecting that baler. Both teams going with Big Haul this time. The Combine and the balers I was just talking about have been picked every single time by each team so far today. We've not seen anything else reserved. All right, here we go. Both having a look at each team driving the JCB here. It's fun to see the JCB in the Farming Simulator League crashing into the Kloss on the pod, and it was claimed by Power Team Esports, so they will have two of the most desired combines now. The ideal, oddly enough, no longer the ideal choice. It used to be fun to say that as a commentator, but now the ideal combine is not the ideal. It's the Kloss Lexion 8900. Here's Obelix and El Papito, that teamwork to get this first bale. And this could be a pretty respectable time. Not sure where Just Attracta are in their first bale process. Here comes Obelix. Going to attempt the drive-by and throwing it in at 145. A great first bale. And here comes Hapaxis now. And this is going to be not too bad, but up against a 145, a 15-point difference. So a good start there by Power Team Esport. That's cool. Squillis in the Twitch chat says, love to see a New Holland Combine. My buddy works for them and builds them. There is the New Holland CR 1090 Revelation in the Farming Simulator League, as we see Yonka is operating it now for JDT. You would make Virtual Farmer very happy as well. Big New Holland fan. One of our fellow casters. Yeah, I almost said that was a match for the high score, but I wasn't sure if we had a 146 earlier. So thanks to our third caster of the stream in the chat. You guys are always super helpful. Thank you, Feldon, and everyone else for your assistance today as well. It's awesome to hang out with you fans. I think that's one of my favorite things about the Farming Simulator League is that you get to do a broadcast of something really enjoyable to watch, but also you get to interact with the awesome community in chat as well. Again, those first drops were ignored at the 8.5 minute mark. They just don't seem beneficial, especially if you're not nearby. Even when teams are nearby them, they're ignoring them most of the time. So they're obviously aware of something that we aren't. Obelix taking in the big haul trailer. It wasn't completely full, oddly enough, but bringing it in now, gonna empty some grain, and presumably I expect him to go back out and collect some more, because that won't be enough to flip it in their favor. In fact, Just Attracta has over 51,000 liters of grain right now. Both teams using Big Haul. So Power Team Esport electing to bring in a partial trailer, and they'll probably bring some more in, whereas JDT are going to fill the thing all the way up before they deliver. What I want to start seeing, though, is teams delivering bales in moments like this. Even if Obelix was to deliver those few bales there, you'd be getting 30 points apiece for them. You have to weigh, though, is it worth wasting the time where you could be pressing other bales to just score those few? But we very rarely see teams take advantage of having this big multiplier advantage. You see JDT are still filling up their trailer. So there's been a good minute, nearly, already, of this 3-to-1 multiplier advantage. But as of yet, it hasn't been utilized by Power Team Esport. Bale Multiplier and Crazy Tool are 5.5 minute drops. I expect teams to go for at least one of these. I think Bale Multiplier would be really useful if you're ready to bring some bales in. Apaxis just unloaded his bales outside of the bridge area, which is very interesting. There has to be a reason for that, some sort of strategy. Leaving them for his teammate to come along with the stacker on the JCB would be my guess. As now Justicon is going to deliver some grain, and Bale Multiplier has been picked up by Just Attracta. Now they need to get some bales in and take advantage of this. Meanwhile, El Papito is going to level things out, and it's going to end at 2-2 for the multiplier, so completely even. Meanwhile, Power Team Esport has scored some bales with the multiplier in their favor, or the bale multiplier drop. So, interesting though, they put them into the bottom, so they only get 15 points from the bale multiplier for that. And this should be, what is this, 25 points per bale here for JDT that they're going to get? I need Copter with his calculations. Still too early for me to do math, but that's always the case. 30 points, actually, it looks like. Yeah, 30 points per bale. So 15 points extra by putting them into the top. So good play there by Just Attracta. They trail by 90 points, and they need every little bit that they can right now. Scoring several now at 30 points per bale. And another two are going to make it in before it expires. Power Team Esport didn't have any left at their barn, so definitely a much better utilized bale multiplier drop for JDT than for PWE, or PTE, I should say. El Papito now bringing some bales in. So Just Attracted now a 20-point lead. A huge moment for them there. And now the super drop comes up, and it's bail points for the red team 20, for the blue team 32, and it's Power Team Esports that gets it, so that's gone in their favor, flipping things back now and making it a bit more even. This is going to be a close one, people. If no mistakes are made in the last 2 minutes and some change here. An 8-point lead for Just Attracta. This is going to be a wild ride, for sure. 442 to 390. Temporarily, Power Team Esport pulling away here. Valo trying to line these up well to be able to get all three on the front, and well done there. Don't forget, if you're watching this for the first time, you're not aware that if you own Farming Simulator 22, you can try this mode out. It's now built into Farming Simulator 22 on all platforms. Just go to the multiplayer section, and you'll find the arena mode and the bale stacking mode, both within the game now. It's not paid DLC, it's free and included for anyone that owns Farming Simulator 22. If you haven't updated your game in a while and you don't see it, make sure you connect to the internet and get the latest patch, and you'll have it. It was patched in a couple of months ago. It's really cool to see it built into the game. I think you're right. Bale for Bale, they do have it. Still a minute to go. Mistakes could flip it. El Papito going across the bridge here. El Papito, I'll never forget that name because it's still one of my favorite moments. I feel like it was a clip on my channel, the first ever cast I did of an FSL tournament. And I did it on my channel with the clean feed. And El Papito just went for an absolute ride on one of the drawbridges, completely stuck, unsavable, flipped over into the moat. Those are always fun moments. And now, look at that lead for Just Attracted. I thought it was going to be close. With 3 minutes to go, I thought we were going last bail here. I don't think so. It's a nearly 200-point lead for Just Attracted. Crazy. So we are going to have a third of the best of three. We've had that every round so far. Every matchup has gone to the third round. And there we have it. So we'll have another third round here between these two. Collecting themselves, both teams now. Both teams have won a round. Power Team Esport looked confident after that first round. Now they got to find a way to bounce back. I think this is a benefit of having the change in the rules for team perks. It makes it a little bit more unpredictable what your opponent is going to do. I mean, look at that. 10 extra bales into the top, 11 extra bales overall. Absolutely insane bale production there by Just Attracta, and when they needed it most as well.
Well, guess who's back? Here we are. So Terminator has been, of course, commentating this series, and I'll be joining in just for a while as Terminator still needs to have just a very short break, so he'll be eventually back, but I'll be covering. So yeah, we're going to go all the way to the third match of the series, and I think Terminator had some valid points about the stats, like who has won the first game of the series, and then who in the end has won the overall of the series. So we'll see how this is going to go. So we're going to go all the way to the third game. And it's good to remember that the winner from this is going to be, of course, facing Farming Friends on the next game, which we're gonna be streaming, as far as I have understood from the format, and then the losing team is gonna be facing New Holland on the quarterfinals loser bracket. That's what I'm expecting to have here. But yeah, we still have the third game up and coming. The players gonna be just waving a little bit, and yeah. Of course, I mean it's the first game for them on this event, so they went all the way to the quarterfinals by placement, and now they really have to show what they have. But still, who is going to lose this one? They still have a second try, and they still have a chance all the way to the final as well. So it's not that big of a problem. But yeah, of course, the pressure is building up as they want to do something, and we're going to be heading towards the ban phase. And now I just got a message to my ear that the lovely Terminator is back. So he's going to be taking the ropes from here, and I'm going to be seeing you guys on the next series.
Thanks for filling in temporarily. Needed to run there. Thank you, Copter. Awesome to have him a member of the team the last couple of seasons. Of course, he's got lots of experience in broadcasting and esports, so he'll be back and joining us. We should be taking it home from here. We've got several matchups to go today. This is just the upper part of the bracket. Like, we're about to solve the upper part with this matchup. And then we'll still have quite a bit to go with the lower part. We've yet to see Helm, the top team, the three-time champions, the winners of the FarmCon tournaments, tournament number 1 of Season 5 as well. The runners-up are already out. Mind Sanity went out earlier and will not be seen again today. We saw them lose to Farming Friends and New Holland. So it looks like we've got just about 4 hours left today on the broadcast, give or take, depending on how they go, if there's any delays, or if every single one goes to the third round, which so far every matchup has gone to that third. That last round was absolutely fantastic play by Just Attracta. So let's see what happens in this third of the best of 3. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. One team will move on, and the other team will be dropping into the double elimination part of the bracket. Teams battling it out at the pods, racing to claim their favorite pieces of equipment. The strongest pieces, El Papito having to run now for the New Holland Combine after he got beaten to another one. Actually, it looks like there wasn't 2 Colossus Combines. There wasn't one on the pod. So what Just Attracta have done is they won the battle for the ideal with the Fent branding. So that's like the second best option to having 2 of the Kloss Lexion 8900s this season, being able to get those 2 in combination. So just a slight early advantage for JDT. $133 for the first bail for Just Attracta. The good first bail by them. And quite a bit slower this time for Power Team Esports. 122 after the 145 in the last round. Squillis, that it used to happen a lot more before you could reserve the combines. It doesn't happen as often with the reservations in play and the changes that have happened over the seasons. We did see last season Team New Holland, as they're now known, be able to upset the top team in the league, now known as Helm. All these name changes, right? You know who these people are, though. We saw them upset them by gathering all the Baylors, I think, off of the belt and leaving them with only one. Or maybe it was the combines. I don't remember, but that was a good bit of disruption. And it was the only tournament, I believe, that the team formerly known as Trelleborg, now known as Helm, didn't win last season. But yeah, it does not happen as much anymore. It's very easy now for teams to be able to reserve a combine and a baler and still have plenty of points left over for everything else. So you don't see those rushes as much. That's probably a good thing, because it happened a lot early on in Farming Simulator esports. And then games would just be over within 20 seconds or less. I like the map design for the changes of Farming Simulator League, the arena mode coming to Farming Simulator 22. It seems like there's a little bit more room around the silo, and I love that at the barn it's actually possible to pull up on the left side of the conveyor belt and drive around the farmhouse now. I've seen quite a few teams doing that and taking that approach today. $11-point difference in the first bale. Not too bad. It's easy enough to make up throughout the course of a round. Definitely feel like with the 10-minute rounds now, if you blink, you can miss it. It's only 5 minutes less, but it does go by, at least the time, rather quickly. It's interesting that the time is shorter, the time goes by faster, but it does seem like it's slowed the gameplay down. Teams spend the first 5 minutes or so getting their grain delivered. They start pressing bales, I would say around the 6th or 7th minute. And then most of those bales now are now being delivered in the last 3 minutes or so. As we see speed limit and speed up as the 5.5 minute drops. Both teams at their silos delivering grain. In case this is your first time watching, you're not aware, each side of the arena is the same. It's just a mirrored image, a reverse mirror. So one team's silo is across the ravine from the other team's barn and vice versa. So you can actually peer across the field and see what your opponents are up to if you can get the camera angle right. And I think that paying attention to your opponent is something that you want to do. You want to make sure you know where they are, make sure they're not going to disrupt you, and figure out a way and how you can disrupt them at the same time. Both teams are delivering grain twice this time around. So Power Team Esport already starting their unloading. Can Valo get in and score some bales with this multiplier advantage? The belt has stopped, however, due to Unstoppable being in play for Just Attractus. So Power Team Esport, if they're going to score these bales, are going to have to drive up the belt with them to get the full benefit of the multiplier in their favor. Now their belt is turned back on, and the multiplier is about to be evened out. Maybe. They look like they might be short here. Just enough to get them over the line. 2.1 to 1.9, and presumably that's where we're going to stay the rest of this round. 20 seconds away from the super drop. If you wait to pick up the 5.5 minute drop until the end of the window, a lot of them now last almost until when the super drop shows up. as it's going to be bail points, and it's going to be Power Team Esport that grabs it. They really needed that. They're in the lead now by 24 points. As we see Yanka now for our red team, Just Attracta loading it up, loading bales up. It's going to even things out a little bit. They're going to be getting 2 points extra per bale into the top now. Ooh, a little bit shaky with those bales. More coming in now. Those look just about good enough for Yanka. Both of those are going to go in. That's closed the gap to 14 points. There's been an oops somewhere for JDT off screen. Whether or not it was an intentional driving through of the mode or not, I'm not sure. Sometimes we do see that oops pops up whenever like a tractor crashes into the mode or flips over. But sometimes teams intentionally go into the water so that they can get out to that side of the larger field quicker. One of these teams will move on to tomorrow. The other team will drop into the losers part of the bracket. And there's a minute and a half to decide this one. 389 to 343. Here comes Obelix with some more bales on the back of that Massey baler. Still plenty of time to get them into the top, as well as Alpapito is stacking some on with the JCB. There's 3 on the belt with 3 more nearby. Plenty of time to score all 6 of these with maximum points. This has been a great matchup no matter who moves on. Our team Esport, with 40 seconds to go, they're looking good for the win, barring some mistakes. They have the advantage in bale count. Yanka now stacking some on. I think the best that Just Attracta can hope for is that some bales start falling off the belt for their opponents, but meanwhile off the screen some bales scored for Power Team Esport, and that gap continues to widen a bit. And I think that Just Attracta just are going to run out of time here, as El Papito is trying to get up on the belt to get that last one in. He's on it now, and he's going to be able to get that one in. And it's going to end up 590 to 521, I believe, was the final score. You see how excited Power Team Esport are, and congratulations to them for moving on. They won the first round, came up short in the second, bounced back in the third to advance. So congratulations to Power Team Esport for moving on there. And a good effort by Just Attracta. They aren't out of this completely. 6 extra bales, 4 extra into the top for Power Team Esports. So that made the difference there. Extra grain delivered for JDT, but it doesn't matter how much grain you deliver if you have the multiplier in your favor or not when you fall that much behind in total bale count for your against your opponents. Sorry about the blurry camera. That looked about like my vision when I woke up at 1:30 this morning to get ready for the broadcast. Luckily, some coffee, plenty of coffee, and some food later, and I'm feeling good now. Okay, Power Team Esport, though, there you go. Moving on, as we said. Copter will be back with us very shortly. Right now, he's looking like, a very sharp Farming Simulator League logo over there for his camera. Lovely. All right, I think that we're going to be seeing something happening on stage at Gamescom here shortly. There was rumors that everyone's favorite mascot might come out at some point. So we'll see what happens with that. We've got plenty more matches to come. We have just about 4 hours or so more of the broadcast to go. We still haven't seen Helm. They're going to play Astragon later. So looking forward to being able to see that matchup coming up. No, 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 no. Everyone, not Big Pig. Although, you know what, Feldon? I mentioned Big Pig at FarmCon this year and how people want him back in the FSL. So you guys did your part. I did my part. Um, but no promises can be made about the future of Big Pig at this point. We'll be back here in just a moment. See you soon. We're back, and this time it's both of us again. Kerminator here, aka Kermit. It should be the other way around, and then we've got Maddie, aka Copter. Maddie, welcome back. You are energized now. You had some more food. You had some more coffee.
Oh yeah.
What a absolute another great matchup between those two teams, Just Attracta and Power Team Esport. Just Attracta just coming up short, and they'll be facing off against New Holland in the
Mm.
losers part of the bracket for that right to move on into the quarterfinals. As we see now, the hats being given out. There's Lister 10 looking for people to give hats out to on stage at Gamescom. Shout out to everybody there in Cologne, live on site, putting on a good show for the Farming Simulator fans. Maddie, it's been an interesting day so far. We still have about 4 hours to go. We're a little over halfway done, but still quite a bit of action to see today.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, we should have four matches still remaining. I think we have done five so far. And of course, I mean, the schedule, we have more breaks because of the stage and everything. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit later. But yeah, I mean, definitely interesting matches. This next one is going to be interesting to see how, because I mean, New Holland has been playing already, I think, three matches or something. And now we have just the Tractor, who is then just one match. So we'll see what's going to happen. We have the replays from the previous one. And of course, Terminator was witnessing this better than me. I was watching it at the same time I was reading. You asked if I had my energy. Yes, I had three croissants and a large cup of coffee. And then, if that wasn't enough, then I had like a large donut as well. Sorry, no pancakes. But anyways, definitely I'm energized now. And these like four remaining matches, they're gonna be like a breeze.
Yeah, I feel like either I was asleep for part of that round, or I just do not remember those first two Baylor near accidents that we saw in the highlights. Maybe the camera on the live broadcast was elsewhere. Now we're seeing, the Baylor's just shaky all around for both teams. And so, credit to Power Team Esport. They won the first of the best of three and then bounced back in the third game to move on. And they're looking pretty solid as well. And it'll be interesting now to see New Holland, who got defeated by Farming Friends earlier, have now dropped into the double elimination part of the bracket, and they're going to have to square off with Just Attractive for the right to move on. So I'm feeling like a whole lot more variety and a lot more. It's a lot more unpredictable this so far this season, and my experience here in my first tournament of the season, the second one for the league this year.
Yeah, I think it's yeah, it looks definitely like that. I think it's because every small mistake costs so much, and it's all about the small things, and then you easily find yourself in a position where you have like 2 minutes to go, and then you really don't see any way of getting out of it anymore if you're losing. So I think that the everything what the players do, they have a way more bigger impact than before because of the shorter length of the match. So I think that's the case. And I mean, what we have also seen that most of the matches they have gone to third in the series. I remember last season we had for example, the play-ins we might have like 2-0 all of the matches in
Right.
multiple tournaments, and that is not happening anymore. I mean, it's good. I think that it's definitely good that we have closer series, but that's also a thing that I have noticed that these are like way closer.
So, correction there. The graphic break listed a different matchup than the one we're seeing on
Mm,
the broadcast. So, it's actually the winners of the last two matches we've seen. So, Farming Friends will take on Power Team Esport now. So, yeah, these teams both have performed well. We've, of course, only seen Power Team Esport in one matchup today. This
mm.
will be what, the fourth and sixth matchups that we've seen Farming Friends, I believe, or something like that. So we've seen quite a bit of them today. They've been playing really solidly throughout the day. They lost early on in the first match of the broadcast to New Holland, but they bounced back a couple of matchups ago to defeat New Holland and move on here. So, yeah, it's interesting to see them, performing well here.
Mm. Yeah, and just as a reminder, so winner of this series is going to go straight to the semifinals. Well, okay, Well, yeah, semifinals, but that's also a two-stage semifinal, so we're gonna come back to that tomorrow. But anyways, the winning team is gonna go all the way to the semifinal stage, and then the loser is gonna still play against the. I need to see who's they're gonna be playing at, but anyway,
New
there
Holland,
will be matches for the winner as well.
right? Yeah, it's
Sorry,
the
loser.
brackets are too disorganized for my brain to keep up with so far today. It's kind of all over the place. It's a new format that we're seeing for the first time, and something that we're not really used to in these regular circuit tournaments. So bear with us. We'll figure it out as we go along.
Mm. But anyways, we have this series, and let's just wait how it goes, and then we'll see what's going to happen after it. But then I think we're going to go to the other bracket, and then we have the teams that we mentioned earlier: Hell, Mastrogan, Baltra, and Lindner, who's still going to play 3 matches in total, still tonight. But anyways, or tonight, depending where you are in the world. But anyways, we have the hunt for the first bale, and let's see, Farming Friends going to be heading towards to get that class harvester combined whatever, and gonna be heading out. Oh, there's a bit of a time going on because at the same time that they are also trying to find a baler, I guess, if that is what I'm seeing. Yeah, they will go for the class baler. So to me, it seems the Farming Friends, who have had very great starts for the round for the first bale, I think we are seeing that this time they will not get that, default first bail, which has been really good for them on the previous matches, and now we can see Power Team Esports actually. I mean, look at the clock. There's still 15 seconds. This could be like 100 and more than 140 definitely. And if that toss is gonna go in, it's gonna be almost like a 147 or something like that. Exactly, spot on. 147. Let's go.
Yeah, didn't skip a beat. Went off, had 3 croissants, some coffee, and even more, and you came back and you just picking up right where you left off. 147, well called there, Maddie. And a good moment by Power Team Esport. They had a 145 in that last matchup on the broadcast, topping that here, and the highest one we've seen so far today with 147. And not only did they score the highest first bail we've seen today, but a good 26-point advantage for Power Team Esport, because Farming Friends lagging behind there. I mean, 121 isn't that bad a lot of the times. It could be a lot worse, but when your opponent gets to 147, you're off to a bad start already.
Yeah, it's a good start. I mean, definitely 147. I mean, doesn't matter who does it. It's always a good first bail. And yeah, I think the first time for Farming Friends, when I see that they don't get a first bail, which is like I think they have won all the first bails on all of the matches today. I might be wrong, but at least they had a very good percentage on winning those. But yeah, this time it's going to be 121, and the difference is going to be 26 points. So that is actually a reasonable amount of points. So that's something they need to cover somehow at some point. Of course, we have a big Hall versus Bottleneck here. I'm not sure if we did mention that because we had all the other discussion and excitement about the croissants going on at that point. But that is what we have here, and I want to see how this is played. We have seen Farming Friends play with a similar strategy multiple times. Versus, I think this is the 3rd team already they are playing against, or maybe the 4th actually already. And Power Team is what we have just one game from them. So I kind of I want to believe that Farming Friends, they know what they are doing. They have executed the similar strategy multiple times today, and of course maybe they have a bit more experience because I mean from the strategy than Power Team Esports, as they didn't play that many matches on the previous tournament, and they didn't execute, I think, this strategy because I think that we were playing like Perk against the Perk more or less last time. So we'll see how that's gonna go. But I kind of have this gut feeling that Farming Friends they will find a way.
Farming Friends have looked really good so far today. Like, to be fair, they have exceeded, I think, everyone's expectations. Certainly us. Coming in, we weren't really sure what to expect from them. They didn't place at the FarmCon tournament. In fact, I'm not sure if they were even there. Do you remember seeing them at the FarmCon tournament?
Yeah,
I don't remember.
You actually might be right.
They didn't place at least. Yeah. So to not be in the standings after the first tournament, but to bounce back here and be on the cusp of moving into the semifinal, and guaranteeing yourself at least 50 points if you move on. Like it's a pretty good result in the second tournament. And it hasn't been like they've just gotten lucky either. They've played really solid games throughout, even in the ones that they've lost. They've looked like they've been in it for most of every single round that they've played.
But yeah, meanwhile, of course, Power Team Esports with the big hole, they have been delivering some grain, so they have made a 3.0 multiplier for them, and they have stopped the belt from the Farming Friends side. So we'll see what's going to be coming out of this Bale multiplier and bridges lowered. Well, the Bale multiplier at this point, yeah, Farming Friends, they do have some bales, but the delivering those is going to be complicated if you just want to get the multiplier from the bottom. Gotta be tricky currently, because I don't think that, well, they do have a chance of delivering some grain as well, so they could try, if they're ready for it, try to deliver some bales and some grain at the same time and get the bale multiplier, and they are getting the grain there, so maybe they are identifying the same strategy option which they might see as some kind of a rescue. So they will definitely get this to 2.0. The question is what the Power Team is going to be doing. They are not ready to deliver, but they do have a quite big chunk of grain on that Optimus Prime. So that's going to be definitely going to the silo, as there is currently no way of closing it in. So I would say that the window is right there right now, but they haven't picked anything. So that is the question, what they are actually planning to do. Obelix having a bit of a problem here, so he's just, I don't know, maybe he's wannabe scuba driver.
Usually they go that route to get to that field quicker. I'm not sure why he did it in that moment, because it didn't look like there was any grain to press there. Going back to Farming Friends in the FarmCon tournament, so at FarmCon we only had the semifinals and the final on the broadcast, so Farming Friends were there. They lost on the first day that wasn't broadcast to Vultra 2-1. They lost the first one by a point. They won the second one by 80 points. And then they lost the final round 366 to 292. So maybe they learned a lot from that tournament and have really bounced back well here. But right now, trailing Power Team Esport, who are a solid team themselves and very well could move on here. Power Team Esport joint 6th place as they made it into the quarterfinals at the FarmCon tournament, and they've guaranteed themselves at least that finish again here in this tournament.
Meanwhile, kind of like the window of opportunity for that strategy option has gone, of course. I mean, they didn't pick up the drop, Farming Friends, and they lost the multiplier advantage as well, because Power Team Esports came with the big haul and just poured down the grain. So now it's 2.2 for Power Team Esports, 1.8 for Farming Friends, and Power Team Esports leading at the same time as well. More bales for Farming Friends, but the having 2.5 remaining Lord Bale is going to be picked up by Power Team Esports as well, so that is also going to the way of Power Team Esports. So for Farming Friends, this is looking a bit complicated. They shouldn't have just, the option is that, well, the only option I would say is that they just need to make more bales and put them on the second floor, because, the bottom door is not going to be an option, and then, they don't have that many bales. They have 10, yes, they can deliver those, that's going to be 180 points. But the also Power Team Esports getting 22 points per bale, so they can still, I would imagine, with the current amount of bales, to kind of like overcome that execution as well. So something needs to be found out, or maybe a mistakes to happen, or I don't know. But the when we have 2 minutes remaining, Power Team Esports definitely has the advantage, and kind of like they are almost reaching out to the win of the first match of this series. But let's just not get too excited about it yet.
Yeah, 2 minutes doesn't seem like a lot of time, but this is when the majority of your bales are being scored, so anything could still happen, that's for sure. 367 to 319. I think this is the first time, I think, if I'm right today, that we've seen Big Haul actually end up with more than just a 0.1 advantage. It's only 0.1 more at 2.2 to 1.8, but if you don't counter your opponents when they're using Big Haul and make sure you get the right amount of grain delivered, you will end up in this kind of a situation where you're scoring less points per bale than your opponent. It's going to be hard to make up this gap for Farming Friends. They scored some bales there, but meanwhile, Power Team Esport continued to score. So only about 70 points in it, but Power Team Esport, barring some huge mistakes or just a failure to get the rest of their bales in, as they don't have any more yet at the barn, could make the difference with 40 seconds to go.
Yeah, I mean, all these bales going in for Power Team Esports, they should be ending up, around 600 points actually, which is pretty good. And then 30 seconds to go. There's no way all the bales from Farming Friends are gonna go on the second floor, so they will reach out something like a 5.5 maximum.
It's a lot closer now.
But the Power Team Esports, I mean, they don't have any bales going on. They're gonna be losing some time. They have a couple of bales. There's actually a chance.
Farming Friends in the lead.
They have the lead, but that's the final bale. So Power Team Esports, they had a couple of bales. They need to get 2 of them in. And
trying
then
to drive up to get that one in.
They're going to be trying to get one in. They're going to be getting a close call. That's going to be 10 points coming in. And Papito will climb up all the way on the belt. And that's going to be a close call. They will still get it. But there was a moment when they had the bales, but they were just too far away from the barn. And they were like, guys empty-handed.
Oh, my goodness.
Do about it because Mario hasn't brought the bales.
Wow. I mean, this is like... It's proving so far today that if you don't know how to drive up on the belt at the end of a round to push that last bale over, like that could be the difference in winning or not. If he had not been able to get up on the belt and push that one into the top while also simultaneously having his teammates score the last few into the bottom, they wouldn't have won that. It was literally the last second there. 5 less bales. But
they would have
still coming out on top with those 2 extra per bale. So
yeah, it would have been they would have lost by not that many points, but it would have been like a 41. So they would have lost it with 6 points if they wouldn't have got that one bale on the second floor. And they still needed the bottom one as well, because I expected that they have a couple of bales. They're just rolling nicely on the belt, and I was very surprised when we actually finally saw that there is no bales nowhere around the belt when we still have like what was like a 10 seconds, and then that all that last minute action. Okay, let's get the just like a probably the same feeling with Santa Claus has during the Christmas time. That okay, we need to get the packages fast and we need to deliver them on time.
You might be right about that. Wow, what a round that was. And for Farming Friends, you're sitting there after that round and you're saying, I'm not sure we can do much different there to win, other than like we just needed one more bale, or we needed Power Team Esport to fail to get that last one in. So it wasn't that it was a bad round by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, they had a nice lead there with about 30 seconds to go, but Power Team Esport coming in clutch there and delivering several bales, both into the top and the bottom, combined at the end of the round to come out victorious. Now, we have seen quite a bit today that the team that wins the first round doesn't go on to win the entire matchup. So Power Team Esport winning the first one, but will they be moving on here? Will we see our first clean sweep of today or not, as the second round is just about to get underway here?
Let's see. Yeah, I mean, your method of how the first team that's gonna win the round is gonna lose the series, it might be effective. Who knows? But hard to tell. But just have to wait and see. And let's see the perks. That's what I want to see. The team perks, how this is going to be played. It's going to be the vice versa, that we actually have Farming Friends and the Power Team Esports just like changing the perks. And then, if it goes all the way to the third of the series, then they will just play the Unstoppables on the both sides. But that is, of course, hard to tell. We haven't much seen it for telehandler being used. Not going to be banned here, but I don't expect to see it on the fields. The John Deere has been pretty much in all of the matches banned, and we can see these same masses, and all the fast track has been there from time to time, not always as well. And then this is the most interesting one. So yeah, Unstoppable and Big Hole. So they're gonna go this way against each other. So then, I mean, if that's gonna hold. So okay, I'll go maybe way too much ahead of things, but still, if we go on the third game of the series, then we have Unstoppable and Bottleneck against each other, which I don't think we seen it today. So that will be interesting as well. But okay, let's focus on this second game of the series and let's see what's going to happen if we actually get on the third one.
I think Power Team Esport has to be feeling good. Of course, anything can happen now when the round actually kicks off, but we already saw Unstoppable countering Big Hall really well with New Holland, and it may have actually been, can't remember who it was. Was it New Holland playing My Insanity? When they did that, it was, wasn't it? Where they just absolutely played the most disruptive game that you can play. There was a standoff at the silo for a minute and a half or longer where My Insanity's belt was just broken and they couldn't score enough points to win. So we'll see if that's how this one plays out. You've got to be careful now. The Big Haul trailer, the benefit to it is being able to deliver 59,400 liters of grain at once. But when Unstoppable is in play on the other side for your opponent, you can't empty the entire trailer or you're just hurting yourself. You're going to shut your belt down. So you've got to be careful with your timing of the delivery of the grain. You got to make sure that you're not wasting time that you could be using elsewhere, just sitting at your silo as well.
Well, this time the challenges on the pads didn't have much of a drama, so I think both teams actually got what they wanted in about the same time. And as we can see, Obelix is already getting away, but we can see Farming Friends now got to be already delivering the first bale, so they are actually looking good here. They're going to reverse that in, I would expect that, because they have done it all the time. But that's going to be still like 140 and maybe 45, sorry. And but that's going to be still like, if you think that it's a bale which was reversed in 145 from the reversed pail. That's like very good.
Very good indeed. Like if he had done that in one fell swoop with the drive-by bale, it may have been 150.
Drive-by bale. I mean, sometimes I don't know. That just reminds me from the Godfather movies. It's just a black car drives by, and they're just tossing bales from the window and from the trunk at the same time. People are falling on the streets. Oh, the first drops are here as well. Bale drop and direct delivery. So maybe bale drop is going to be the one if they're going to go for it. I wouldn't be surprised if they will just ignore these as well at this point. But if you happen to be nearby, there's nothing wrong with getting one extra bale with the bale drop. So we'll wait and see what they will choose. Meanwhile, we can see the Farming Friends is big hall being filled. And then, Power Team Esports this time is going to be their time to have a little bit smaller utility to deliver the grain to the silo. So, but yeah, pretty much the same task, but just a bit of a different equipment at the moment.
I find it interesting. Like, I get teams deciding not to pick up the first drop because it's far away. It's not really beneficial to waste time to get it, but in the round that I did when you were on break earlier, he literally drove right by it, and direct delivery was on the board, and he was driving the combine. I don't understand why you wouldn't grab it if you're driving right by it. Like what would hurt you to pick that up in that situation? For direct delivery, for example, he would have had 30 seconds where he would have been harvesting even faster. Maybe he's like not wanting to get the combine too full, but if that's the case, just empty some of the grain on the ground and you're still able to get more straw pressed in that amount of time. Then you can turn into maybe a couple of extra bales later. Again, the players know better than we do. We sit here, we have the easy job, kind of calling the action and speculating on why they're choosing to do these things. So maybe they have a very good reason for ignoring them, but I still can't wrap my head around driving right by a drop and not grabbing it.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody on the chat, if there's any players on the chat, please let us know. I do have a I might be wrong, but this is just something which came to my mind. If I would be, let's say, in-game leader for the team, and I have set up this strategy, and I know how the opponent is playing, if I go and pick up something like that, that might change how the opponent is playing. And if I'm confident with my own strategy, I don't want to do anything which is causing the opponent to do something else that I'm expecting them to do. So by choosing that drop, it might affect somehow what the opponent is doing, and then in that way, you know, causing an unpredictable event. I don't know. Just came to my mind. If
Right.
they for
Yeah,
example
I
feel that
understand
they
that.
want to
Yeah.
go and do the same, and then something else is not happening what they are expecting as they have followed the opponents to play in the past.
Yeah, that
But
makes
that's
sense
just
to
an
me.
idea. I might be overthinking a little bit, but yeah, that's something that just comes to my mind because I always in the games where I have competed, again, let's talk about that later. Silo close, and that's a very important one because we do have farming friends
Right by
with
the
a
silo
full
too.
big haul, and they're gonna go for it. But what's gonna happen with the power team is, what does farming friends have the time to deliver the grain before their silo is gonna be closed? But the power team esports, they haven't picked anything, and the players. Let's see, I'm not that well. There we go. Valo is coming up, and he's going to be there on time before the big haul delivery comes. And this is what I called the hammer time. As you see, 2.7 multiplier for Power Team Esports. They have blocked the delivery of a big haul, and this could be I'm not going to say a life-changing event, but definitely one of the key moments. It is the arch that can snap on this match.
And interestingly enough, farming friends, I think, may be expected to be able to deliver their grain because they already had a belt. They had a bale on the belt. So they've scored only 13 points for that bale with the multiplier against them. And we see now Power Team Esport coming in, and with Silo Close still active for 60 seconds against farming friends, they have a lot of time here where they can score
Yeah.
27 points per bale. This is a huge moment for Power Team Esport. One went away from moving on here, and this is going to be a huge advantage. And it looked like he had more bales sitting nearby, too. So there's going to be 3 in at 27 points apiece, and 3 more nearby if he can get those on. He's got plenty of time still. 30 seconds to get all of these in. This is huge. 6 bales, and now they're increasing it even further, and it's about to be 90 more points for these 3. Huge moment. This is going to be hard for farming friends to turn around. This is going to be really tough for farming friends to get back into.
Yeah, this is definitely the hammer time moment. But I mean, the 13-point bail for farming friends. So they put that on the belt because they expected that they will let that go up a little bit, and then they will start pouring the grain, and then they actually make like 20 something or maybe even 30 points from it after they have unloaded the big haul. So that was their idea. And imagine if there would have been instead of a silo close, for example, like bail multiplier or something like that, they would have actually gained hugely, increased the gap towards Power Team Esports on that scenario. So it's very little things that are actually affecting, and that's when you choose a strategy. Then of course you need to
Bottom
alter it
boost.
later on. Yeah.
Bottom boost picked up for Power Team Esports, so it continues to get worse for farming friends because now Valo has 3 bales ready to come in. He can just put these into the bottom, and that's going to be 60 points added to their lead now. And this is just not going in the way of farming friends for sure. Ooh,
Yeah,
that one's coming off.
I mean, at least 2 of them. Let's see what's going to happen with the
Plenty of
third
time
one.
to get
This
this
one has
one in.
like 20 seconds. Yeah, it's going to go in. So they are just increasing the gap. Farming friends, they do have still 14 bales. I mean, so they are doing something. They are getting 20 points per bale actually. And but yeah, having a bit of a problem. Something's going to definitely fall off from that belt. I mean, I don't
How is that
see
still
all of
hanging
those
on?
3 going in, and I'm just more worried if something else is going to drop at the same time.
Uh-oh.
Because M-Tron having a bit of a trouble as well. But yeah, I want to see what's happening at the belt. We can see 20, at least another 20. Yeah, one of them probably did drop down. Yeah, we can see it actually on the right there in front of the bottom door, and those 2 are gonna go inside. So they're trying to do something different. They have to do something about it. But if those 2 bales get to be 40 points, so they are about 40 points behind, and it's 1.5 minutes. And what I don't really like here is how scattered the bales are. So that's not very efficient when you compare it to here. El Papito almost like has a surgical gloves on, and he's just like sorting them out like he would be working in the Deutsche Fahr factory, for example. And then on the farming friend side, I think that how the bales are positioned. I can imagine that's how it looks on Alex's place when he's like fixing his car on the garage.
It could very well be. Farming Friends belt as well, going much slower because of Unstoppable and played for Power Team Esports. So they're behind in points. They do have 3 extra bales, but with 40 seconds to go and how slow their belt is, they're already having to put some into the bottom. I think the best they could hope for uh, was maybe to get a combo, but meanwhile, Power Team Esport are continuing to score points as well. So it's just not going to happen. It ended up being quite closer, and in fact, like it still could flip in the favor of Farming Friends. I'm not sure how many bales they still have left around. It's just about 30 points now, give or take, closing the gap. More points now for Power Team Esports score, though, and I just think it's going to be too much in that moment with the bottom boost and the multiplier in their favor, scoring all those extra points, gives Power Team Esport our first sweep of the day. Up until this matchup, we had seen every match go to the third round of the best of 3. This one,
Mhm.
though, Farming Friends looked good throughout the entire day, Maddie. But Power Team Esport just proved a challenge too far for them today.
Yeah, it's definitely, I would say, a surprise to me. I mean, Farming Friends, they have looked very good during the whole day, and I mean, they beat me on my understanding. They beat New Holland, which are still, if you look at the stats from the last season, they are like top 3 teams.
Right.
I was definitely expecting that Power Team Esports is not gonna be able to match the pace of the Farming Friends, but I mean, people they have been doing their homework and just figuring out what they need to do. And I just love to see this, that actually we have teams who in a way in the past they have some results, but they haven't been really like fighting from the top 3 positions. And now suddenly we actually have that kind of teams like beating the old dogs, and and then they're beating each others as well. So I like this because for now I'm really wondering like what's gonna happen, in the upcoming matches as well. Because I mean, so many upsets already. So who knows? Maybe Power Team is gonna be the second, winner of the second tournament and getting a lot of the circuit points. I don't know, but based on this, you never know.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm really liking it so far in that it feels like not only to have the changes, especially with like the team perks having to be different every time, helped the variety, but also it seems like a lot of these teams that we've seen in the past have improved their gameplay as well. So they're kind of combining those two things to make it a little bit more unpredictable here in the Farming Simulator League. All right, we're headed to a break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more. All right, we're back again. We're moving right along. Congratulations to Power Team Esport for moving on into the semifinals. We're going to see the replays from that matchup coming up. That was our first sweep of the day, and really an impressive 2 rounds from Power Team Esport as they move on. And they're definitely, I mean, they're just now 2 matches away, 2 match wins away from winning this whole tournament.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if they will win the semifinal game tomorrow, then they're gonna be heading towards the second stage of the semifinals, and I think that they still have the final game as a third one. So 3 wins for the victory, but 2 wins more for Power Team Esports, and then they're gonna be reaching the finals.
Yeah, the bracket different this month. It's a topic for debate amongst the people watching both streams. For us as well, we're learning as we go along here with the double elimination. We have an upper bracket, we have a lower bracket. You can lose once and not be out. As we now are having a look at the highlights of 147 first bail for Power Team Esport. Well done by Obelix on that. That's the highest one we've seen today. Here is an attempt to get into the moat that almost went wrong. Maybe he was actually trying to jump it, but I don't know. Sometimes they intentionally try to drive through the water there. And it was that
Yeah,
first round, wasn't it? We just saw the highlight there where it was literally that bale pushed into the top combined with the ones into the bottom that won the first of the best of 3 for Power Team Esports at the last second. We thought for sure that Farming Friends was going to win that first one. So that moment meant that in the second round, Power Team Esport could go on and win the whole matchup and move on. So it comes down to just those small moments sometimes, doesn't it, Maddie?
mm. Yeah, it is the small moments, and I mean, yeah, I mean, if they would have, let's say that the couple bales which came like very late, which they still managed to get in, if they would have been delayed, let's say 3 seconds, probably they would have missed at least one of those bales. I don't know, would it have been both of them? But still, so that would have been enough to for the farming friends to kind of like force it on the third one. So, and 3 seconds you can lose pretty easily. You can lose it on the early game when you are trying to find your utilities, for example, from the pads, or you do a small mistake on the bridges. So there's a lot of options for that. So 3 seconds is a very short time.
Definitely. As we see the teams getting set up. So this is in the elimination part of the bracket. We just saw Just Attract lose to Power Team Esports. So they just lost to a French team, 2 French teams squaring off in that last one, 2 French teams again squaring off here. We've seen that matchup quite a bit so far. Sorry, that was Farming Friends that played in the last one. But earlier, Just Attract and Power Team Esports squared off. That's what's put them, JDT, into this elimination game against New Holland. So we're starting to see a rise in French teams and the Farming Simulator League. And of course, New Holland are kind of at the forefront of that and helping drive that interest. But all of them kind of, from what I understand, have practiced together and helped increase the quality of competition amongst themselves to give French teams a really good presence in the Farming
Mm.
Simulator League. So one French team will move on. One will be eliminated here in this next matchup coming up in just a moment.
And this match is, by the way, by the original schedule, one of the matches that was supposed to play on Sunday, but yeah, it seems that it has been moved on Saturday. So I'm not really sure what we're gonna see on the remaining matches. But if they're gonna play this upper bracket like all the way till the end, which in a way makes sense, so then we should be seeing this one. So either New Holland or Just Attract, they're proceeding from this quarterfinals lose. Upper brackets quarterfinals loser bracket to the next stage, which is then so the winner from here is gonna. Okay, so the loser is gonna be dropping out. That's what I'm expecting, like you said it, and the winner is gonna be then facing the farming friends, and they are still battling from a place to go also straight on the semifinal stage. So I mean, we have seen New Holland and farming friends already playing against each other twice, so there's a chance that we can maybe see them playing for the third time through the same day as well. But yeah, we don't know how that's going to go. But anyways, there's going to be some hats given out, and we're going to be heading for the game. So there we go, New Holland versus Just Attractor. And I did actually
I'm
ask
jealous
about
of
that
these
name,
hats,
what it
man.
actually means. So is it like a Just Attractor? Is that fine?
I think maybe. Yeah, that would be a good guess at least.
Uh, any French people on the chat? Is that just a
I
tractor
saw
or
I saw some French fans
that's
in
what
the
I'm
chat
expecting?
earlier.
Yeah.
Uh,
Okay.
but yeah, the hats, man, I'm so jealous of these. It would have been. Imagine if like when that guy was tossing out, we had like figured it out to have one at home and then act like he's throwing it on top of our head and cut back to us on the camera. How amazing would that have been? I got to get myself one of these straw hats at some point.
I think we all need
It
those.
means toad. Detracta means toad. So, okay. Like towing a vehicle, from what Leica in Space says. Right.
Okay, let's go to the captain's big face. Big hole versus bottleneck. So no, they changed that. So it's gotta be it is it is big hole versus bottleneck. We haven't seen these like last second changes as we maybe have when we have Helm playing. But they're not playing for now. But quite often from Helm we see that they just try to bait with the picks a little bit. We haven't seen this happening today, but yeah, maybe that's gonna happen later. But anyways, the picks are done. So I mean, I'm mostly interested about the perks, which the captains are gonna be choosing. But yeah, these we have seen before, and yeah, let's wait for it. New Holland, just attractive, and the otherwise the picks. What we can see here is nothing that special so far. I mean, just the usual ones. So it's once again perk against the perk.
All right. This is going to be interesting because I wouldn't have expected New Holland to be in this situation, Maddie. Like here they are on the cusp of elimination. You would have expected them based off of last season to just kind of breeze through and make it in. But this is a new season. Things have changed. There's been a lot more of leveling of the competition and the playing field amongst these teams. So as Just Detracta has, they're going to need this Tractor Toad out of here and reserved and rescued, apparently. Able to flip it over in the end, luckily, but precious seconds wasted early on.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be getting the baler just now. 30 seconds already went on the clock, and now we can see that the Yanka is here, but there's no baler. We can see from the X-ray that New Holland is kind of like trailing there, and we can see El Rose just getting away behind Cygnus. Let's see the seconds, so this could be 140 plus, and we can see Hapak's pretty far away, and let's see, yeah, 140 if he's gonna toss that down, so maybe 143, 44. So that's a good start for New Holland. I think that's the best first bale for New Holland today. They haven't been really shining on the first bales. I think the on the previous series they have made a couple of mistakes during the first bales, and they actually have lost them quite often. So that's a great start for New Holland. And of course, just the track, it's not going to be that great. It's going to be 123, so it's not like completely horrible either. 21 points lower, so that's 1.05 bales.
Well done. So proud of you. I know Virtual Farmer would be wherever he is today. Crazy Tool and Bridges Raised. They're definitely not going to pick up these drops. They're all the way near the silo. Having said that, sometimes I think they should pick them up when they drive by. So who knows? They might surprise me and just go for it here just to prove me wrong.
Yeah, I'm just wondering. Alex said that he had some overlappings with the previous commitments, so he wasn't able to be here today. I'm just wondering that maybe maybe he's buying a new house and he's gonna go to the bank to apply for a loan for about 300,000 bales.
I knew exactly where you were going with that when you started. Bringing back the joke from earlier. Well done.
I have no idea what is the calculated price of one bale, but that was just the imaginary sum of bales or money, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, 300,000 bale for a house in this economy, Copter. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I have no idea what is the. I would imagine that maybe you get a house with a little bit lesser amount of bales as well, because the calculated price must be a bit more than just, let's say, like a €1 or a pound or a dollar. Um,
You
Actually,
could
funny
build a
fact, I
house
used to
with the
own a
300
horse.
dust.
I have no experience from any farming, but I have owned a horse because um, my girlfriend at the time, she was riding horses on a competitive level, so we had a horse. So
Oh, cool.
from that, I know something about the price of, what they are eating. It's not really they're not eating the bales, but they are eating the hay which is on the bales. So, and I remember that the one horse, I think it costed about like €400 in Finland to feed the horse per month. So I know that there's definitely a price which is more than €1 per bale.
Wow. It doesn't cost much less than that to feed me for a month. So I was kind of
Mm.
surprised at that sum. 6 minutes and some change to go. Still only the first Bale points scored. New Holland's in the lead, of course. And we'll see how this one continues to shape up. We're 30 seconds away from the next drops. Teams getting ready to deliver grain. Interestingly enough, JDT has more grain at the moment than New Holland does, who have big hauls. So presumably they're going to do the grain chain at the silo, JDT, to kind of match the output of New Holland. And New Holland's going to have to find a way to get a couple more thousand liters in, or they're going to be at a slight disadvantage here, depending on how things play out. Here are our 5.5 minute drops. Too far away to see what they are. There we go. Silo closed and speed limit.
Mm. Yeah, I like the silo close. Every time when you have a big haul in play and then you have the silo close, so now is the time for just the track. I mean, they are doing exactly the same. They are just unloading the grain, and now they get the silo close just before New Holland. But New Holland will block that. That at least they're not getting a better multiplier. But why? Why Hapax is not going for the silo closed? Because their silo
He's
is
going to
closed.
wait
And,
until less time, yeah.
yeah, he's gonna wait until less time, but I'm just worried that New Holland, we don't see where they're currently, how they are like setting up things, but it could be that they are, if they have a chance of unloading it and kind of like denying that 2.6 multiplier, then kind of like the strategical advantage has been once again lost because of the timing. So that's why I'm worried about it. With 4.5 minutes to go, we haven't seen yet nothing happening, and maybe, I mean, there's also kind of like the fear factor on this one, that New Holland knows that they can go and pick that up anytime they want, so they don't even want to try to go unload it to the silo. So in a way, not picking it up and just knowing that it's available for them might be beneficial, and actually yes, exactly, like delaying it even more than the actual validity period of the perk.
JDT needs to take advantage of this, though. Like, they're going to be able to deliver, they'll have a window where their silo is going to open, and they'll still have just under 30 seconds remaining to score some points, but New Holland also will be ready to deliver grain. And I'm just surprised that so far they've not
Bales
scored
not here.
any bales with this advantage.
Yeah, there's a lot
just
of
now
bales
coming in. And they are going to be able to
Like,
score with the advantage. Their belt's going really slowly,
yeah,
but that is a
Okay.
3-1 advantage. And if all three of these make it in, that'll be 90 points. You've got to
Yeah.
think, though, that New Holland is now ready to answer back. They have a full big haul trailer ready to deliver.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna.
And
Yeah,
now
now
they're
they're still
delivering,
unloading
so-
it. Yeah,
So they didn't even. They scored what, one of them at 30
Yeah.
points, and that was it. I still think the grain is going to be in the favor of JDT. In fact, they still have 20,000 liters left.
yeah,
Like,
but
they
the
could
multiplier
really get
switches
an
here as
advantage
well.
here. Is this enough
Yeah, I mean-
to give them the advantage for the rest of the round? They've got more in the combine right there, presumably. They're almost out of it now. Are they going to get to 2.1? They will. Is
Bale
that where
combo.
they're going to leave it? Oh, a combo counter by New Holland.
Yeah, counter,
So
yeah.
30 points for New Holland there.
But yeah, I mean, just the track.
Not a
They
bad.
actually,
Oh,
yeah, they did get a slight advantage here, but yeah, they are having about half of the bales, which is the gap is now what is it, like a 110. I think the bales are like 140 points, the difference of the bales. So yeah, I mean, New Holland they still have a way back on this one definitely. So it's it all depends like how these bales are gonna go in. So New Holland they definitely have a chance of winning this one, but also just the track they has the chance for winning as well. It kind of like depends like how many bales they're gonna press, and will they be able to deliver those very last bales? I think it's gonna come down to that once again.
yeah, it's almost 100 points lead for JDT with a minute and a half to go.
Mm.
Yeah, this one's going to be interesting because of what you said. Like New Holland has the extra bales to make this up. Do they have the time though? Cygnus out pressing more to bring in.
And is it gonna be the bottom door, or it's gonna be on the second floor? That's what I'm wondering here, how that's gonna go. Um, I don't really like what's happening with the bales here on the next to the New Holland belt. Once again, I guess my my eye, which always catches the kind of like good logistics, is not seeing it because the bales are so scattered across. So, but the just have to wait and see. But as we can see from the scores,
One
New
falling
Holland
off.
has been catching from time to time. So a couple of bales go in. New Holland is actually going to be leading after those two bales at least for a while before the bales from. No, it's going to be just the track actually. Getting those couple in, but it's going to be very close. So New Holland is nicely catching up, and only 6 bales remaining for just the track. They have 20 seconds remaining, so definitely New Holland is not going to be getting all of
This
those
is going to
bales
be
on the
close.
second floor. So this is going to be getting very close as just the track. We can see New Holland putting on the first floor. They're going to be getting the 500 point. There's going to be 2 bales remaining on that bale, but it's going to be also 1 bale
Oh
for
my
New Holland,
goodness.
which might be the one that's going to take the lead. And there's going to be
5 points.
it's going to be New Holland putting the bales on the first floor. 1 second, no, it doesn't
Oh,
have
they
the
didn't get him.
time. 5:20,
Wow.
5:25. So close. Just like couple meters we saw that on the fork of that tractor for New Holland, they had the keys for the victory, but this time they just didn't reach the lock.
I mean, wow. Another crazy ending. New Holland
Or
in
35
several
actually.
rounds today. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
crazy. 15 points difference.
yeah.
I mean, that moment where they were able to score at least that, one or two bales with the advantage was the difference really for JDT at the end. But for New Holland, Maddie, like I feel like for them, we're seeing a lot of like uncharacteristic mistakes.
Mm.
Those two bales there at the end, failing to get them in, and it's been a battle for them. We've seen them bounce back already from losing the first round a couple of times. In fact, I don't think that a single time that we've seen New Holland today have they won the first of the best of three, if I remember correctly. So for them now, like they have shown that they can bounce back and win the final two rounds in a row to advance. So that's what they're going to have to do here. They're kind of like looking at each other, going back to the drawing board. I think that it gives teams confidence, though, knowing that this season that the team perks have to be switched because
Mm.
previously we saw a lot more sweeps, right? Or like you knew that your opponent, if they had one really good strategy that they stuck with, you knew that you couldn't screw up if they played their strategy flawlessly. So now with more of the variety in it, I think that it should give teams confidence that anything can happen. And I mean, they were just a couple of bales away in that first round from winning it. So they can easily bounce back now if they kind of clean up some of those mistakes. But it looks like confusion and frustration a little bit setting in for New Holland at the moment.
You remember the first game of the day? How these guys were laughing and having a great time, and it's getting more
Yeah.
serious. The sunglasses are off. No more DLCs on sale. Um, so yeah, I mean, I think they are worried. To be honest, I mean, well, I'm not the master in analyzing the body language, but these guys to me they seem a bit worried currently. They lost to farming friends, and now they might be just about to lose to just attract the other French team as well. So, and I don't think that after the first rounds of the play-ins that this is what they were expecting that they're gonna find on the quarterfinals. So this is kind of like a, mm, how would I say it? This quarterfinal stage is something which we haven't had on the past. So there is this if you're a religious person, and you don't have to be, but there's something, what they say, that when you go to hell there's like some kind of a waiting room between. So I think they are there currently, just waiting. What's gonna be the verdict? Are they gonna go back up amongst the living, or will they just go and die? Sorry, that's a bit harsh language, but that's I hope you get what I mean, and I don't mean it any like a bad way in a way, but yeah,
FSL
that is just.
purgatory, huh?
Yeah, yes, that is the term that I was. Yeah, purgatory. That's what I was like trying to find.
I love it. I
Maybe
love
we
where
get
your
a.
brain goes, and
Yeah. So
I
now.
love the fact that you think that I would like reel you in a bit, but I just let you run with it instead because it's more entertaining that way.
No, no. Yeah, I mean. mm, yeah. Yeah, I just. Okay, I'll try to be a bit careful with this, but yeah, it just came to my mind, but I just didn't find the word for it. So I mean, if I would have just straight to say that okay, it's a purgatory, then probably people would haven't be wondering. But then because I need to explain it a little bit more, between these places, so then it's. But yeah, okay, let's not go there. At least I hope that the audience is gonna be enjoying as well, and I hope that the other giant software staff is gonna be fine with this terminology as well. Meanwhile, the perks, of course. So let's talk about those. So New Holland's gonna go with the unstoppable. So this is kind of like a traditional big hall versus unstoppable, because this was usually what we saw last season. That was played against the
Right.
big hall. If it wasn't like big hall and big hall, but then if you want to counter that, and this is something that you said earlier, that this is the one that you think is one of the best strategies versus big hall.
100%. Like we've seen it twice already today, these two team perks against each other. And of those two times, the team with Unstoppable has come out on top. So I think that is a good moment for New Holland to be able to pick that at this point, because it should give them confidence before the round even kicks off that they can force that third of the best of three. Now, having said that, just getting the team perk in your favor doesn't mean you're going to win. You got to clean up some of the mistakes, the uncharacteristic mistakes as well, I'll say, from New Holland that we've seen today. We're so used to seeing them play really flawless and really solid rounds. But we have seen them with mistakes on the first bale at times. We've seen them with mistakes at the end of rounds today and delivering the bales as well. So for them, just the perk isn't enough. They've got 10 minutes now with their progress in this weekend's tournament on the line here. They could be going out if they don't win this second round.
Yeah, and that that would be quite an upset. But I mean, we also had an upset on the FarmCon as well for New Holland. So this season, so far, I mean, the first tournament wasn't what they expected, and now the second tournament, it's not really going yet, at least in the right direction. I mean, it started well, but now, the engine starts to make those strange sounds a little bit just before it's shutting down. So we're gonna wait for it, but let's see. Let's wait and see. I really want to see it. At least we have one French team that's gonna be advancing. That's for sure. Meanwhile, we have El Rose, who's gonna be going for the first bale. The clock looks okay. I don't see the other team being nearby, at least not yet. So it seems that New Holland, if they can manage to succeed, this one is gonna be like a 143 maybe. 44 again. It's exactly the same. I mean, they had 144 on the last game as well, and I predicted 143 on that as well. So it is the same. So, but yeah, I mean, I guess they have some magical, the final approach, which is a little bit faster than I'm expecting. So maybe I need to have a look on the replay and analyze the trajectory of the vehicle.
We'll let you get away with 1 point off. You're allowed to be 1 point off. Anything more than that, though, we're going to start worrying. All right.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to walk away with 1 point, but it's not that easy to walk away with one pancake. Just one.
Ooh, yeah.
There needs to be more.
Yeah, you can't have just one. Like, you can never have just one.
Yeah,
Unless
true.
it's the last one, I guess. If you've already had like 12, and you're
Mm,
like, I need one more to make it the baker's dozen. Then
mm. Yeah, we
maybe
have this
it's
lunch
acceptable.
place where we go to eat, and every Thursday they have pancakes as a dessert. And we usually have a bit of a contest about it, like who's gonna take like most of them. It started that usually people take just one, and then somebody took two, and now we are like, oh, I'm gonna take five. So
I
it's
don't remember how
ongoing battle. Mm.
I don't remember how the pancake meme in the Farming Simulator League and now the Farming Simulator community at large. I don't know. I don't remember how it started last season, but man, it has really taken the community by storm. And now I can't eat a pancake. I can't see someone else eat a pancake. I can't see pancakes on the menu without thinking about Farming Simulator.
Maybe we need like a pancake channel on our Discord server, just for a picture of pancakes. Every time you eat a pancake, I eat a pancake, anybody eats a pancake, they put a picture there, and then we can compare like whose pancakes are the best. At least based on the picture, of course. I know that my pancakes taste is superior. That's what I know already. But yeah, okay, just kidding, of course. But yeah, okay. Let's focus on the game. But the pancake stuff is fun. It is a lot of ideas about that. I'm still waiting for that pancake house barn, so that the bales will actually go straight into somebody's mouth and trails are pancakes. Just the second floor is like a big mouth. Okay. The grain game at the same time is starting. So remember, just the tractor with the big haul. And looking at New Holland, they had 45k about. It's not all that vehicle, so they're gonna be just pouring it some, waiting for, of course, what just the tractor is gonna do at some point. But for now, they are probably still collecting it for to the big haul, and maybe they want to see the next drops. If something similar like a silo close happens, and if now, from whatever reason, if there would be a grain multiplier, that would be something. Because 60k for just the tractor, they haven't poured down anything, and if there would be like a grain multiplier, then I don't. Well, they can't like even pour it all in because it doesn't make any use of it because it's just so big amount of it. But I think that just the tractor is kind of like trying to do something similar, which they did on the last game, even though they are not, even though they are the ones who are playing the big haul currently.
That was interesting. They cut to Cygnus there, who was just kind of sitting at the starting pod. We went and collected his tractor that he started the round with. Just a slight delay in getting going there. Maybe just trying to communicate with his teammates about where he's headed. Grain multiplier picked up by JDT. And now Cygnus just biding his time here. He's got time to pick it up. This is time, time that it'll extend over when JDT has it, but he's wasting time when he could be doing something else as well. So,
yeah, I mean, in a way, it makes sense because we know that just the tractor is gonna pull down that. Oh, having a bit of a trouble with Optimus, but he's gonna be straightening it out. But yeah, when they're gonna put this down, I mean, they know that they cannot. It doesn't make sense to put it all in. It's gonna be that fast. But putting it all in, I don't know. But yeah, well, let's see what's happening.
Look at that!
They
Oh
have
my
the
goodness!
multiplier, so that's they don't have to put it all there. So they're gonna leave some, and that's why they waited because they wanna make sure that the remains, whatever is gonna stay on that truck, that they don't have to start pouring it down. That early, so that just the tractor might be losing the multiplier advantage on that bigger amount on the big haul.
They've got to be careful with Unstoppable in play for New Holland as well. If they go any higher than 2.4, they'll shut their own belt down. It's already going super slow at this point. So that's why Unstoppable is such a good counter to Big Haul, because you can't just dump it all in at once. You've got to really figure out the strategy of when to empty your trailer.
True. So how far?
Now New Holland needs to take advantage.
Yeah.
They should take it all the way, in my opinion, but they need to take advantage of it as well. We're 20 seconds away from the super drop. Here comes now JDT answering right back.
And
They're out of
that's
grain.
the outcome. That's why they delayed it. Because if they wouldn't have delayed the grain multiplier, I mean New Holland, then this probably would have ended like 2-0, 2-0. But when they delayed it, just the track that didn't get the advantage from the multiplier
Yeah, well
anymore,
played.
and that's why they didn't get it 2.0 back, even
Bottom
with the
boost is
bigger
our
ball.
super drop. It looks like Hepexis is gonna get it.
Hmm.
So that's a good moment for JDT. They can just score 18 points per bale by putting them into the bottom. So anything they have at the barn right now, they need to just get in there and go ahead and score it, give themselves a nice little padding to their lead so that hopefully they can hold off New Holland in the final 2.5 here.
Okay, but they still want to put it on the belt. So maybe do they still have an idea? They don't have any grain, so they can't really change the multiplier. So
Why would you not be putting these into the bottom here with bottom boost?
yeah,
I
they
mean,
are losing
it's
time.
really the same. It's really the same
It
no matter
is.
what. And maybe the
Yeah, and the
thinking
one
was
if
that
that
they
one
would
is gonna
put
drop,
these in the bottom.
maybe, then that's gonna be
Not
pretty
enough
bad.
time.
But okay, they will
Nope.
not, and the bottom boost is gonna go off. So they're too late with the rest of the
Ugh.
bales, and they get a
Missed opportunity.
bale-tastic
Oh,
though.
Baletastic though.
So that will work. So maybe, just maybe they wanted to put those 3 bales on the belt to make room that somebody else can come and shove those extra bales on the first floor at the same time as they are going in to make sure that they will get the bale-tastic.
Yeah, maybe that was the strategy. Slow down those couple. If they had put those two into the bottom, it would have been more obvious to New Holland that they were close to the combo. So it was actually a really smart move to put those on the slow moving belt. So it kind of like disguised what they were trying to do in a way, and they were able to sneak that combo in on New Holland. Well played.
Yeah, imagine if we would be playing this game and then, we would be like wondering what the opponent, why they are putting those bales on the belt, and we don't see the strategy that they actually have something else. I mean,
Right.
perfect strategy to fool everybody, at least the casters. Maybe the other team understood what they are doing. But yeah, I mean, what if the other team was wondering the same, like, why they're doing that? Why they're not putting it on the bottom? So, yeah, usually at least if you watch the Hollywood movies, usually then something bad is happening elsewhere. Distraction.
Yeah, that was really smart play. Like I was sitting here like, what are they doing? But I wasn't even paying attention to the combo, and that just goes to show that there's so many different things you have to pay attention to when you're playing in the FSL, and especially when you're talking about teams competing at the highest level here. And Just Attractor are looking really good with 20 seconds to go to pull this upset off. They are now out of bales at the barn, though it looks like they've got one more to go in. So will New Holland be able to get it? No, I don't think
No.
they have the bales. Tita struggling
No.
to get up the belt. That's going to be 22 points. That's not enough. And Just Attracta are going to pull off a huge result here. And New Holland, who went out in the semifinals of the first tournament, Maddie, and who were runners up in season 4 last year, are out of this tournament. And we will not see them anymore this weekend. And one French team getting the result over another. And you can see the hugs between the players of Just Attracta. You can see just how much it means to them. And for Team New Holland now, back to the drawing board ahead of next month. And they've got to clean up some of these mistakes and figure out how to improve their strategies. I mean, I did not expect that sweep there. What a result.
Yeah, that is not the result we were all expecting. And but okay, it is what it is. I mean, Just Attracted, they played it well. The Bale-tastic kind of like saved them.
That won it.
Otherwise, as we see, yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, they definitely won it. So it was well played, and in the end, there was just not enough bales for New Holland to come back from it. Both of the teams, they had 1 bale left, and Just the track there, they calculated the math, realized that we don't even have to put up a bale, anywhere, because we still have the lead of 40 something points before the last bale went in. So they knew that there's no way for New Holland to come back anymore at that
Wow.
point if they at least saw that they had enough bales up next to the belt.
What
So
a
yeah,
result.
it is
Yeah, if you take
definitely an
away that
upset.
Bale-tastic as well, like they would have been, under 500 points scored. and they would have
Mm.
lost just a track day, we would have been headed to the third of the best of three. So we were sitting there not even expecting that combo to happen. We were wondering why they weren't just using the bottom boost to their advantage, but they played it really, really smartly, and they were able to disguise that, sneak in those 50 combo points. And that is just one thing, of course, that won them the game, but that is the difference. As now our time is going to come here in the next matchup, I think, finally, to see Helm facing off against Astragon. You see Astragon on the screen right now. Now you see us on the screen. Hello again,
Mm.
everyone. Astragon against Helm coming up. So I would in last season, in my experiences with the past two seasons before this one in the FSL, coming into this matchup coming up, Helm
Mm.
against Astragon, I would have said Helm are winning this. But now after today, sitting here, I don't feel like any of my predictions has been right. My predictions have just been wrong, Copter, all day. So I think we're about to take a break, everyone, and we'll be back with Helm against Astragon in just a moment. See you in a moment. Get up, stretch, and be right back. We're back. Tournament number 2, season 5, live from Gamescom. Copter and Kerm here with you, and I mean, I've been surprised, I think, by every single matchup today so far, Copter, and that last one I think was the most surprising of all of them. I mean, New Holland had already lost one match today that put them in that position, but then to get swept in 2 games by just attracted. I mean, what a result that was.
Yeah, it's definitely an upset on my books. I mean, on the quarterfinal stage, New Holland started to struggle a little bit, and the purgatory mentioned before, it just turned to something completely different, unfortunately. But I mean, just they just executed very well, to be honest. I mean, they just did a very good job on both of the matches, and they just got a 2-0 result out of it.
And we're going to see the replays here coming up right away. A tractor flip by Just Attracta, and they were able to recover from this at least. But it was interesting that, like, even though, like, this early mistake, they were able to bounce back, and it wasn't like they blew New Holland away, as we see now New Holland yet again jumping over the moat, showing you that bridges aren't required in the Farming Simulator League, at least not always. But it seems like there's a lot less blowout wins now than what we used to see, and it comes down really to a few moments throughout the 10 minutes that can win around for you. And for Just Attracted, it was just really about playing a really solid game, and that second round, hopefully we'll see it here in a moment, being able to surprise your opponent with something like a bail combo that they aren't expecting, that even the commentators aren't expecting. Is I think this is it right here. As they disguise the ones going into the top with bottom boost, you would expect most teams to just say, throw them all into the bottom. That's what the bottom boost is for. But instead, their belt was slow, unstoppable in play. And that was the first time we've seen someone win with Big Haul against Unstoppable. At the beginning of that round, we were like, this is a good, beginning of the round for New Holland. But then it came down to a moment where JDT was able to disguise what they were doing and sneak those 50 combo points in, and that kind of made the difference.
Yeah, it was definitely well done. Yeah, the combo was definitely unexpected, at least for us and maybe for the opponent as well. And like we said it already earlier, that's what really won the round for them, because the point difference was so small, and unfortunately, New Holland wasn't able to anymore to recover from it. Now we have the bracket actually from the second bracket. So we are going to be moving. There is still one game to be played, as far as I know, on the upper bracket, which is going to be then, I guess, played tomorrow. And then we're going to play these first 2 matches, game 1 and 2, still on today on the stream. So we have Helm versus Astragon, and then we have a Vulture versus Lindner. So those matches we still have remaining, and that is the bracket then. And from this bracket, I think there's going to be, as far as I have understood, 2 teams from out of these 4 who's going to, also proceed to the semifinals for tomorrow. We're going to have a look on that a little bit later, but there should be like 2 teams coming from the upper bracket, and then there should be 2 teams coming from the lower bracket. And of course, we saw that Just Attracted, they won their game, so they will be now still having a chance to play against the farming friends from the place on the semifinals, if I understood correctly. But anyways, now we're going to be heading towards Helm versus Astragon. So the team you have been waiting for, the original Borg from last season, the extra Borg lineup, which is now playing under the name of Helm, and they're going to be facing Astragon.
Yeah, and our first look at both of these teams here today, moving on now to the lower part of the bracket. So I'm interested to see, how strong do Helm come out with, this being my first chance to see them this season. Helm, anything could happen at this point, is how I feel. Astragon very well could surprise us here and come up with an upset.
Well, I'm just waiting for the captain pick phase. See what's going to happen there. The bans are not going to be providing much of a difference. We don't see the John Deere yet on the list, which I think has been banned on every single game today, the 8R. But there it is. It's going to be the last choice this time, so it's going to be still banned, but no upsets on that matter. And Now we just wait for the captain picks which are coming right now as we speak. So it's gonna be well. There we go. Helm once again changing the perk, which I said that they have done from time to time, and they're gonna be doing it once again. It's gonna be ending up with bottleneck versus unstoppable. We have seen these. I think we have seen all the combos more or less today, so I think that's completely unnecessary for me to say it. But yeah, I want to see. We always expect something new, something different from Helm. So let's see how this bottleneck versus unstoppable is going to play for them. Do we see any similarities with the strategies? Have they come up with something new? That is something we don't know. So I'm very eager to see how this is going to play out.
Yeah, I think, I mean, at least over the past few seasons, if you want to come out on top over the team now called Helm, sponsored by the main sponsor of Season 5 of the Farming Simulator League, you've got to be able to disrupt them because they always know their strategy and they know it well, and they almost always execute it well. Of course, anyone can make mistakes, and we have seen Helm make mistakes in the past, but more often than not, they're playing really solid rounds. So you have to find a way now, if you're Astragon, to throw them off their game a little bit and see if you can come up with this upset. Astragon, of course, kind of a mainstay over the past few seasons in the league as well. So a pretty good team in their own right, but we have seen them come up against this opponent quite a bit, and this is, usually a mountain too far for them. So let's see if it's different here in the second tournament of Season 5 and if they can come out on top.
And of course, very interested to see how the first bale is going to be coming out as well. Nothing that special, at least on the pictures, happening at the pad. So it seems the teams are getting what they wanted for. Major Melom from Astragon, falling a little further behind, and then let's see when Helm. I think we are just about to get away behind the Harvesters, and we can see Martin. This is actually not the fastest first bell, definitely, because we can see that it's 9:10, so it's going to be less than 140 points at least for Helm. And let's see what's going to happen with Astragon. We'll see that in a matter of seconds, but maybe a 138 or some 137 maybe. 138 to Helm, so that's still the first bale, which is the winning first bale, getting more points, and Major Melon. So this is like a 120 something, I would expect that it to be, and 126. So it's 12 points of a difference, and the first bale is delivered. We have the drops coming in a matter of seconds, and then we'll see if there's anything that actually makes the difference at this point. We can see that they are right there. Martin is definitely not heading that way. He's going to go and pick up the utilities or the trailer from the fields. And I guess in a matter of seconds we're going to see what the drops are as well. But nobody has yet gone for them. So maybe nothing that important. Once again, as we have multiple times said that quite often the first drops are not going to be picked, because if it's a disruptive drop, then it might not be yet the time to use it. And if it's something else, then it just doesn't have enough significance to go and pick that up from the distance.
Yeah, and especially that spawn point. I mean, over at the silo, not really helpful at all. They already don't go for the drops. Definitely don't expect them to go for this one, because it's very unlikely. Although Helm looks ready almost to deliver grain, Martin's going to be heading that way, but it's now only 3 seconds left to grab the drop. So another first set of drops going unused, but that's not a surprise at all. What is surprising is how quick Helm were able to fill that grain cart. Martin already headed in with one load, and Helm picking right up where they left off here.
Yeah, I mean, they still have 1.5 minutes for the next drops as well, so they are definitely well in position if they want to wait for the drops, and we'll see what's going to be their decision about it. We can see Major Melon moving the same way as well. Maybe 10 seconds, about the same amount of time behind as they were with the first bale, actually, because that was 12 points, so that is about 12 seconds as well. And so the gap kind of is staying the same for the moment. If they're trying to execute the similar kind of strategies, we can see Martin just starting to run a little bit, so maybe it's time to go jogging a little bit, get those muscles exercised. But yeah, maybe that is not the case. So he's just gonna go for the different utility. We can see Major Melon delivering, going right next to the silo. Do they want to start pouring it down, or do they want to wait for the drops? That's the question. He's gonna be just running away as well, so he's gonna leave it in position. Wooler at the same time filling the trailer here on the fields, and the more grain is just coming in, and I guess they were. To me, it seems that the both of the teams they just want to wait for the to see what's coming out of the drops because it is so close to the 5.5 minute mark, so it kind of like makes no sense to not to wait for those, because if there could be something, grain multiplier or something like that, then of course they would be doing a mistake if they would do the delivery right now.
Yeah, let's. I think you're right about that, and we're about to see the drops, so it'll be interesting to see what they are exactly. Just a few seconds away from it. So far, Astragon are already behind in the multiplier, and they only have 4,000 extra liters of grain right now over Helm, so they haven't had the best of starts. Still way too early to call it, but look at this. I mean, Beatmaster has a full combine there. That's 18,000 liters in the combine, plus 36,900 in the grain cart, as they have now had their belt stopped. But knowing Helm, that doesn't worry them, especially with the telehandler in play. They don't even have to climb the belt to be able to get bales in. They can just use the telescopic arm of the telehandler here, as now bale multiplier has been picked up by both teams. 5.5 minute drop.
Yeah, this is, I said it earlier that this we haven't seen being used earlier, so maybe now is the time. They have the multiplier, and on the drops there was a bale multiplier as well. So there was a direct delivery and bale multiplier, and Helm went for and also Astragon went for the bale multiplier as well. And if Helm can toss these somehow in, like right now, and let's see, it's 2.2.
The Helm hurl?
It's gonna be.
It's the Helm hurl.
It is the Helm hurl. Oh, this is what I have been waiting for. That's like a 99 points. 99 points from one single toss. Like, wow. I think there's.
That's just what sets them apart.
Yeah,
that's what sets them apart. I think is being able to take advantage of moments like that. Like that was just a small window of time that they were able to take advantage of that. But they took advantage of it, and 99 points is a lot of points.
It is a lot of points, and that's well done. I guess the right term is like easy clap. But yeah, very well done. Can we see another one?
See it again.
No multipliers, maybe one. You're just gonna throw them further away.
He crashed into the backside of the baler.
Yeah, one is still gonna drop off, but one stayed. It's right there on the belt. So as soon as they get it functional, it's gonna be waiting there, just like 1 meter from the doorway. So that's yeah, I love to see when the
Wooler the hurler. It's hard to say because it's actually not pronounced the same, but let's just make it sound the same. Wooler the Helm hurler. How about that? Great moment. That first attempt, anyways, and then he crashed into the back of Martin on the second attempt, and it didn't quite go as well. Astragon definitely needed those 70 bale points. That's actually put them into the lead, so they really needed to pick that up. That was quite a bit of bale points. That almost makes up for that triple toss. Only 29 points shy of that, so able to cut that gap a little bit, and that's given them a lifeline here. But Helm have 16, now 17 bales pressed. If they can get all those in 2 minutes, that's going to be a lot of points as well. And Astragon only have 4 bales at the moment, so they do not have the points out there.
Yeah, and there's only 2 minutes to go as well. So getting the right amount of bales is going to take some time, and then they still have to get them hopefully on the second floor, but then the multiplier is not really working from them either, so I don't know what they can do, because we know the efficiency of Helm, and especially with the telehandlers, they can, in the past, okay, yeah, we had the bales going in the belt, then we had guys driving up on the bell with the tractor. Then we had the kind of like the toss or the hurdle, and what we have seen lately, today already, and also on the previous tournament, that they use the telehandler to place those bales like closer to the door on the belt, so they can actually score them faster than before. So it's not just about
Right.
tossing with the telehandler; it's also about just getting them higher on the belt, and that way, kind of like being able to stack more bales on the same time and get them
He's
actually all
going
the
for the
way to
toss.
the inner.
The
Yeah.
hurl. Oh, a
Oh,
little
that's gonna be a
swirly.
bit sideways.
Oh no.
But
Okay,
he's gonna
just
just
the
put them
safer
in from
approach
here.
here.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, this is. You know what this reminds me
Oh, don't
from?
knock those
You
off.
have seen the Jurassic Park when the kids are hiding on the tree and there's like a dinosaur that's like a bit like a touching where they are trying to find something. So that's how it looks to me. That something
This
is
is
reaching
time
out.
wasted by Wooler here, but it's probably
Yeah,
they have
it's
time
fine.
to waste at this point.
He wants to
I
try
think
it
for
still.
Astragon, if I were Astragon, I would have spent that last minute and a half, 2 minutes just talking to each other about what to do in the next round. Because after how the
Well,
round shaped up, and now Wooler going for a ride,
no, he's a gorilla.
the
He's
jungle
a
gym
gorilla.
now.
Or whatever, ape or chimpanzee that is like hanging from the tree or from the branch. But I mean,
Just
why
an
not?
absolute
You have
mess
the
in
time for
farm
it.
for him.
Yeah. I'm just gonna chill out here a little bit, and at least they are having fun as well. So, but it's good to remember, like when we started today, the New Holland boys they were laughing as well. So we'll see if that's gonna if
Yeah,
the laugh is gonna stay all the way till the end.
not a bad moment to monkey around, if you will, though. There by Helm, because they had that game, that round in the bag, and you see Bauer Matza now talking to Major Mellon there on the far side, as they've got to figure out now how they bounce back 21 bales to 14, and if without the bail points, take those 70 points off the board and you're talking about like a landslide victory really for Helm. I feel like, you know, approaching 600 points is a lot now in the FSL
Mm,
with only 10-minute rounds. We used to see like, scores well over 1,000 or close to 1,000 every round, but we're just not going to get
mm.
to that same level of production with 5 minutes less. So for Astragon, the good news is Helm can't use the same team perk, but neither
Mm.
can they. So they need to find a way, and hopefully they save their best strategies here for the final 2 rounds.
Mm. Yeah, I can't remember what was the highest score last season, but at least we had like a 1,200 score once, at least, maybe even 1,300. So
Right.
those 5 extra minutes that really give you time to build up and have more stuff to deliver at the end, and ending up with the huge amount of points. We haven't seen any of those combo pushes which we saw last season as well. That huge amount of bales being just at once put in, because you don't really have time for that anymore. So you can still get those like a smaller combos, and maybe they're a little bit harder to counter as well, because because of the speed and the amount of time, it might be a little bit more difficult to detect what's actually happening there. But then we haven't seen any of those larger combos at all yet this season, so we'll see if that's going to happen at some point. But and we can see that the also Helm is missing one player, so something is going on there. Maybe are they changing the player? No, he just came back. Maybe mom was calling or something like that, and no, immediate attention was needed.
Back just in time there. All right, here we go.
Yeah, here we go.
Let's
The
see. Oh,
second
look at
game.
Major Mellon with the Chicago Bulls hat on in his picture. Is that a shout
Mm,
out to the Giants U.S. office? Maybe.
maybe.
he wants
I
me
mean,
to. He wants me to be his number one fan. Maybe.
yeah, I used to follow Bulls when they had this one particular Finnish player on the team, Markkanen. But yeah, now when he's not on the Bulls anymore, so I just haven't been following it. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. I understand. I'm not. I mean, I'm not from Chicago originally. I did like the Bulls when I was a kid, like most did in my era because of Michael Jordan.
Mm.
But yeah, otherwise, I've never been to a game. I can't. claim to be a fan of any Chicago sports team. That's for sure. All right,
Mm.
both telehandlers are out here, so we won't be seeing telehandlers again. Probably a smart move by Astragon. Take away the helm, Hurl. You don't want that against you when your back's against the wall here. Probably was a mistake leaving them in play to begin with how good we know helm to be with the toss. The hurl now we have to call it to keep the alliteration going. Both captains going with the John Deere 6120M and the runner perk.
Yeah, yeah, big hole for Helm. So that's all I'm interested about to see how they want to play that this time. Um, Telehandlers, will they be choosing those at all this time?
They're
Doesn't seem
banned, yeah.
like it. Yeah, because they are, yeah, exactly. They are banned, and they are banned by Astragon especially. That's a good thing to notice at this point. So they wanna block that. So no more chimpanzees on the map.
Yeah, a good move, I think, by Astragon. Okay, here we go. So Astragon, they wouldn't be out completely because of the double elimination here, but if they want to force the third round, they've got to win this one. 10 minutes stand between Helm and moving on in the winners part of the bracket. So here we go. Who will it be,
Yeah, let's see the
Helm
first
or
fail.
Astragon?
Yeah, I'm just eager to see if there's gonna be any like I mean, always want to see the first bail. We can see Helm crashing a little bit on that John Deere harvester, and we'll be getting it. They're just getting it. Not really any challenges going on. So it's pretty clear what teams they want, and we have seen a couple of challenges during the whole day. But more or less, I think they have been settling down what they will have. So it hasn't been that much of a battle from them. And now we just want to wait and see. I think Astragon, they have a chance for a better first bail, but now it's 9:22 when they actually start bailing. So we can't expect any kind of a record here. Yeah, they are even, but Helm has been doing that longer, so he can actually leave earlier,
Right.
because they started a little bit earlier from the different point on the field. But it's still pretty close. Yeah, you're completely right on that one. Martin, let's see, what's 145, so this is gonna be like a 140. But no, he's gonna be crashing. So instead of like tossing the bail, he's gonna try to go bail instead of the barn himself. Major Melon almost crashes on the safer route. So both sides having their mistakes, and it actually seems that Rastigan might be faster just with the reversing with 125. So Helm, the first bail is still there. It's kind of like a work in process, as we call, but it's gonna be just 6 points of a difference. But still, I think it would have been about 40, so they will lose like about 21 points because of that mistake. And Astragon, they just did the best they could, but they just wanted to take it safe and didn't even try to toss it. Maybe they realized that Helm already has made the mistake. Direct delivery and crazy tool, and yes, once again, far away as we can see. So probably nobody's gonna be coming here to pick these up.
Yeah, a good start really for Astragon, and of course the mistake made there by Martin, but that is exactly what they needed. 6-point advantage is not enough really to win it with still the entire rest of the bails to be scored, but definitely with their backs against the wall, kind of a start that Astragon needed, and now they need to continue on here to force that third of the best of 3.
So let's see how the strategy is gonna play out. We saw quite similar start. I mean, people doing the same things on the same parts of the map, more or less, just with a different utility. And now when Helm actually has the big hole, I want to see if they're gonna play it the same way, or do they have something special on their minds. We can see that they're just gonna move in and empty the combines to get all the grain on the big hole, and then let's see if they're gonna wait for the 5:30 drop, or will they just try to do something earlier. I think there's plenty of time. We're just coming in 7 minutes, 1.5. So if you want to do something else, it should be happening right now before the drops.
Martin on his way to deliver this bit. Nope, he is gonna leave it there for now. Looks like he might be headed for that bailer that they reserved on the far side. Now Major Melon is going to deliver grain for Astragon, so this will give them... He might just actually be preparing this. Let's see if he delivers any. Presumably to counter Big Haul, they're going to bring their combines in full as well.
Mm, yeah.
So they've got the Case as their second combine, whereas Helm has the John Deere as their second. So for Helm, they have nearly 2,000 extra liters in the difference between that second combine. And the John Deere has a larger header as well, 13.7 meters to 12. So right now, as far as the amount of grain, because of those combos, they can fill up their combines with a little bit more. And of course, they do have Big Haul in play as well. So Astragon are going to have to play the grain right here with their chain to be able to keep this close in the multiplier. It shouldn't really be a huge advantage for Helm. But let's see how it works out. And Silo Close could popped up here. Yeah, we're on the same page there with the 5.5 minute drop showing up. Let's see what they are. Oh, there it is.
It is there.
Martin's
and Martin is just running. He's like, let's go. Now they should start pouring it in. We can see Astragon having a 2.4. So now it's the time for Helm to get this very special delivery in place before Astragon can start. But they have it on time. They just picked that up. They're going to be late with the big haul. So yeah, both teams. And they're going to stay with the 2.4 multiplier for a while. And this is going to be the time for Astragon that they have to do something. So I mentioned earlier the hammer time. So once again, it is that time definitely to start playing the lovely music with these special, like, I don't know what Arabian pants they are on that music video. I guess you know what I mean.
Parachute so yeah, pants, the MC Hammer.
Yeah, exactly.
I thought Hammer time was a reference to MC Hammer,
yes.
But now I'm glad to have that confirmation. So,
there's like 2 references on the there's like 3 references. So yeah, Hammer Time is the song. Then there was this television show called Sledgehammer, somewhere on the 80s, and there was a Hammer Time as well. And if you watch Formula Ones, every time when Lewis Hamilton needs to do like quick laps, that now is the time when you can take everything out of the car and make the difference. Then the engineer on the radio says like Hammer Time. So that's nice. That's where I'm putting it into, and that's what I mean. Hammer Time is the time when you need to make the difference. You have the means, and then you just have to make the right things.
The silo has opened for Astragon, and they are dumping the grain now. They're going to have just about 15 seconds, now 10, with a 3-1 advantage. I don't know if they're ready to score bales, though. They would have had to time that really well. So I think that these silo close moments are just going to end up being a wash. Now they are putting bales on the belt. Their belt's going really slow, though, and now Helm is emptying the big haul trailer, and they're going to have the advantage. So missed opportunity there by Astragon to score some extra points, and in fact, they're going to get less points now for that one that's on the belt.
Yeah, it's a good timing. I was a little bit worried that Astragon can actually, get a couple of bales in. I mean, they are currently on the lead. I think the opportunity when the silo closed came in, there was a short moment when the Hammer Time was there that they could have made a difference. They're gonna be picking up the multiplier switch though, and that's gonna change things for a while for 25 seconds. And now we can see Bauer Matze immediately is trying to get some bales on the belt again with the 2.2. That's not gonna go in. He's gonna realize that it's not gonna go maybe in even after that one. I'm not sure. It might go in. And Wooler is just preparing it. Okay, I'll just put this in as soon as the multiplier change is gonna be done.
Look at the bale
and
count
slowly starts putting them in there, and it went in, so he got 1 bale in, but the second one is not going to go with the multiplier anymore. 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go. We haven't seen that much of a points yet building up, but the 16 bales which Helm has, that's going to be a promise about something, and these are going to be 66 points for the team as well. So they should be taking the lead just barely by 1 point with that last bale, and there's going to be 2 more incoming. So Helm, they have started the attack, and the bales are just now flowing to the belt and all the way on the second floor. And the amount of bales, if they can just keep those coming in, they are just flooding the bales more than Astragon can handle, to be honest, if that's going to be the pace.
Yeah, it's insane to me how in both of these 2 rounds, it's also not surprising, but Helm have almost always had 10 extra bales pressed, and they're not even using under pressure. So it's really just a matter of two of them pressing bales whenever they get a chance to. You almost always have the strategy, at least early on in a round of the FSL, where someone's harvesting, someone's baling, and then you have that third person who's kind of going in between, delivering grain and helping out with bales. And I think Helm does it really well at working as a team, pressing as many bales as they can, having two balers out pressing bales as much as they can, and it gives them an absolute huge advantage just in the sheer amount of bales that they have over their opponents, to where they can close just about any gap in the final couple of minutes. Anything can still happen here, though. But look at that. There's 6 bales around the barn for Helm at the moment. Astragon, meanwhile, only has 5 total bales, and we're not sure where they are on the map at this point. 379 to 310 with 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, time is running out once again. 5 bales, and 2 of them are on the belt. I mean, they have a chance if, from whatever reason, Helm is not gonna be able to deliver, half of the bales they have still remaining. But I don't think it's gonna be an issue, so they should be fine with it because they're leading with 100 points and just 3 bales remaining for Astragon. So the game is over already. Helm has won it. The clock is running out, and it's gonna be straight sweep 2-0 for Helm. So they will be moving to the next stage, which is going to be the quarterfinals for this bracket, which is going to be played, I guess, tomorrow, if I have understood correctly. And Astragon is
No, I
going to
think
be
it's
dropping
today.
on the lower bracket, at least for now.
No, I think we still have we have to settle this bracket. We still got about 2 hours to go, so we have another first round matchup, and then the losers of that next matchup will now play Astragon in the bottom part of the bracket, and the winner will play Helm. The loser of that one will then drop and play the winner of Astragon versus the loser of the next one, if that makes sense. So I think we still have 3 matchups to go today on the broadcast, and just about 2 hours, give or take, left of total time. So Astragon are not out here. They drop into that double elimination part of the bracket. Helm moves on in the winners part of the bracket and are looking good to advance into tomorrow's finals. So, what to expect now? I think it's Lindner and Vultra maybe that we have coming up.
Maybe. I think your
Let's
guess
see
is
who
good
it's
as
going to be.
mine, to be honest. So, as you can
Yeah.
probably hear it, we have no idea what's going to be played next. But we are expecting that it's going to be Walter versus Lindner. But we also don't know what other matches are going to be played. So, the kind of like how many matches we still have and which matches they are. That is still a little bit open to us. But anyways, we're going to figure that out, and hopefully the graphics are going to be updating during the break as well. And because we are heading right that way. And then we're gonna be moving towards the next match, which I'm pretty sure that's gonna be Walter versus Lindner because I think I saw that on the graphics already during the last break, but then I didn't see any matches marked after it. So that is the question mark. But anyways, let's have a break. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. Enjoy, and we'll be here.
All right, we're back, and we just watched Helm knock off Astragon in the first matchup of the lower part of today's play-in bracket. Helm moving into one step closer to making it tomorrow. Astragon will be awaiting the loser of this next matchup, Vulture and Lindner, that we're going to have in just a moment. We should be going to the replays, though, of the previous matchup here in just a moment. Maddie, we finally got to see a telehandler in play, and when there's a telehandler in play and Helm are around, you can almost bet that they're going to go for that launch into the top of the barn. We'll have to coin it the Helm Hurl now with the change in team sponsors for them. But they pulled it off. Those 90 points were a huge moment in the first round, and then in the second, the telehandlers were banned, but and just the sheer amount of bales that they can press compared to their opponents is hard to beat.
Yeah, it wasn't just any toss because we can see it right here. They had the Bale multiplier at the same time. So it was 99 points from a single toss because each of the Bale was scoring 33 points each. So that's, of course, a huge toss because, I mean, normally you get 60 points. It's going to be way much slower than that. And there was a reason why Astragon wanted to ban the telehandler. So I don't know if they kind of like forgot that, hey, they can still do this as well. So it worked really well. So it was a really, really nice toss. I think it's the highest scoring toss that I have ever seen, maybe. Because I don't remember that I have seen anything like that. There we have the chimpanzee moment at the end because he's gonna find the pins just there and he's gonna be just tossing there. Maybe it's like even intentional. I don't know. Maybe it's just like, hey, bring me a banana and I'll be a happy man. And then this toss by, well, at least attempted toss by Martin where he tried to actually get all of that in very fast, but then kind of like, I don't know, hit the wall. There was a bit of a trouble for the for Astragon as well with the and that was actually hell with the telehandler, yeah. So but and costed some time, but they still managed to win it. So they had a fairly nice gap on both of the matches. So it wasn't about the small mistakes.
I mean, they almost always had 10 extra bales pressed at any given time as they're scoring them at the same time. But like a 10 bale advantage at all times over your opponent, especially when you can get them all delivered, that is a significant. I mean, you're talking about 200 points just at a normal multiplier there. That is a lot of points. So for teams going up against Helm, I think they've got to figure out how they match that output of bale production. Like, how do you disrupt that? I'm not sure what the strategy is. I think that the players would know better how to disrupt it, but we're just about ready to see Vultra against Lindner now. And one of these teams will move on to face Helm at the top part of the bracket. And the other one will be playing Astragon in an elimination game. So a lot at stake here. This is our last first matchup of the double elimination today. So there's a lot of pressure on the team that'll be losing here because they'll have a harder route than their opponents. So lots at stake for both of these teams to play for. And for Vultra and Lindner both, pretty solid teams at FarmCon. They both finished with 50 points. That was good enough for third and fourth place, so they made it into the semifinal rounds, but no further. So here they are facing off against each other in the play-ins now, as we're into the ban phase.
Ban phase, and you said like 10 bales always for Helm, so that's probably something which Virtual Farmer says, pocket money.
There you go.
And telehandlers, at least one of them on the list. I don't remember I think we have seen Lindner play with the telehandlers at some point a little bit, but not that much. And both of them are going to be banned by them, so clearly they don't wanna play them. It's true now when you have to change the perk and you can only take the unstoppable once. So then it means that the telehandlers, they are kind of like key. If you can handle them like super well, like Helm for example can, then it's a key like to overcome that as well. In a way to be able to put the belt in the belt without actually having the belt. Well, they did move the belt a little bit. Bottleneck versus unstoppable, so we don't see the big haul, at least not on the first game. It's gonna come later at some point maybe. and well, these we have seen on the past as well. So let's see how that's gonna go. What's the key, and what are gonna be the player picks as well, and is there gonna be anything that is like making a huge significance? But there we have the player picks are coming in, so we can see John Deere's, New Holland's, um, Fens, of course. Of course, the perks are gonna be runner under pressure on Archimedes for the both sides. At least that's what I'm expecting. They still have the points for it, so shouldn't be much of a problem. And now we can see the John Deere 8R, which I said is almost every time being banned, and now it wasn't actually banned, so it's gonna be picked. So that's gonna be in play. And the first game is going to be starting in a matter of seconds as soon as the game has been loaded. And we go through the start countdown as well. And let's see how the first bale is going to be building up. And of course, what's going to be happening at the pads. Do we find any challenges once again here? Or it's going to be just, as smooth as we have seen it before. That's kind of like the chaos from the start has more or less. It hasn't been going on. A bit of a contact with the fence with the gate for Valtra. So that's gonna be slowing down them a little bit, but yeah, just a couple of seconds. But a couple of seconds, it's a couple of points when you deliver the first bale as well. So if it's gonna be having a significance on that, we can see Lindner also not being the fastest to go and pick up the baler that he was actually getting from that pad. And now we'll just start moving into the fields. Lindner's gonna be starting to get the straw and the bales done. And we can see that Sinfrey is gonna go and just start pressing the bale. And that is actually a pretty good place where they are currently. The tractor they are using by Sinfrey, it's not the fastest one, so but it's pretty stable. And we can expect that the speed of the tractor is going to be limiting the amount of points that's going to be available for them. But it's going to be still looking decent because this should be still 140 something, and it's going to be tossing, and it's going to be 145, I would say, if that goes in 146. So that is actually the second best first bale of the whole day, and that's a really good one. Søren comes up a little bit later, probably wants to reverse that in, and that should be like a 133, maybe 34. Okay, so still a decent first bale for Søren as well. The gap is going to be 12 points.
I want to go back and you said about the Kloss TerraTrack, the 960 that we saw Lindner driving. It actually is it is tied for fastest top speed of all the tractors in the game. I think it just is kind of deceiving on how fast it gets going, but if you can get it flat out, there's only 4 tractors that go 70 kilometers per hour. That's including 2 telehandlers. So 2 of the heavier ones, they are heavy machines that go at that top speed. So it takes a little bit to get them going. But they can go pretty darn fast once you get them flat out. It's interesting, to see the different strategies that teams are going with the machines that they like. I feel like the vehicles are almost where you can see a little bit more variety. The personal vehicles even maybe is a little bit more personal preference, or down to picking the right machine given what you've already picked in the pick and ban phase for your team perks and such, making sure that you're having points left over for your teammates, but also maximizing every single point used in the pick and ban phase. So here we go. We're going to have the first drops expire, and neither team have picked them up. So moving right along in this first of the best of 3 here.
Yeah, there was even like a silo closed on the first drop. So we know it's not going to be on the second one then anymore. So that is kind of like used already, because the same drop cannot spawn twice. So we know that it's used, and it's not going to come on the second one. So maybe that's going to give a little bit of confidence for these teams to start delivering the grain a little bit earlier. Of course, the grain multiplier could be still a thing, but at least the silo close is not going to be the one. And thank you for the correction about the speed of the tractor as well. Because I'll be honest, I didn't have a look on the stat sheet. I made that estimation based on my eye completely. So maybe I have just seen it like half running or something like that. Maybe an engine just not.
Well, I mean,
fully,
at that
fully
speed,
operational.
Right, they're not flat out for sure, because they have to be a little bit more precise. So I don't think you were wrong in saying that it seems pretty slow in that type of situation. But as you're seeing Zerzurus now in this class, like, it looks to the eye quite quick. in comparison to how we saw it earlier now. So it moves
Mm,
pretty quick for a big tractor. There
mm,
are 5 total tractors in the heavy category. I would say that this or the John Deere 8R that we see banned a lot are the only two
mm.
that are really viable to go with.
Yeah, it's this one, right? Because this time it wasn't banned; it was actually playable. The 8R from John Deere.
Right.
But anyways, I definitely get the point. So thank you from the correction about that one. What do we see happening here right now? Nobody has been delivering grain. We do have a lot of grain collected for Valtra. They are just waiting for the right
Linux just
timing, I
hanging
guess.
out.
They want to see the drops. Yeah, that's a little bit jammed, but he's going to be getting away. The drops are there. So the grain multiplier is, of course, the one that's going to be making the biggest difference at that point.
Oh,
Oops, a little bit of a mistake, but it's going to be fine. It's bale
bail
multiplier
multiplier.
and bridge is lowered. So no grain multiplier. So both teams, they can just happily start delivering the grain. Lindner will be the first one to do it. They had a couple of bales actually right next to the bale that we can see Valtra also having 6 bales. So maybe that both teams seems to be executing more or less a quite similar strategy. So we'll see what's going to happen with the grain. Lindner has the unstoppable. So that larger amount of grain collected by Vulture, we'll see how efficient they can actually use it. Will they like time it? They will put about half or just a little bit less than the half inside of the silo. So they will wait for a better timing. They want to keep these multipliers for a moment. Maybe wait for the move from Lindner's side to kind of like see how much grain they actually have there. But Valtra is definitely on the lead with that one because they have 14k more. So that could be a thing a little bit later when they will decide that, okay, let's start to do something about it. And the unloading is actually right now happening for Lindner. So we'll see how far they will put the multiplier. And they do have the bales right next to the belt. So I'm expecting that some of these will go immediately on the belt. That they will not wait for it anymore because they now have the multiplier, and now Valtra will steal that multiplier. Will they be able to do that just before the bale actually goes inside? It seems that it's going to be at least 1.9 or even 2.0 when the bale is going to go inside. It's going to be 33 points because they have the bale multiplier as well, which was there on the field. So that's going to be good. 30 more points for Valtra. Sorry, for Lindner, because Valtra hasn't been delivering any of the bales. So that's once again how you can play the game. So even though you don't have the multiplier, but if you take the bale multiplier for the drop, then you can still, get a decent amount of points, even if you have a lower multiplier.
Yeah, that was a good moment by Lindner. Not bad at all. With a 104-point lead with 320-ish to go. And pretty close in the bale count. A few extra for Vulture, but that's the difference in the lead right now.
Hmm.
Multiplier in Vulture's favor, so 2 points extra per bale as well to help them close this gap in the final 3 minutes. Super drops are out there now. Let's see who gets this one and what it is. It's multiplier switch, so I mean, Hightower's not even going to bother, and that's what I was thinking. Like, what's the point? It will only last for 15 seconds, and you have to be ready if you're Lindner to actually deliver the bales. So, unfortunately, not the greatest. Multiplier switch as a super drop in itself can be a decent drop, but in that scenario, that situation, pretty much useless. So, not the greatest timing for it to show up. Now, bottom boost would have been really beneficial for someone like Lindner right now with all these bales we see around the belt. But yep, super drop has gone, and neither team seem interested in it. And it's going to come down now to who can score all of their bales and get the most points here in the final 2 minutes.
Yeah, I was wondering what Valtra is going to do with all those bales. They haven't been really doing much, but now they have been starting to deliver those. So yeah, we do have about 4 points of difference. So if all those bales go in, that's going to be extra 20. What's that going to be, like an extra 22 points or something like that? Actually more than that. But anyways,
is going off.
So if they will get all these in, if they get all those in on the, let's say with the usual amount of points, then I think it's going to be pretty tight, the whole situation. There's just one point
difference.
Yeah, it's very close. So Vulture, they didn't do much at the start. Lindner was putting a couple of those bales in, got the bale multiplier and so on. And meanwhile, Vulture was just pressing them and kind of like waiting for I guess, the right opportunity, I hope, to put them in. And now they are clearly doing it. So if they will get all of these bales in, to me, it seems that they have a very valid chance of maybe even winning this one. But now we can see Lindner getting 2 more bales in, so it's gonna be pretty neck to neck, to be honest. And 45 seconds to go, so the ending will be interesting. I guess the deciding factor will be once again who's gonna be getting the most of those remaining bales on the second
Oh
floor.
no.
Zeros makes a mistake, which might be costly, because that is 20 points lost. At this point, still has maybe a chance of getting it on the belt, but most probably it's going to be just shoved on the first floor. So then it means that they lost 10 points because of that mistake. And that one bale, by the way, on that fork is not looking that good. So will that go in? I mean, that's going to go. What about the second one? He's going to be getting it nicely on the belt. So yeah, and it's a fast belt, as we can see. 544 points. Walter needs to do something about it. They need to get the bales in. It's going to be 10 points coming in more. But it seems that Linger, they cannot anymore catch the lead of that. Luca is trying everything he can, but no, doesn't have the time for it. And in the end, it's going to be... actually not so close series anymore. I mean, just like 30 seconds ago, it seems that it's going to be like a very close one. But then in the end, it wasn't, as Lindner was able to close it down. And I think the gap was something like 50 points even.
That slow belt speed with less time in a total round now for the FSL in Season 5 is absolutely brutal at times for teams. As you can see, Vulture there, unable to get a few in. I don't think, those two wouldn't have made up the gap. It would have closed it a little bit, but it wouldn't have made the difference. So just one extra bale delivered into the top, but I think was that bale multiplier moment for Lindner that helped them come out on top. Because they were able to pick that up and, more importantly, take advantage of the bale multiplier. So for Vultra, got to find a way to bounce back here to move on and not be facing elimination in their next matchup. And for Lindner, now one win away from moving on to face Helm.
Yeah, it's 50 points. 50 was like 52 points of a difference, and that whole situation with the bale multiplier, they had 1.5, and then they had the multiplier, so suddenly turned to 30 points per bale. And I saw at least 2 bales, maybe 3, going in at that point. So then, if you can, take the actual normal bale point amount away, so then that leaves us with 45 points of gain by the bale multiplier, and that is about the amount of the gap. And then you take the first bale difference. So I think it's pretty much there, more or less.
Having a look now at Vultra, and you could tell he was deep in thought there. What do we do now in this next round? We've got to find a way to bounce back. Last season, Lindner finished 5th place in the overall standings, Vultra 7th. So 2 teams that we're used to seeing, near the top of the standings of the Farming Simulator League. And both teams now having a discussion amongst each other, kind of strategizing what they're going to do. You can see the German casters on site in Cologne at Gamescom there in the background between the 2 teams. As we have the Red Cat and Humer as Steven as the Red Cat there, the 2 German casters. It was awesome to be able to see those guys again this year at FarmCon. And if you are German speaking and you're not aware, on Twitch, Giant Software DE is the channel for the German broadcast. So feel free to go over there. But we're fine having your company here too if you want to hang out with us on the English broadcast. We appreciate all the support today from everybody. So we have confirmation now that, of course, we've got to get this one resolved, Copter, and then we're going to have 2 more matchups after that to settle things today. And then tomorrow we'll have the semifinals and the finals with, I think, double elimination maybe tomorrow. I'm not sure. We'll let you guys know
Yeah, let's
Voltra
see the
and Linder now.
yeah, when we go for tomorrow, then I guess we have like updated bracket about the how it's gonna go. So we'll just figure that out. But yeah, two matches remaining. So we have the losers match and the winners match of these. So those we're still gonna have. So Helm versus the winner of this, and then Astragon versus the losers of this. And then on the losers match, of course, one team is gonna be eliminated completely, and then from the winner, one is gonna be going to the semifinals, and then I think we still maybe have actually some kind of a losers match as well. But yeah, we're gonna figure that out. But anyways, two matches still for today. We can see the telehandler, at least Monito is gonna be banned, and Linder did ban both of them on the last round. So maybe the second ban is gonna be the other telehandler, or maybe they will decide something else. Let's see. But the Linder and New Holland gonna be banned by Valtra, and yeah, it's gonna be the New
There
Holland
it is.
telehandler that is taken away from the vehicle. So Valtra cannot like they can't like develop their own version of the toss or the hurdle. I don't know what it would be called, but yeah, Valtra Vault or something like that. But the but that's that is something else. And of course, please excuse us. We have been. I mean, we came to the studio like an hour before the broadcast, so we have been pretty much sitting 10 hours now behind the microphone. So if my humor and the jokes are bad, then it just means that I'm a little bit tired. I mean, even Feldin on the chat said that he's gonna be a little bit tired now. So yeah, the length of the broadcast maybe might be affecting a little bit, at least on my sense of humor.
Wait, night shift, Taz. It's like morning now. Like it began in the middle of the night. Now it's 10:30 in the morning for me. As Copter just said, I woke up at 1:30 this morning to basically get myself awake and prepared for the sound check. So for me now, already up 9 hours today, and it's 10:30 in the morning. So.
Mm.
I do enjoy the FSL, and hopefully though I can leave these European events to you guys at some point and sleep in and do the North American based ones if we can get it off the ground here, because
Mm.
I do like my sleep, most of the time. But I like the FSL; it's enjoyable to do, and it's fun to hang out with you, Copter, with Alex as well when he's around and taking part, and also everyone in chat. Always a fun time. So, yeah, phew, we've got one more round between these two. We must have a slight delay for some reason here, as we're not seeing the teams preparing, and then we'll be moving on to the third and fourth matchups. So, so the servers had to be restarted. We just got word from our production team. Thanks to everyone on site doing the work for us as well to make this broadcast possible. And hello to Ash BMG in chat. It's good to see you in there. It hasn't been a while, hasn't it? Probably since you saw my face. I hope you're doing well. Maddie, so as we have this break here, you're now getting pretty close to having two tournaments under your belt. Of course, FarmCon on the broadcast, you only did 3 matches. We've already done more than double that here today.
Mm.
So since you have those 3 extra matches advantage on me from FarmCon, I want your thoughts about so far, like season 2 of the FSL. Like, how are you feeling? Or not season 2, season 5 in the second tournament. How are you feeling?
I would say that the team so far, I would say that expect the unexpected. That's what I can say, because I haven't really found a pattern yet. So many surprises last tournament and this one as well. So I don't really know what it's gonna be. Maybe after this tournament, after seeing the finals and everything, how it's gonna go, maybe I'll have a better idea. But I think that there's a lot of changes, and it's not just the actual changes on the game, but I think that some of the teams, they have definitely a gained performance, and some of them have lost. We have spoke about these teams. Of course, New Holland is not looking as strong as they were last year. And then we have well, just Attracty and Farming Friends, who have been very impressive today as well. So it is very hard to call, and I think that there's still maybe the black horse is not the right word for it, but I don't think that we have seen like all of it. Like, for example, Farming Friends what's going to happen with them in the future. They have shown something great, so maybe they can even take it further. So yeah, we need more material to base any of the decisions or opinions. At least I do, because I really can't tell it, because I think there has been so many things different that it's very hard for me to say, is it like based on some great strategy, or has somebody just been lucky and trying something different out. For example, on the first game when the New Holland won the game, and they were laughing on the way how they won the game. So that kind of like proves my point that also the teams are kind of like still trying to find the ways how they want to play, that they are uncertain about their performance compared to the others.
I like that though. Like I like that you're still trying to figure things out. I think that it shows that there's even more variety. There's more of an unpredictability in this season, and I think as well, like we're just at the point where teams are starting to get closer to each other in the level of competition, and also I feel like in season 5, the FSL, of course, it's been a learning process for us in the organization of how to run it and how to make it exciting, but also like level, but also not to take away skill. Like there were times in previous seasons where luck played a lot bigger role, even than skill at sometimes in rounds. And it seems like now with the changes, that's been removed. So it is coming down to skill. It's coming down to execution. Still, of course, you need things to go your way a little bit. We've seen teams come out on top today by something like a bottom boost, or being able to use a bottom boost in combination with a slower belt to surprise your opponents with a bail combo to make the difference. So it comes down to those little moments often between the teams that are evenly matched to be able to set themselves apart from their opponent. As we see a 150 for the first time today by Linder on the first bail. And Maddie, we've been waiting for that one.
Yeah, it's the highest first bail of the whole season so far, because I don't think we saw any 150s on the first event. I think the first bails were pretty low actually. So, and it's the highest of the second tournament as well. So it's got to be the highest of the season.
Yeah, very nicely done.
Yeah, and 125.
And a 25 point advantage.
Yeah. So let's see what's going to happen. I mean, Lindner, they showed a good game on the first game as well. So can they take the 2-0, the whole series, as we saw the previous one taken by Helm as well? Who knows? Let's not make assumptions. But at least they are definitely showing that they are here. I mean, they had their showings last season as well. There were definitely moments when they were, I mean, that we were able to compare them to New Holland at some point, that they could be one of those challenges for Helm last season, which still played it under a different name. So maybe they are, starting to kind of like cash in those promises or expectations what we have put on them earlier. Who knows? I mean, like I said, the season is full of like unknown factors, and Lindner is definitely one of those. If they keep doing this kind of a first bails and they're kind of like the flawless execution, and then if they just don't struggle with the strategies, then I think they will be a very strong opponent to any of the teams on the circuit.
Yeah, I'm kind of intrigued by the double elimination setup here in a regular season tournament. We talked earlier and mentioned how normally that's kind of reserved for the season finals in my experience. But I think that as well, it means more games, but it also, I think, means a little bit more of a level playing field. I believe it was the first season that I was doing casting back in season 3, where Vultra, it was a different set of players then. I think it was Vultra. Maybe it was John Deere who had a team at the time, but someone kept getting matched up with the team now known as Helm. Like in the play-ins, in the qualifiers, they were getting drawn against them. It was actually Cortiva now, maybe. I don't remember. I've said 3 different names. Whoever it was, they were getting unlucky in a lot of the tournaments and drawing the best team in the league every time. And so they were going out because of that, and they weren't able to get any circuit points. And they went from being second in the leaderboard to crashing down the standings because of that. And the matchups are randomized every tournament, but it was just that bad luck that they had to get that matchup so many times. So now you have the ability, no matter who your opponent is, to at least be able to make some mistakes early and still be able to bounce back from it. So a team losing an early matchup doesn't necessarily mean that they're not going to get any circuit points. And I think that that helps kind of level the playing field as well. So it doesn't just come down to bad luck of the draw when it comes to your placement in each tournament, because you still have another chance to bounce back.
Yeah, double elimination is definitely a very good format. It just takes a lot of time and a lot of matches. But for events like Gamescom, for example, where because Gamescom is a gaming event where you want to like promote your stuff, so you need to have something going on. So why not to have the FSL running 2 days, and I put this kind of a format. That is exactly what they do on the Counter-Strike tournaments as well. That they put a double elimination because if there's no point. Somebody travels to an event, one day, stays at the hotel, comes there in the morning, and in 2 hours they're going to be taken out of the tournament with a single elimination in a worst scenario. So I think it's definitely very fair, the double elimination format for the team. So that is completely right. But this is a bit unusual double elimination, because now what we have is like a double elimination of a double elimination, because we have more teams than 8. We actually have 10 teams instead of 8, and the double elimination kind of like works with the 4, 8, 16, so it like multiplies from there. So it doesn't really work with this kind of like an odd amount. Otherwise, somebody would be just forfeiting immediately, and then it kind of like takes away the whole fact that it's a double elimination. But the format is something which honestly, and you said it, Kermit, I have done a lot of commentaries on my past, and I haven't seen this kind of a bracket before. So that's why I'm struggling a little bit, to be honest, to understand. And especially when they have marked these colors, and it seems that the colors are not actually right, which is going to be played and which day and so on. But we'll get in there. At least we know what's going on. So let's not worry about it. So I'm just really sorry if I have given any misinformation about any of the matches we're going to be seeing next, or what I'm expecting to have being playing now. I think that one of the matches actually from the end of the Farming Friends versus was it Power Team Esports? Yeah.
Right, I think so.
Yeah, I think it was maybe played off stream. Not sure. But we'll get that at some point. So let's not worry about it. Let's focus on the game. So Linton's still leading the series with 1-0, and now, as we can see, Valtra has been playing this differently. So in the previous game, they were like, no, we're not gonna be delivering the bales at the start. They just started to deliver very late on the game, but now they have done some deliveries, and Lindner actually has been just gaining the bales, and now they're gonna start delivering them. On the 3-minute mark, they have 14 bales. And I want to see how this is going to play out. And there's a slight advantage on the multiplier for Valtra, 2.2, so that's going to be once again the same 4-point of an advantage over the next team.
Super drops are really out.
Yeah. And it's a multiplier switch will be picked by Linder like immediately, so they're going to get that 2.2 now. And once again, the hammer time is here. 10 seconds to go. And
will those bales get there in time, though?
I don't know. Maybe just bail. It's going to be very I don't think it's going to happen. It's going to wear out right now. They didn't get in. So that's going to be still 36 points. And then they're just 13 points away from Valtra. 10 bales for Valtra, and for Lindner, I don't see. They're actually having a 4 out of 10 for the combo. But that's going to be, not denied, as that Valtra would actually get some points out of it, but was still denied. So let's see how that's gonna go, and that's just three points of difference. The bale counts are pretty much the same, so if everybody can just get these bales in, I think they're pretty even. But then the multiplier is gonna change things. So 4 points of a difference can be 40 points after those 10, 11 bales, whatever they still have remaining.
Yeah, this one's gonna be tough to call, especially with some bales falling off. Minute 40 to go. If it goes bale for bale, Valtra has it. But if this one looks like it's going to fall off again, that's the one that just fell off, and he's recovered it, and it's not looking good for staying on either. And for Lindner, they have their bales stacked up right near the belt too, so that's where you want them with under 2 minutes to go to be able to score them. 3 points difference, and now climbing as another bale goes in.
Hmm.
And Lindner needs to pad this lead and hope that Vulture can't get all of theirs in, Copter, because,
Yeah.
yeah, this is going to be close.
Let's see how
This is
Lucas
going to
gonna
be
be
really
performing,
close.
because like a one single mistake, it can decide the game. He already made a couple of mistakes. I don't think that Walter can actually get all the bales on the second floor. But I mean, they have 12, so that's a huge amount of bales. So let's see how Lucas can handle it. There's 3 on the go, and they're gonna be catching up the lead with those bales currently at just 1 point of a difference. There's gonna be 2
Oh
bales,
my
but that's gonna
goodness.
mean that Valtra will get 4 points more. So they should be taking the lead with those bales. Valtra
Back
has
and
1 on
forth,
the
back
right on
and
the
forth.
ground floor. Zerzerus putting them in. We can see on the X-ray, Valtra is just putting 1 at the time. There's gonna be 3 bales on the belt. There's gonna be 20 seconds, so you can't shove all of them anymore on the belt. This is as close as it can
Oh my
be, as
goodness.
we can see that there's going to be a bale for Linder going in as well. Valtra's going to be just at 9 points of a difference, going to put all the bales on the first floor. Valtra, they have more bales. Is there any more bales? There's
Oh, they
more
did
bales
it.
remaining for Linder. They're going to lose it by 20 points about. So the amount of bales available was the stepping stone for them, which just didn't work.
Wow. Absolutely insane. Good job by Vultra, and it shows having more bales than your opponent is all fine and good, but you got to be able to score them. They were able to score them, and being able to force that third of the best of 3. So good reaction by Vultra after losing the first round. And we're seeing this a lot. You know, we saw up until the last couple of rounds, every single one going to the best of 3. We've only had 2, I think, matchups of the day that have been straight sweeps through 2 games. 27 bales delivered, so 2 extra bales, and that's just about the difference, especially with the multiplier difference in the score. So good play by Vultra there.
Yeah, yeah, and I mean maybe as this doesn't go on the 2-0 line, so maybe the um, same rule is gonna apply, that the one who's gonna win the first one is gonna lose the series, which you said earlier. But yeah, let's just wait and see. So 1 match remaining on this series, and then 2 series are still remaining. So I think we have still about 1 hour, maybe 15-20 minutes of a broadcast time remaining. And tomorrow we should have 8 matches in the stream, as far as I know. So 8 series of matches, of course. And yeah, we're gonna start at the same time, and we're gonna be probably ending about like a 5 p.m. Central European time. So it's gonna be a bit shorter than today. But just to let you know what you're gonna expect from the Gamescom stream tomorrow.
Yeah, it should be a fun time. Looking forward to it. It'll be us back on the call tomorrow. And then on Monday, I'm flying to Seattle, and we've seen Klaus a couple of times on the broadcast today. Our event manager, we've seen him on site helping out with technical issues and such. I'm going to be meeting up with him. So he's in Cologne. He has a lot further than me to go to get to Seattle for PAX West, which
Mhm.
starts next Friday, runs Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday in Seattle in the convention center. So if you're in the area, if you live nearby, or if you're planning to go to PAX West, make sure you stop by the Farming Simulator booth. I think we'll have the bale stacking challenge. We'll have a demo of the premium edition as well on site for people to play on our gaming stations. So yeah, it should be a fun time, and I know a few of our partners, DJ Goham, Farmer Cop will be there. I think they're still trying to talk Clutch Simulations into showing up, so we'll see if he's there. Trucker Matsy as well, I believe, is going to be there. So should be a good time in Seattle. Will I be able to get enough rest? Well, it's a stretch of 2.5 weeks straight of work for me, but that's okay because a lot of it is fun. So it's not like it's hard labor. Now, helping Klaus set up the booth in Seattle, that'll be the toughest thing that I'll have to do. But you know what? I enjoy events. I enjoy doing commentary, and the casting is some of my favorite things to do. Ooh, for the first time today, we're going to see Herbicide. And Lindner are a team that has proven in the past inventing the Lindner load-up strategy, for example, a couple of seasons ago. They're a team that knows how to go against the grain. pun intended, and they know how to shake things up a little bit. So no one's picking herbicide. Lindner may have a strategy to kind of throw a wrinkle into it here. Maybe Vulture, we're expecting them to pick something else. So maybe about disrupting their opponent more than doing something to benefit them.
Yeah, herbicide. Let's see. I'm interested. I mean, I have seen that it has been picked in the past as well, but but I want to see how this goes. But I mean, Linder, they gotta feel confident about their capabilities when they do it like that. Then we have the unstoppable on the other side. So yeah, interesting, definitely. So we'll see how this plays out in the end. But I think there's a lot of chances what can happen here. What about the event you mentioned? So I mean, kind of like when you are now like living with the European time zone a little bit this weekend. So do you have like a virtual jet flag or something like that?
Maybe. I think it just will already prepare me for the lack of sleep that usually comes with being on site at events, because you're talking about easily 12 hours of work on site at events. So, a little bit more than what we'll do today, and standing on your feet a lot. And then also after the event, when there are partners on site, we're hanging out with them and the community that are there after the venue even closes for the day. So for several nights straight, it'll be shorter nights and a lot of work, but it is a lot of fun and really rewarding. So I find a different level of like energy when I'm at these events usually. So I don't know where it comes from, but I conjure up a different level of energy. A Sinfree coming in. Nope. Oh no! You probably were spot on with 145 until he crashed into the bar.
I mean, now you can estimate them as well, because now if you can say that it was spot on, so then you can have a pretty good estimation on your head as well. But okay, that's like 128. Okay, 130. So not that well. But okay, it's gonna be Vulture who's gonna win that first bale, because Linder is still struggling with it. And where is the bale currently? Is it like
right?
It's there, right in front of it. Okay, so 10 points of a difference. That's a half a bale. So okay, it's not like a complete disaster. It's definitely the 10 points is less than what the gap was on the previous game as well. So it's definitely still doable. But with herbicide, I mean, with grain you can do a lot of things, and of course unstoppable, big haul, and so on. You can do a lot of things with that. But then I mean, I don't really know how you attack with herbicide, to be honest. Maybe I'm just not so that experienced, but that has always been like a thing for me that I haven't seen like a huge significance for that perk. But yeah, that's what I think.
All right,
but let's see.
Here we see. I like this camera view at the top for Vulture. Nicely done. Being able to see it at the top of the combine. Now getting in nice and close, as I believe that was Lindner that we're looking at, unloading the grain. There it is. Zerzaris emptying the combine into the grain cart, driven by Sinfree. So it looks like they're just about ready to deliver some grain, or at least get it over there and ready.
Yeah, this is following the usual pattern, more or less. In a way, I like to think that the teams who are like playing with herbicide, I think they are like fine like without playing a perk, more or less. I mean, of course, there are some very small benefits, on the fields, but I don't know if that's like big enough, to be honest. But that's just my personal opinion, and of course, somebody has a better idea what is the like the huge deal with herbicide, then just please let me know. I want to understand that better as well. But anyway, 6.5 minutes, so that's gonna be 1 minute till we have the next drops coming in. No bales for Vulture. The grain is being collected. We haven't seen the big haul, by the way, yet, so we didn't see it at all actually on this situation for now. So we'll just wait for it for the next.
Do you remember?
Next match.
I'm trying to remember, Copter, what two team perks Lindner has gone with before this round, and I can't
I
remember
think they
what they've
went.
used.
I think they went with unstoppable and bottleneck. So
So I think that
I
what
think.
they've done is that I think that because they probably thought Vulture will assume that we're going to pick Big Haul. Instead, let's pick Herbicide. And I think you're talking about like what's the benefit of Herbicide. I don't think there's a reason we don't see it picked a lot now in this season, right? And why we've not seen it picked a lot in the past as well. Like all it does for you is remove the weeds off your field so that you can just do straight lines. It doesn't really change much otherwise. But
Mm-hmm.
I feel like in the moment, Leonard was more picking that just because Vultra would have assumed that they would go with Big Haul. And so
Mm-hmm.
they've gone with Unstoppable. And it's kind of like Big Haul against Unstoppable. We've seen it be kind of a shaky strategy for the most part today. So I think it was more about that than actually
Mm-hmm.
picking that
Yeah.
perk for the benefit of using it specifically.
Yeah, it definitely can be the case. We can see British Race being picked by Vultra, and then we have Lindner going for the drop as well. So they are both actually picking the different ones this time from these drops, which sometimes doesn't like even get picked at all. So they pick Legacy Sören going for it, but not gonna be tossing anything. I mean, every time I see a vehicle going straight towards the belt, I'm like assuming because somebody's gonna toss something soon. But that is not the case because he still has the baler behind him and nothing on the fork, so you can't really toss anything with that combo, or you cannot like even like climb on the belt, of course, with the baler. So we'll just have to wait and see. But 4 minutes, and Lindner with 11 bales. And yeah, the multipliers are pretty much the same. And still talking about the team perks. So yeah, I mean, Valtrot, I mean, they probably, I guess they used the big haul already. I just lost track of it, to be honest. And of course, then the Unstoppable was the only one which they still had remaining. So yeah, Linton just wanted to pick something which was a bit different. Maybe just to throw the enemy or the opponent, maybe not the enemy, just a little bit off in this situation. Okay, what's that? Like, what's going on? And maybe the strategy which we have is not going to work. So make the enemy or the opponent doubt themselves, like what's going on. That's going to be disruptive enough in some of the situations, as we can see.
Right.
Waltz putting the bales on the belt now, so they are starting to rack up the points. But
Yeah, I think though, like
okay.
if anyone, Lindner also loved to disrupt our commentary. Like they are the kings of the original, like throwing the casting team for a loop. My first season, I remember when they just started dumping their grain on the ground. We had no idea what they were going to do in that round, and it was actually 3 of us. It was Alex, Virtual Farmer, myself, and Lisserton. Lars, the lead of the community team at Giants. He, all 3 of us were like, "What the hell are they doing? Like, you're not supposed to dump your grain on the ground. Like, this has to be a mistake, right?" And little did we know that it was all part of their strategy as they started to stack all of their bales up near the barn. And then they shoved, I don't know, 30, 40 bales in nearly all at once and stacked up combo points to win the Lindner load up, as we called it then. So they know how to throw a wrinkle or two into their play as they've got bottom boost here, and they're able to capitalize on that and score some points to help close that gap. Vulture, though, back into the lead now with 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, the bottom boost is gone, so now it's all about once again getting the bales on the belt, and of course getting the the multiplier difference is just 2 points. It's a 1 baler in a place where it shouldn't be, so that is just resting in peace, I would say, on that very maybe it's a hot day and it just needs to calm down or something like that. The water is might be a little bit cold. Let's see, we do have a bracket and the replay from that, and that is actually very nice to see what actually happened. And it almost took the tractor with him as well.
Bye-bye, Bailey.
And that, I mean, it was a pretty fast detachment from it, to be honest. So I think the reflexes were right on point, because I mean it could have been causing a whole lot more trouble if the tractor would have gone to the water as well, and then they would have been, spinning there and trying to detach it from the baler, and it easily could have cost, let's say, like a 15 seconds or something like that. The gap, meanwhile, on the points, the last minute is starting up, so because the Vulture, they have made a nice, like, 130-point gap as we speak, and the bale difference is only 3. So with that 19 points multiplier, Lindner, they really can't catch up. I mean, the gap is so big that with the existing amount of bales, I don't think it's going to be doable. So they need to have something coming out very fast, and of course, Valtra still needs to get those bales inside as well. So getting all those 5 bales on the second floor is the key for the both of the teams. But if they keep doing that, then Valtra will or shouldn't have much of an issue of securing this as Lindner really can. They can come, they can come down to 30-40 point gap maybe if they are lucky, but if all the bales are going to go on in a reasonable places, then that shouldn't be possible. And then we can see the final bales coming in. We can see Walter getting 600 points already. I think that's the first over 600 point of a result for today, and they will claim it. So Walter did it, and once again the same luck, or I don't know if it's luck, maybe it's a strategy thing. So the team that's going to win the first game of the series, they will lose the second too. That has been a bit of a thing today.
Yeah, that seems to be a trend that's starting to build. Great performance there by Vultra to turn that around. So they'll move on to play Helm. Lindner, meanwhile, will be playing Astragon, and one of those two teams will be eliminated after that matchup takes place. So, yeah, 616 to 549, same amount of bales, but granted, Lindner had bottom boost, so that top and bottom number is kind of skewed a bit, but 11 extra bales into the top overall for Vultra in that round. Is that the secrets to the Vultra strategy on that paper? Is he saw the camera on him and he covered it up? That may have been the secret to their victory on that piece of paper. Don't let that out there. You've got Helm to play next. You don't want them to have any sort of advantage over you as that matchup is getting ready to take place. It looks like to me that we'll be seeing Vulture against Helm maybe coming up next. It looks like Lindner are preparing to get off the stage while Vulture are maybe hanging around. So that's my guess.
Yeah, I think it's a valid guess.
So on the shoulder. So.
Yeah, maybe it's. I mean, at least that is a hint to me. But then the admins might be, oh, you can't leave yet with the backpacks. You're going to be playing on the next one. But yeah, we know the pairs, so we know it's going to be Helm versus Valtra, and that might be the next game. And then we do have Astragon versus Lindner. So those two matches we're still going to see. And the next one, Helm versus Valtra. So then the winner of that one will be straight going to the semifinals, and the loser is going to be later tomorrow playing against the winner of Astragon versus Lindner, if I'm not completely mistaken. We're going to be heading for a short break anyways before we go for the next series. So we still have 2 series to go, and that's about it. So we'll be away for 5 minutes, and then we'll be right back.
Hello again. Hope you got up, got some water, stretched. We still have 2 more matchups to go. It's been quite a day so far in the Farming Simulator League second tournament of Season 5, live from Gamescom. Maddie, we're going to see Helm versus Voltra, and then we're going to have Astragon versus Linder as our final matchups. But let's go back to the previous one, Voltra knocking off Linder.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, first of all, what I saw on the graphics on the break, so there was actually the Linter versus Astragon match actually marked up as next. So I'm not sure which one we're going to be seeing, but we're going to figure that out. But of course, before that, we're going to have the replays from the previous game, so we can see how this match actually evolved. So Valtra and the Lindner game. So on the first series, or the first match of the series, we saw that the Lindner actually had a good victory there, but then Valtra just came up stronger on the second next matches of the series, and some pictures which we didn't see. This was the 150-point toss, which was the biggest of the whole season so far, and I think it's the biggest first bail we have seen on the new Farming Simulator League client on the stream as well. So pretty happy to see that as well.
Yeah, good to know it's still possible. We had seen 147 was the highest previous to that one. Yeah, Lindner got off to a good start and won that first one, but then Voltra just hung right in there and played really well in the next 2 rounds. As we're seeing now with the bottom boost, Zerzura scoring quite a bit of points for Lindner, but it just wasn't enough to make the difference for them in the end. We are starting to see more of this now in the last few matchups. Early on, I was talking about not seeing as many, careless mistakes like that, tractors crashing around and the like, as we just had a quick look at the bracket. So we're just moments away from one of the first of the last 2. Again, it'll be live in Cologne at Gamescom, and Maddie and I will be joining you virtually, like we are now, for the English broadcast. So, Copter, Helm versus Voltra. What do you expect out of this one? Helm looked really comfortable in the only matchup we've seen them in so far today against Astragon, sweeping that one. Do you think they sweep Voltra here, or will it go to third?
Well, it's a bit hard to estimate it, but based on what we saw earlier, Helm is looking really good. I mean, as always. So I think they're definitely still the favorites. I'm happy that Walter was able to turn the previous series, upside down, and there we can see something on the from the from the Helm people as well. Put it something on the screen of the tablet, but yeah, like I said, I'm happy to see that Volt was able to turn the previous round upside down after the first match lost. So maybe if they continue the same good streak, and let's see what we actually have here. Oh, there we go. The guys are actually changing on the screen. So maybe a little bit confused currently what we are seeing, but yeah, it's going to be Hell versus Walter, as we saw from the pictures on the cameras as well, like who was actually behind the computers.
Maddie, I want to interrupt and say, so that was JK who is sitting out this game, holding up that iPad or whatever it was, and it said "ban Voltra" in German. So he's saying what they're going to do. They've banned the Voltra T55 playing against Voltra, and I think there's another Voltra in play. Let's see if they ban it as well. They have. So they're playing Voltra and just being a little cheeky here. They're banning both of the Voltras against the namesake team for the brand and the FSL. So Helm, not only the top team for the last few seasons in a row, but always having a good time as well in the Farming Simulator League.
And there you can see the Helm doing the traditional changing of the perk on the last second. And that was done on the FarmCom tournament as well. But they failed. There was a bit of a lag or something like that, so they ended up having not perk at all because they pressed the key too late. So that can happen as well if you're not, doing it exactly on the right moment.
Take.
Yeah, if you want to change it like very late so that the opponent can't really react into it anymore, because you can do it like 1 second before or something like that. So, but yeah, now it's gonna be a bottleneck versus bottleneck. So we see a very traditional pick of perks, the same perk against the other one. So this is gonna be the play. But yeah, um, so yeah, Walter, if they want to win Helm, they really have to put on the A game. We all know that already. So just eager to see how that's gonna play out in the end. And about the Valtra ban, which you said was on the iPad in German. Um, the usage of the Valtra tractors on the Farming Simulator League hasn't been that wide, and kind of like when you said it, that I think there's a second Valtra on the game. So if you have to look for that information, it kind of like
Right.
tells the story that the somebody hasn't been using it that much lately.
Yeah, totally. Just a cheeky little play there by Helm, of
Mm,
course, and very funny at least to see them do that. Let's see if it actually helps. I don't know if it will, but I think going back to how Voltra can win this, they have to keep an eye on the amount of bales that Helm are pressing, and they cannot
mm,
let Helm get a double-digit lead in bale count because we
yeah,
saw Helm. We've only seen them in 2 games and they were always at least 10 bales, if not more, ahead of Astragon in that matchup we saw in the broadcast earlier. So Voltra needs to make sure they stay
it's pretty tight.
close in bale count.
Yeah, these first builds are gonna be about the same time in place, and it's gonna be 140 toss from
Helm
Ultra,
crashed.
and Martin's gonna be having a problem, so he's gonna get that bale in. So Vulture will get the first bale. Martin just needs to push that inside, needs to be taken carefully because you know you can do another mistake easily here, as he will do. So the bale is not going to be stuck, and there's right next on the doorway, so that's going to be 123, so 17 points of a difference. So Valtra will take the lead, the early lead after the first bale. Meanwhile, the grain is going to be collected. And let's follow how fast Helm is going to be starting to press the bales. Once again, direct delivery and crazy tool. Yeah, they are available, but yeah, once again, a bit far away. So these might be, you know, perks which are not going to be picked at all, as they want to focus on the actual, you know, the real work on the fields.
Yeah, and going back to that first bale, that's not the first time we've seen Martin crash into the barn on approach, and I just wonder if that's a little bit of a change in this season, having to switch the strategies up. You not only do you have to pick a different team perk each time, but the 3 team perks that we're seeing most teams go with, Unstoppable costs 1 point to pick, Bottleneck costs 2, and Big Hole costs 4 points to pick. So you have to factor in how many points the team perk that you have to pick that round is costing you, and then what you're going to pick as far as the machines go. So I wonder almost if it's a case of Martin having to use a big tractor there and a big baler, and that makes it tougher to do that fast delivery of the bale when you're approaching the barn because you've just got too big of machines flying in there.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. I mean, I would imagine that players like Martin, they do play a lot, and I would imagine that they are practicing it a lot as well with different kind of tractors. So it's not that this time I have a different one. I don't know how to handle this. That cannot be the case. So, but yeah, you're completely right. It's not the first time he's gonna make that mistake, and
Yeah.
we didn't see those mistakes in the previous seasons, or maybe it was easier with the previous client. I don't know, because Martin actually starting to deliver the grain as well, so they will just immediately open the game with the grain. So they're not gonna be waiting for the drops to come in. That's gonna be just fine, 2.5. Not gonna put it all in. Not gonna waste all the time. And do they have the bales? No, they don't. So they will not at least yet be delivering the first bales. After the first bale,
No.
so the second
But
bale,
he's going to
and
go
from
bale.
there on. Yeah.
And this is the strategy we've seen. This is how they get 10 plus extra bales on their opponent. They go ahead and
Mm.
deliver a partially loaded grain cart. And then Martin goes out and starts baling. And then when they're ready to deliver more grain, he'll stop for a brief moment, deliver that, and then get back to baling. And so that is how they're able to get these really high bale counts, and they're doing it again. So just continuing on with that same strategy, our Helm. And this is where Vultra needs to be careful because there's now presumably 2 balers that are about to be running for Helm. And if Vulture aren't careful, they're going to be behind in bale count very quickly here.
Mm. Yeah, 2 bales so far. So let's see if there's gonna be more. We have the drops coming in as well. So they have already swarmed. So let's see what's waiting there. And the grain count for Helm is gonna be 52. We can see Beatmaster actually go in there together with Wooler. So they're gonna start delivering more grain. And I really want to see the drops, so hopefully we'll get a glimpse of those as well, so we can understand what actually has been put out on the fields, and what can we do with those drops. We didn't see like a hugely disruptive drops. The grain multiplier is going to be picked by both of the teams, so that was there on the fields. And now we can see that Vulture has more grain, but remember that Helm was delivering a little bit earlier as well, and now they will start unloading it. So let's see where the multiplier is going to be ending up. It's pretty even for the
1.7 as well
moment.
for Helm
But
against
yeah, let's see if somebody's going to be running out of grain.
An advantage on the drop for Helm, as well as being ahead of delivering that first bit of grain. And even though the grain count right now it looks severely against them, I think that they've played it well here. Once this all plays out and both teams get all of their grain delivered.
2.5 for now for Helm, and they do have those bales. So let's see if we have any deliveries at this point. I guess they want to do something about it. 2.7, so they're getting it all the way up there. But Vulture, they still have the grain, so they're going to be delivering more a little bit later, and now they will start unloading it exactly as we speak. We can see Lucan going for it. Belt has been stopped for Vulture, but now it's already running. So let's see how this is going to go. Does Helm actually... I mean, this is a time when they should be delivering something on the actual barn to get stuff on the belt, and we can see Wooler going in. Doesn't have the telehandler, so just needs to chill a little bit, and yeah, kind of like the advantage has been taken off. So Vulture is playing this well so far. So we spoke about the chances of Vulture winning this versus Helm, and I think they are still like in a quite comfortable position. Of course, the multiplier ending up with 2.2 for Helm instead of something for Vulture. That's gonna make things more complicated, especially now when those extra bales which they pressed at the start are finally going in.
They're even though, they're even in bale count. So Vulture doing a good job of not letting Helm get out in too far of the lead. I think I was expecting 2 balers to be run there after Martin left with that first bit of grain, but it wasn't the case because Wooler was having to bring other grain in. So this is about even, other than the multiplier now, and that could end up making the difference. As you see, like only 1 bale behind Vulture are at the moment.
Yeah, but Vulture was leading. Remember that before the grain was going on. So there was a moment when Helm was able to deliver 2 bales more than Vulture. During that period, and after that they were even on bales. So they did make a couple bales more. So it's not a huge difference, but it's enough to Helm take the lead in front of Vulture, even though they lost the first bale. But anyways, that is what I saw. 2 minutes to go. This other bale, is it gonna go in? It might be just touching the side of the door, but no, they will definitely go in. That's gonna be Vulture. They don't really get any extra help from that multiplier switch, which they picked from the super drop. And now we can see Wooler just doing the work, getting those 3 bales in the fork, and just placing those on the belt. We can see Sören coming for Vulture, so this is gonna be a tight battle. We can see that the Vulture has taken the lead, but Helm on the other side now they have 5 bales more. But then again, we are talking about the time, how much time you have left. So do they have the time to shove all those in on the second floor? Those should be going in without any issue. So the belt is a little bit faster for Vulture, as we can see. So they are getting the bales pretty nicely actually in with that speed. It's pretty efficient, but then you just need to have more bales available. So 1 minute and 15 to go.
Yeah, it's closer than I was expecting at one point of that round. Vulture have done well to hang in there. I think it's just going to be a little bit too much for the multiplier disadvantage, not being able to take advantage of the multiplier switch, as you mentioned a moment ago. But having said that, they were briefly there, only 9 points behind, but then 2 more bales went in for Helm. So you got to get them in as well. 8 bales outstanding for Helm. There comes 6 of them right now. 3 on the front, 3 on the baler. And 6 bales versus 7. in favor of Helm at the moment. That's just not going to be enough for Vulture, assuming that both teams get all of them in.
Yeah, I think they should have like 3 bales more and actually get them on the belt as well. But 20 seconds to go, so it's pretty clear that not all the bales are gonna go on the second floor for either of the teams because yeah, 6 or 7 bales still remaining and just 10 seconds to go. So Helm, they seem to be pretty comfortably in the lead, and I don't think that Vulture has the means to catch them up anymore, especially now when they are leading more than 100 points and they have 5 bales to go.
Wow.
So it's gonna be Helm who's gonna win this the first game of the series. Vulture, I think they put a good fight, but there was this one moment when Helm again was like able to gain those like extra 40 something points, which then somehow extended to 60 points, and that's how they won it. So it wasn't really what happened there during the last minute, but it was something which happened there somewhere around 3.5 minute mark time period. Oh.
Yeah, good round by Helm for sure. Pretty close to that 600 mark. 5 extra bales delivered. All 5 of the extra ones were put into the top as well, and with a multiplier advantage. So good execution by Helm. And for Vulture now, they need to throw a wrench into the spokes here of Helm to be able to force the third of the best of 3. They got to find a way to disrupt them a bit, or maybe even beat them at their own game. Press more bales than them, but also make sure you take advantage of moments to score the maximum amount of points you can get for those bales.
Yeah, I mean Helm is looking good as we expected as well. So Vulture, I mean, definitely a good try, but now they just need to somehow find something. We'll see what's going to happen with the perks. Maybe that's going to change the situation once again. Now we had bottleneck versus bottleneck. So do we have big hole versus big hole or something else? We don't know. So we just have to wait for it. But yeah, maybe they will find something out of it. But also Helm can maybe try to find something out of that as well. So who knows?
We're going to get underway here in just a moment as we're having a look now on screen of the Helm players. That's Martin for Helm. Previously, we're seeing Wooler, and then now we're panning over to Beatmaster, the 3 for Helm so far today. And the thing that I think makes Helm really good is you can take anyone from their roster and put them into there, and they're still a really strong team. There's still a really strong team no matter what the combination of 3 is. All right. Here we go. Helm against Vulture. Helm 1 win away from advancing to tomorrow without a loss. And Vulture, they wouldn't be out with this result. They would be dropping and would play the winner of the matchup we'll have after this, which was Lindner, and the other team is now escaping me. Who was it? Astragon. That's the one. So the winner of that one will face the loser of this one tomorrow, and the winner of this one will move on.
John Deere. So this time they're not going to be banning the Vultures, it seems. Maybe just the other one, or maybe they will just actually ban something else. Something, I mean, you always talk, Terminator, about my mind, how it goes to places from some kind of associations. So, you know, Beatmaster immediately brings to my mind Michael Schrute from The Office.
And speaking of beats, it's coming to Farming Simulator as part of the premium expansion and edition coming out in November. So we already have sugar beets, but this will add beetroot or red beets into the game. So someone actually commented on social media, Copter, you mentioned Dwight Schrute. Someone commented when we announced the new crops and said, "I can't wait to role play as Dwight Schrute in Farming Simulator 22 with the premium edition."
Yeah, I always remember the beet farm he had on that series. So the beets just brings him to my mind. I don't know why, because maybe if I would be a real farmer, then maybe it would be something like work related. But yeah, when we're talking about beets, that's and especially when we're talking about beets in English, then it really brings me Michael Schrute. But okay, that's a different topic. But a great series, though, not competing with Farming Simulator at all. So, and it's a good association.
Big Haul against Big Haul this time. So for the second time in a row, Maddie, we're seeing the teams go like for like with the team perks. It was bottleneck for
Yeah.
both last time. This time, big haul against big haul. So I'm
Mm.
interested to see how this one plays out, for sure.
Okay, let's see the first bail. So let's see if Martin's gonna be getting it right this time, because I mean every time he has been kind of like approaching it with that huge speed, he has been on a way to do a great first bail, but so far he hasn't been succeeding on it, at least not on the up to the perfection to get like 145 plus points, whatever. I think that every time when you get 145 or more, I think it's a good first bail, and that's why I said that the farming friends 145 actually reversed bail is a huge, because it could be like 150 with the toss most probably, at least like a 148 or something like that. But okay, Martin's gonna go for it, and this is actually a very fast one. This could be close to 151. Oh, it's gonna be 150 if he's gonna get that in. 151.
Oh, he did it!
There we go. It is. He's gonna break that record immediately. Like he's like, yeah, I'll just go here. Show me some respect. I can do this. Maybe he has been just
Yeah, I
like
feel like
intentionally crashing and saving the good cause for the actual match that's gonna be mattering more or less. But that's a sign for Valtra that yeah, we are here and we're gonna at least try to dominate you. And they get 129, so the gap is 21 points. 22 points. So that's more than one bail, 1.1 bails. So yeah, amazing.
If I had to
stuff, and,
speculate, I would say that JK went to him and is watching our stream and said, Kermit is talking bad about your first bail delivery. And Martin just said, you know what? I'm going to shut him up.
Okay, so that's what kind of an
going
influence you have on the players. Like you say something and then they start worrying.
JK likes to prove me wrong, to be fair. I think
Yeah.
that Helm likes to prove everyone wrong, and that's why they're so good. And maybe that's not what happened, and really I was just joking. But when you start doubting Helm, that's when they like bring out their A game, right? So I think as well, like they're a team that always rises to the occasion, and they know that if they win this round, they still have a lot more important matches to play this weekend when we start getting into the later rounds. So that's when you start to see them bring out that A game most of the time and kind of rise above.
Okay, can you if that's actually how they work, maybe can you Terminator please say that that Helm, they cannot win the opponent if they are tossing a coin to pick the perk on the camera.
I'm not sure my psychology has that much of an effect on them.
Well, maybe they listen to me as well.
maybe.
But anyways, that would be definitely something fun to watch. That they actually doesn't that they don't think what's the perk they're gonna choose. That they will just go with completely random perk and then just make it work. Probably they have strategy for all of the perks against all of the perks. That's what I would imagine. So maybe it's not so random, but at least it would be a great content for the viewers to see them tossing the coin on the stage when they're selecting the perk.
That would be good content. You're right. We've seen them do things like be okay with throwing away one round in a best of 3 just to kind of like do things off the wall or just throw people for a loop. But when it matters, they know how to turn it on and get down to business. That's for sure.
Well, anyways, back on the action. Didn't see anything that special happening with the first drops, and we are not that far away from the second drops either, so just 40 seconds, and then we have the second batch of the drops. The bail situation, let's see, Walter with 6 bails. Helm probably has some bails as well as we are expecting. Do they have any extra ones? That we don't know. But what I have noticed for Valtra, okay, 1 bail more for Helm, so that's not a huge difference. But they have a lot of grain, 64k of grain. Okay, it's a big whole game, so of course they do have a lot of grain, but they still have more than Valtra, and of course not all of that is gonna be inside of the big hall. So yeah, but what I was gonna say about Valtra is that I think that Valtra has been following the same strategy as Helm. I mean, they are also now very good on the early bail production, bail multiplier speed up. So yeah, maybe it's gonna be a speed up. Okay, so that's gonna be coming, and then we have the belt stopped at the same time for Valtra, and they're gonna start unloading their big haul because there was nothing on the drops regarding the grain or the silo closed or anything like that. So this game is gonna go as usual. But yeah, Valtra, I think they are very nicely also producing the bales, and I think after following the game for a while, I think they are almost like walking in their footsteps when they are running on the fields and changing the utility and everything. So yeah, they are doing a good job on it. But then at some point they will, if they are good at executing what Helm is doing, at some point they will have to find that that one extra boost on top of that they can actually win the strategy and not just execute the same one, but the winning strategy for that one.
Martin now bringing some bales in to score while they have a slight advantage and also the bale multiplier. So yet again, Helm taking advantage, but Wooler meanwhile getting stuck on the middle bridge, and one of those bales he's just going to have to leave behind for now. And that definitely is going to slow them down. He should still be able to get around with 40 seconds and get at least one of those on, but the setup of those is quite awkward. See if you can get across that bridge now.
Yeah. But they have been able to deliver some, as we can see that they are now with the 2.1 multiplier. They are getting some bales in with the bale multiplier. So they did pick that from the drop, so 250 points almost on their pockets. But Valtra is of course also getting some points, but the Helm is currently in the lead. And they are getting some very reasonable points actually from these bales because they still have about 10 seconds. The belt speed is, decent, I would say. So maybe one of those is going to go in, but the other one is not because it's going to flip down from the belt. But now suddenly they have about 70-point lead. And the bale counts, I guess they lost a couple of, didn't lose them, but they delivered them. So maybe the Valtra actually has more bales than Helm. No, they have exactly the same amount. So the same magical trick happens here on the middle game, and the middle game is like here 3.5 minute mark. That somehow same amount of bales, but then they suddenly have more 50, 40 more points. So they just once again utilize the drops very well, and even though they didn't have the highest like a normal multiplier, they did manage to get the bale multiplier for the drop, and then deliver the bales with those.
20-point lead for Helm, and don't know how many bales Helm have at the moment, as we're only seeing Valtra's stats, but now Valtra ended the lead momentarily here, so 14 bales for Helm.
Yeah, I mean, Valtra has been now delivering, and Helm hasn't been delivering for a while. This might be a little bit risky push, but he's gonna try it. So he wants to get that one bale out of it, and he's gonna be successful on it. The bridge is gonna be starting to come up, but yeah, he's gonna be able to get away just in time. So yeah, and now just needs to really focus on starting to deliver those. But they're gonna go for the combo actually. They will try to do something about it, or did they counter something? I think they did.
They tried to stop Valtra from getting one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They did stop the combo.
Yeah, so good heads-up play there. Going back to what Wooler just did on that bridge, pushing that fourth bale, if that were me, I would have made an absolute mess of that. I think I would have lost the 3 bales on the front. I probably would have driven up on top of the bale on the ground, gotten the tractor stuck, and just went for a ride on the drawbridge. But he made that look so easy. Like, he saw that it wasn't going to work, made the adjustment, and then pushed it over with just enough time remaining before the bridge went up. 2-point lead now for Helm. So this one's really close. I think Valtra are definitely doing a good job at keeping up with the bale production that Helm is putting out there. But I think they're going to fall just a few short, assuming both teams get all of their bales in to the top of the barn with just over a minute remaining.
Yeah, there's still like a minute of time remaining. So I think getting those bales should be doable, and if that's the case, then Valtra's gonna lose this. There was a moment when it was completely tied. I think was it like 452. They were exactly tied, but then since they have been delivering the bales, then the gap has been increasing. So one more bale currently for Helm. So if the same applies still, that if they get all the bales delivered, Bora's gonna take those 2. Those are gonna go in for sure, and Martin's gonna come with another 2. And let's see what's happening here on the Vultras side. We can't see that on the X-ray for the moment. Martin's waiting his turn, 25 seconds. These are going to go up. He's going to climb all the way up. No, he's going to put them on the belt. And
Oh,
I
that
mean,
was
all the bales which they have are right here,
what a save.
but they still have the time. So they need to just climb maybe with the last one. We'll see if that's going to be the case. 12 seconds to go. It's going to fall off. It's going to be getting awfully close, but it's going to go. Maybe. No, it's going to fall down. He's going to take that from the air and just put it on
nice
the first
catch.
floor. And they have 724. I mean, Martin should be playing on Chicago Bulls instead because he can take these like volleyballs from the basket.
Yeah, what a rebound
So
and a putback.
yeah, rebounds. Yeah, that's the term. So that was a rebound catch and just instantly putting it in.
Wow. Yeah, and I mean, what was the final score there? I'm interested to see. It was like 740 something for Helm, or 700 something, and then 724 to 643. So like for Vultra, 643 in almost any other matchup would have probably been a winning score today. But 724 for Helm.
I think it's the second highest score because 626 maybe was the highest before this one.
Right. But to get 643 and now lose, I mean, that just shows, why Helm continues to dominate the FSL, and they're kind of setting the bar yet again in season 5 of what teams need to reach. So good performance by both teams. For Vultra, they're not out. Remember, like they won their first matchup today, and now they'll wait to see who wins our final broadcast matchup today, which will be after this one coming up, Astragon against Lindner. The winner of that will play Vultra. From what I understand, that'll take place tomorrow and one of the first matches on the broadcast. And one of those teams will move on. The other will presumably be out unless the double elimination resets. So Helm and Vultra now having a little chat here post-match. And yeah, a very fun matchup between those two. And honestly, yeah, Vultra, you played well. Like, you don't hang your heads because, yeah, you with a performance like that, you'll be winning quite a few rounds this season in the Farming Simulator League, I feel like. So we're almost there. We only have one matchup remaining on the broadcast today. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with Astragon against Lindner. At least 2 more rounds, if not 3, to come for you today. We're excited to bring you the action when we're back from the break. Go get that water. Stretch if you need to so you can get through the final one with you. Copter and I will be right back with you in just a moment. See you soon. All right, we're back, and we have one more matchup to come. We're going to have the replays from our previous matchup, Helm against Vulture, before we see Astragon against Lindner. So, Astragon losing to Helm in the first round of this lower bracket, and then Vulture knocking off Lindner. So now Vulture are waiting the winner of our next matchup for tomorrow's broadcast to see who moves on from that. So, Copter, Vulture played really well. But
Yeah,
I said it earlier today, your A game still isn't good enough most of the time against Helm.
yeah, it's true. I mean, Helm. I mean, we saw the kind of like the opening matches of today. We were ending up 500 something scoreline. Then we had the highest score of 600 and something, and then Waltra on this last game they even beat the so far the highest score if I'm not completely mistaken. But Helm they just came up with something else and they broke 700 points. So every time when the others are improving, Helm will find the way to improve themselves as well.
Yeah, and it just kind of shows why they are the three-time champions. I mean, you, no, no diss on Vulture here. They played really well, but unfortunately, Helm just played that much better to get the sweep. So um, we saw some mistakes made. You know, Martin had a mistake on the first bale in the first round, as we see some bales getting stuck there on the bridge. But then he came out and he set the highest score for our first bale that we've seen so far in season 5 with 151. So a great way to bounce back from that mistake and start things off well in the second round. And for Helm, as they advance to tomorrow, it'll be interesting to see like how teams find a way. You've got to knock them off their perch. You've got to find a way to disrupt them a little bit. But you also have to make sure you're executing what you're trying to do as a team at the same time. It's not easy to do. It's easy for me to sit here and say, this is how you do it. It's a lot harder to actually go and do it when the pressure's on. You're in the middle of the round, in the game, in the moment. You don't know how many or what drops are going to come up at what moment. That might change your strategy. So it's got to be a perfect storm. They are beatable. We've seen them lose in the past and past seasons, so it can be done. As we're now ready for Astragon against Lindner. So one of these teams will move on and stay alive for tomorrow's broadcast. The other one will have their tournament number 2, the Gamescom tournament journey end right here after this matchup completes. So we didn't really see, I think, the best games from Astragon against Helm, and then Lindner won the first round against Vulture, but then lost the last 2 to get eliminated earlier in that one. So, Maddie, I think that either team could take this one, and it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, it's definitely possible for both of them. And of course, I mean, you said it that whoever's gonna win this one, they're gonna be facing Valtra on the next game, which is gonna be then played today. But then, you know, Helm already went to the semifinals, and the winner of that game, whoever's gonna be playing versus Valtra, is gonna face Helm again on the semis. So, you know, we still, I mean, for example, the Ultra versus Helm is still possible tomorrow, and so there's just a lot of options. We'll see these guys playing versus each other. So there's a lot on the line still. I mean, everybody can still win the tournament from these teams, including Astragon and Lindner, of course. We can see the bans coming up, so and the picks as well. So we can see that there is the bottleneck being chosen by both of the teams. We can see one of the telehandlers being banned, but yeah, we haven't really seen these teams of utilizing them, so I don't really see that they're going to be played that much. But who knows? But yeah, maybe that kind of a ban when you only have just one of the telehandlers banned, it could be enough for Helm to come up with something crazy tomorrow. So you got to be careful with those bans. But otherwise, I mean, the captain's picks, no surprises there. Of course, the player picks, we can see a pretty similar lineup: Lindner, Lindtrak, Fent Vario, and then the Case 400 being chosen, and of course the Archimedes runner and the Under Pressure being selected.
Well done, voice of an angel.
I don't know about that. That's a different story. Yeah, maybe the voice of an angel. I would imagine that it's like maybe Well, it depends, of course. Like you know, people have different kind of opinions about the angels, but usually the voice of the angel is something like a 15-year-old girl who is like singing very beautifully some classical song or something like that. So, but that's just a stereotype, probably in my head. So, I'm completely fine if your imagination of a voice of an angel is a 45-year-old male. Finnish male singing with an accent, so that's fine as well.
I mean, I may or may
Yeah,
not have been exaggerating slightly as well, you know.
yeah, but that's good to know. I mean, then I can when I go and meet some new people and they hear me sing. Oh, some people tell me that I have a voice of an angel. Okay,
Yeah,
let's
who
forget that
told
one.
you
Let's
that?
focus on the first fail.
Oh
As
God.
we saw Lindner having a great first fail on the last game, and Sinfrey was the one performing it, and he's not that far away from the barn. But I don't expect that this is definitely not going to be 150, but 140, maybe one like a 30 something. Yeah, I think 140 is going to be too much to be expecting from this one. But let's see, like a one, maybe 37, maybe that's 10, 36. Yeah, 36. That's the one, and it's still going to be better than the one from Astragon. They
Ooh,
have a bit of a
Astragon, oh
problem.
no.
Major Melon is doing a major problem here without the melon, so the bale is going to be well, not going inside, and they need to shove that in. Still has
Oh
the
no, oh no.
the weight in
That always makes
play,
me
so
so
that's going to be
nervous.
a bit of a problematic. But he's going to be able to do it. But he's going to flip it.
Oh no.
He's going to flip it at the same time. But of course, I mean, these guys, they know how to handle the tractors. That's what the normal farmers do as well. They just flip it when it goes sideways. And
Yeah.
these drops are actually very close. There was herbicide and something else, maybe. Because they are so close. Well, okay, maybe not, because Major Melon has left the place, and we saw Martin going away from the barn already earlier as well. So these are actually, they seem to be close, but now they are already so far away.
Yeah, the teams just aren't interested. And for Major Melon, I think you don't want to pick that drop up. You've just had a mistake at the beginning of the round with that first fail, so you need to get out there and make up for that mistake so you can get those points back before the round ends. So it's about getting as much green as possible so that the multiplier isn't at a disadvantage, and also getting as much straw laid down to press later so you can score the points.
Well, there we are, executing the strategy once again. No bales coming from both of either of the teams, so we can see pretty much similar stats. So these guys are not yet, at least, producing any bales. So we'll see how that's gonna go. Sinfrey will take that grain at least next to the silo, and if they're gonna start pressing bales early, it should be right after they have delivered the grain next to the silo. We can see Major Melon following that, so the gap between these moves, which are pretty similar, is about the same as the gap with the points, because of the first bale mistake by Major Melon. So it seems to be pretty similar, as we have the strategies like playing against each others as well, the same perks. So yeah, it's not a surprise that they are very similar. But one mistake caused something, and that's almost 20 points. And of course, they don't just lose the points; they lose time as well.
Yeah, I think still too early to call, obviously, and those mistakes can cost you as the round continues to play out. The drops and what they are and where they drop and if you can get to them could become important. So for both of these teams, a lot on the line here. One team is advancing, the other team is out, and so far in the standings for this season, Lindner, third place with 50 circuit points from the FarmCon tournament. They were able to make it to the semifinal. Astragon went out in the quarterfinal stage and picked up 30 circuit points. So for one of these teams moving on, it could mean over their opponents a significant advantage in circuit points.
And when looking at the stats, and what is of course happening on the screen as well, I think Linder's executing exactly the same strategy which Helm was using versus Valtra, and which Valtra also tried to use versus Helm. And following what Astragon is doing, they are kind of like doing the same as well. So in a way, I see that this is completely the same, which was Helm versus Valtra, but just Lindner's Helm, and Astragon currently based on the points they have is Valtra. So this is almost like a recap of the last game, but of course with the different teams and players. So we'll see. I mean, the bales are there, and now there was actually, by the way, the drops have came in as well, and we didn't yet see them. So was there anything important? Not, at least nothing like a silo close or anything like that.
There we go.
Each
Speed
team
limit.
yeah, that has been picked. So that kind of like tells that there wasn't anything else that important, and that's why they went to pour down the grain on the silo. So now we just have to wait for it. Oops, a bit of a mistake for Hightower. Not that costly one, but a small slip for Lindner's side. That's the first mistake for Lindner what I have seen in this game. So I think Lindner they have the situation pretty nicely in hand, but now we see how the multipliers are changing a little bit. So let's see if there's going to be any early bail deliveries, which might give an early lead for either of the teams.
I want to see teams do that more, but I think it's a struggle if you're not ready to get them in. Both teams now, though, are bringing some bales in, but that's not surprising given that there's 4 minutes. You got to start bringing them in now, or you're going to run out of time at the end to deliver them all. So look at the bale difference right now for Lindner, though. That's not good news for Astragon, who after the first bale trail, and now they have bale disadvantage as well, and now for Matza, that one has fallen off of the conveyor belt. So far looking good for Lindner. Too early though to call it. There's anything could happen, a mistake, crashing your baler into the water, losing it, or something like that could really cost you now. But 3 minutes to go.
Yeah,
You're going to have the super drops any moment too.
I agree. I mean, I completely agree. This is looking very good for Lindner. They did get that slight advantage with the multiplier. Now it's denied by Astragon. Lindner has delivered some bales. Astragon has delivered some bales, and Lindner is leading with the bales. So the situation is quite same. We have bale points, so that's going to be definitely in the interest of both of the teams. It seems that Lindner's going to be getting there earlier, though, based on the X-ray. So Hightower will just snatch that, and there we go, 215 points. So exactly the same strategies, and Lindner having a slight advantage. So yeah, this will go all the way till the end, and like you said, it smallest mistake can turn the complete situation upside down, and that's one bale being dropped. It's not really a mistake that I would count, but it's gonna be taking some time to get that back on the belt. So we'll see. But if everything goes according to the plan, if everything is executed perfectly, the difference is like a 35 points, and Astragon is scoring 2 points more per bale. So even 10 bales, if they deliver, it's not going to close the gap if Lindner delivers the same amount.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough now with 2 minutes to go. It's I think for like the casual viewer, maybe it's your first time watching, you're like, at least when we said that, the gap is widened now, but it was only like 20-30 points. But it's easy to start to see at these moments like the game takes shape. Again, anything could happen to throw a spanner in the works there and switch that up. But for Lindner, looking good, because as long as they keep executing, and now over a 200-point lead with the advantage in bale count, they are definitely looking good for the win. It's going to be hard for Astragon to win this one. So for them, it's going to be figuring out how to bounce back, I think, at this point, barring some miracle or mistake.
And I mean, now the gap is like 60 points. And you can, I mean, the time I mentioned, the first bale, that's going to make a difference with the points. But then if you need to shove that in, it's going to take like extra 10, 20 seconds. And that's pretty much the time which we can see. The time is the same difference we can see on the amount of bales. And then in the end, it comes down to the fact that Lindner has been able to start delivering them earlier on the belt because because of 10-20 seconds, and then they kind of reach that point where Astragon, if there's nothing really happening, they cannot really get that back anymore, because there is no any kind of events on this strategy anymore later, which are like time sensitive. They are just about the amount of time to do the work, press the bales, and then deliver them. So it's a very efficient strategy, and I'm not the specialist on that one, how to counter this one. But we have now seen 4 different teams using the same strategy, and it comes down to their efficiency, individual performance. And I really would like some of to come up with the counter strategy for this one. But anyways, the time is running out. They're just going to be getting about 500 points, and they will take the first match of the series. So they will just, I mean, we didn't see any major mistakes. We didn't get that 700-point scoreline, but they still won it, and that's enough.
Yeah, I think, and luckily for Lindner there at the end of the round, they had that nice padded lead because they were struggling in a few moments. Like they had bales dropping off the belt. They were struggling to push a few bales into the bottom as well there in the scramble at the end. So they come out victorious, but it wasn't a flawless round either for Lindner. So for Astragon, they have to be confident that they can bounce back and force the best of 3 here.
And there we can see the bale counts. So it's just couple bales is actually the difference in total counts. Then we had a couple more on the bottom for Astragon. And I mean, all this is, at least on my head, I can explain that with the amount of time being used. So, I mean, when you have less time in the end, then you're going to put more down on the bottom floor, and then you're going to be a couple bales short because you don't have time to press them. So, I could even argue and say that this game was lost on the first bale.
Yeah, I mean it's interesting when you say that because of course it's a lot longer round after the first bale. You still have 9 minutes now this season to play, but it comes down more often than not to the smallest of margins. So it's easy for us to look back and say that made the difference, or it could be a first bale. It could be something like we saw earlier with the bale combo getting 50 points that made the difference. There's almost always at least one, if not two, moments within a round that you can pick out as what made the difference in the end. And oftentimes it can come down to the first bale, for sure. You're right.
Yeah, I mean the first bell, yes, the points, but then the time, the time gap which they had while they were executing the strategies, because they did exactly the same things, but the others were just doing it like 20 seconds later because of the first bell mistake. That's what I meant. That the points, so you lose 20 points, but then you lose 20 seconds at the same time as well. So, and when you execute it 20 seconds later, then you kind of never can reach the same amount of
Right.
points because you just don't have the time. That's what I meant. Now, of course, I mean there could have been a combo, but they didn't do anything different. They just followed the strategy just like Linder was following the strategy as well, exactly on the same way. So if you don't get luck with the super drop or with something like that, you can't really. Okay, Linder got the bail drop actually from the super drop, but that's like 20 points or something like that. But still, I think the difference comes from that. The fact that they lost the time at the start.
Right. It's more than just the points lost, it's the time lost. You're right.
Yeah.
I mean, and time, even more so, is money, I think, in this season of the FSL, because 10-minute rounds, that just means less time to make up for your mistakes. And it seems like crunch time now in the FSL with the 5-minute shorter rounds, going from 15 to 10, makes it even more crucial that you don't make mistakes because you don't have a whole lot of time to react. It almost immediately has moved on to the last 5 minutes before you know it, and you have to start thinking about bringing your bales in. So time is money, time is points, of course, and any time wasted in the FSL could come back to cost you 100%.
Well, the next game is going to start, and we had some nice close-up pictures from the Astragon players, but there was also some questions on the chat earlier about the keyboard, like what is the brand, what is the model. I don't know, but I know that our director is listening to us currently. So maybe the director can tell the cameraman that zoom in on the back of the keyboard so we can see the manufacturer, or just give us the information on the chat, or maybe on the private message so we can tell that for the viewers. But there has been a couple of questions about this very nice looking white keyboards. What is the model and the manufacturer? So just please, cameraman, get us a close-up shot from the actual logo so that the viewers can see it.
I did answer that in chat earlier. My best guess, not being on site, Case King and Noble Chairs and are our sponsors, so I'm willing to think that it's something from that family of brands. that they're using on stage. I'd be willing to
Yeah,
bet, but I
that's
could
a
be
good
wrong.
question. Yeah.
Does look like a nice keyboard for sure.
Yeah, it does. It does. And I mean, I know that Case King actually owns a brand which does keyboards. It's not with the same name, but because I have been working with them a bit on the past as well. I just don't remember the name of the brand right
Yeah,
now,
they've
so I
got
will have to
several,
look for it. Yeah.
don't they? They've got a lot
Endgame
of
Gear
different
is
name
the
brands under their
yeah,
umbrella. Endgame
yeah, I
gear.
know.
Okay.
Yeah, Endgame was at least they are doing the mouses for or they're selling those. But okay, we can talk about that later. At least Case King got the advertisement they were looking for as a partner of the FSL. So, but yeah, well maybe we'll figure that out a little bit later. Um, we had the bans already, so we are already in the player big phase. So we're gonna be having Big Hole versus Unstoppable, and we have seen the Unstoppable to win the Big Hole multiple times, but we have seen it happening the other way around as well. So because when you have the Unstoppable and the other one has a big hole, so if you're prepared for that huge chunk of grain, you can actually stop the bells from the side of the big hole, and then it gets a bit more complicated for them. And I think telehandlers were banned, so we're not seeing those. So at least Linder then cannot do the same which Helm did, as they just we don't care if the ball is going to be stopped, we're just going to shove that in and then just like a hang like a monkey on the belt. But Linder, oh that's awful, he's going to be getting it's stuck on a tree, it's completely stuck on the tree, and he just needs to get away. I mean it's broken. No, that's the weight. I thought that there's actually like a piece just like losing out. So this is horrible start for Lindner. I mean, it's almost like having a camouflage, as it's green as well, like the tree and the grass. But okay, that's the start. So the things didn't start that well for Lindner. We can see Sinfrey still going, and does he has the bail? He has the bail. So luckily the first bail was not compromised here, and if he's gonna reverse that, it's gonna be like a 140. 139, 38, maybe 37. It just took a long time to get that out. So giving a birth to a bale is sometimes harder than you can think. So it doesn't come out in a couple of seconds always when you expect it. But still, I mean, even though they had the mistake, they are leading with the first bale. But now what I want to see is that do they have some other issues currently? We can see that they are all players on the field at least, and they seems to be on the job. So maybe they lost something on the grain collection, not completely sure. And of course, versus the big haul, that is not what you want to have. Okay. So 8 minutes are done. Bridges lowered has been picked, so that was on the drops. So the bridges lowered is right there, being picked by Astragon. Nothing has been picked by Lindner. We can expect the same maybe to happen, but yeah, maybe because of they had that starting hurdle exactly with this John Deere next to the tree. Maybe they have something else to do currently than just go for the drop, which is not that important. Maybe they don't have the player in position to pick that up because of this accident. But yeah, that's got to be abandoned there. So maybe just wait for 20 years and then you'll find it like behind your sun-spilled barn, and it's all filled with grass, and trees have grown like through it from the roof or something like that. Maybe we can make some kind of statue out of it. Maybe on FSL 34. In 11 years, there could be a statue for the John Deere that grow up as a tree.
I remember, was it last season? Someone got actually stuck up in the tree somehow. I think it was near the silo with the grain cart, and they got the
I remember
the pipe of the grain cart stuck in a way that it lifted both the cart and the tractor up in the air into the tree. That was a fun one to see, that's for sure.
Well, it happens. Anyways, let's see. I want to see a bit of a stat. So Lindner is not pressing bales yet. This is about the time when they, when we talk about the early bale, not the delivery, but the production. This is about the time. So after the first visit on the silo,
you want to be ready for the 5.5 minute drop just in case it's bale multiplier or grain multiplier. I think at least that most teams want to have at least a couple, if not more, bales ready by now, so that if those drops do come up, as they're trying to get the John Deere unstuck with the combine, Sinfree is going to try to flip it, and I don't know, with the tree there, it's going to be tricky for him to be able to flip it.
Yeah, we'll see that probably at some point, at least on the replays, if nothing else. But yeah, he's still gonna be there, and this is costing so much time. I mean, we can see from the bales that Astragon has been pressing 7 bales. This time there's none for Lindner at all. So I think
They
that
really need this tractor.
yeah, this mistake is a huge problem for them. I mean, they need to get that in. All the players are spending time, so this is gonna be so hard for them. We have the drops coming in. But of course, meanwhile, we're going to be just watching if the John Deere is actually going to be able to escape that tree. We'll see the drops a little bit later. But Hightower is at least here, so he's not anymore pushing the
Crazy
deer.
tool picked by Astragon. But they only have one tractor available right now. So they've got.
Yeah, but it was picked by Astragon, so they have. But the
you're right.
There we go.
Yeah.
Infra is actually getting out of it finally. So yeah, I mean, I don't know if he's going to be having a panic or something on the stage. But I mean, I hate to say it already at this point, but just seeing how Lindner kind of like wasn't able to follow the strategy because of that, not getting the bales pressed at this stage. So they don't have the greatest situation, even though they are still leading on the points. But yeah, based on the stats otherwise, to me it looks like Lindner, when we are coming to 2.5 to 2 minute mark, they will be hugely behind Astragon on points, and then they will be on the situation that they cannot really, come up from that anymore.
Copter, I think that we've just found a way to get more teams to pick Crazy Tool. They just need their opponents to have a tractor stuck in a tree, and then it's definitely worth going for Crazy Tool, so you can get that advantage. But yeah, 16 bales pressed already for Astragon, and Lindner maybe now have 5 or 6. So that moment of getting that tractor stuck at the beginning of the round and it taking a long time, a few minutes to recover it, is a costly mistake for Lindner. Luckily for them, they won the first of the best of 3, because I think they're going to need the 3rd round.
Yeah. Do you know what's the real life version of the Crazy Tool?
What's
it's
that?
The Farmer Cop's coffee. So they will just have a sip of that, before going on the fields, and then they're gonna do all the work in 2 hours, which they normally do in about 6 or something like that. So yeah, it has been discussed on the chat a little bit. Somebody mentioned the coffee from Farmer Crop, and actually I got a 1 pack of that as well, and it's all gone already. It was very delicious, but that's the real life.
Yeah, he brought some to the.
Cool.
He brought some to you guys that live in Europe to FarmCon, and then he told me that he was going to send me a bag, and I've yet to see that. Just now,
yeah, I got one from him
until you said it.
Yeah,
I'm going to see him next week at PAX West, and it's driving distance for him, so maybe I'll see something. That's my guess. Looking.
But okay, this point situation is now interesting. 2.5, and Lindner is not that far away, so they're definitely fighting back. I don't know how they have done it, because I mean, based on my calculations, they lost at least like a 1 minute of time, if you ask from me. And from multiple players at the same time,
and
they were helping it out and so on. They don't have the greatest amount of bales. They are currently on the lead. And what I really want to see is the amount of bales, how much Astragon currently has, because they should have 10 more, at least 5 more.
Right.
But Lindner has been pretty busy on the fields, especially with the Crazy Tool. So let's get some bales done. And then, of course, the delivery will be an issue. But if Lindner can win this one, even despite that mistake, then that's a really interesting sign about their performance. Okay, 14 bales for Astragon. So okay, maybe just take my energy or take my money, which one you want doesn't matter. But then we'll see. I mean, 1 mistake for Astragon, it can turn the whole situation upside down, and they will leave that 1 baler on the side of the building. Calamaris needs to go from the safer route. and now we can see Zerserus going there. So this is, I mean, this is still doable. This is still doable for Lindner. It depends what's going to happen, and I'm just wondering what's going on with with Astragon. Like, where is Kalamaras going with that tractor?
Yeah, that's a good question, and I'm really surprised at this scoreline here. Now tied at 3:45 apiece with just a minute to go. Lender somehow hanging right in there in this one, and now only 3 bales difference, and they're in the lead. So they are bouncing back really well here. Is that one going to stay on though? I don't think so. It's a little squirrely. It's just gonna hang on. There it goes. And of course, the multiplier in their favor too. So 2 points per bale right now, and in the lead. Like, I don't know. I think Linder might be close to pulling this one off if they can get more of those 8 bales in and around the barn now. Matza is probably not going to be able to get all of these stacked up on the top, and will they all stay as well? That one goes in. Looks like the next one will.
Yeah.
But will that third one make it?
There's nobody. I mean, all the bales on Astragon, they are not next to the barn. They are not there. They are not there. They don't have anything to shove on the last minute like those the bottom bales. So Lindner,
my
5
goodness,
seconds
Lindner,
ago,
are you kidding me?
There's one bale on the belt more. It's gonna be 3 points of a difference. 5:22. It is gonna be Lindner. Look at these guys, how happy they are. They come back from one of the biggest mistakes that I have seen at least this year on Farming Simulator League, which is costing a lot of time, especially that it is so important with these shorter rounds, and they still come back from it. So there was something going wrong with Astragon. Why the bales? I mean, they had a huge amount of bales, but they were still on the fields.
Yeah, Lindner just going against everything we know about normal farming. It turns out you don't have to have your tractor on all 4 wheels to be able to succeed, at least in the Farming Simulator League. I am absolutely stunned, and I think Lindner, rightfully so, should be happy with that result because they had no right winning that round. I mean, I'm sitting here thinking, oh, this is easily going to the third of the best of 3 after that mistake. Like, even, with 4 minutes to go, once they got it flipped over, there was such a disadvantage in the bale count for Lindner, and somehow they made it up. It didn't matter. I think having the multiplier in their favor was a good thing, of course, but man, I'm just I think it doesn't cease to amaze me that I'm blown away by each tournament that I cast in the Farming Simulator League. Like, something crazy always happens, but that's just absolutely insane that they've pulled that off, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's. I mean, like I said, I was expecting that when we come to 2.5 minutes, that the Lindner's gonna be way far behind from Astragon. Something went wrong with the Astragon middle play, and I think I was, at least myself, maybe a little bit too much focused on Lindner on that point. What happened with the tractor or something, but definitely Astragon. There was something on the middle that, a reason why we didn't get those bales, or they didn't get the bales right next to the barn. So that must be a thing, definitely. And now we can see the replay, so maybe we'll see something from here. And then you did something on that cast, like 30 seconds before the end. You said something about hanging on, and the first thing which comes to my mind is those finger microphone videos from FarmCon, like "hang on," something like that.
Oh man. Yeah, that was fun. FarmCon was fun. This has been a lot of fun too. We still have even more to come at you all tomorrow. We'll have the final matches and all the way to the final tomorrow on the broadcast. I'm not sure yet of the exact start time. I would assume similar start time for tomorrow, but we'll see. But yeah, these 2 matches by Lindner. I mean. And look, I mean, here's 5 minutes. He finally gets it flipped over with 5 minutes to go. They didn't have a single bale pressed other than the first bale at that point.
Yeah.
And with 5 minutes to go, they were able, I don't know how, I can't explain it, how they turned that around.
Yeah, so this is the problem for Astragon.
Yeah.
They had a problem, the baler getting stuck on the building or something like that. So that's why they didn't have the delivery. And that was the moment when he went like a bit of like a, searching something on the fields because he needed to left the baler. So then the bales were just all over the place and they just didn't get them next to the belt. One thing I'm still about that hang on and a lot of fun on FarmCon. So if you want to know what I'm talking about, what is so fun, make sure to check the TikTok channel as well, which Terminator has been hosting. What is the name of the
Yeah, I
channel?
don't. What tiny hands are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about. Come to. Uh,
Yeah. So check the
oh man.
Giants TikTok channel. There's a lot of farming simulator content, which of course the Terminator has been producing. So it's pretty funny stuff. So go and have a look.
Yeah, and then a video that the video team did to promote this tournament blew up. So credit to them as well for producing those videos. I posted it on Thursday, and it already had like 1.5 million views before like 24 hours. Absolutely insane.
Mm.
Our esports stuff seems to perform really well there. I think we're going to see the circuit points here in just a moment. Hopefully, we'll get a glimpse of that bracket as well as we start to wrap up the broadcast for today. So yeah, it's been a crazy day. We're now nearly 9 hours worth of broadcast today or so. It was a wild day, and the FSL never ceases to amaze me, to throw me for a loop, to surprise me with the things that happen. So it's a lot of fun to do. That's what I'm trying to say. And Maddie, it's been a pleasure hanging out with you again.
Yeah, it's always nice with you and Alex. Doesn't matter what broadcast or what is the location or where we are online or offline. It's always fun, of course. So definitely enjoyable. I mean, unfortunately, you're so far away. I mean, then we could just like go to Germany on these events as well and just hang in there. But it doesn't like much make of a sense to me to go there on my own if the other commentary crew is going to be remotely. Um, and anyways, like yeah, tomorrow we're gonna continue. So we have kind of like this first round of matches done. I think we have about 8 matches or 8 series of matches tomorrow. And yeah, the starting time is probably about the same, so 10:30 Central European time. So that should be about the time. But of course, make sure to follow the social media channels to get the latest information from there, and hopefully an updated bracket as well.
Yeah, I thought we would maybe see that, but we just got word that we had a minute, and that was a good 20 seconds ago. So we're coming to the end here. Go to fsl.giants-software.com or go to social media. You should see that information as soon as possible when it's prepared by our team on site. Lots of moving pieces going on, of course, it being at Gamescom, a live tournament and such. So yeah, we've got 20 seconds now till we wrap up, but we'll be back tomorrow with more. Will Helm win another tournament, or will it be someone else? We'll find out. It'll be myself and Copter back with you tomorrow. Hope to see you then.
Bye.